Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, June 18th, 2026. And we got a great day of trading lined up ahead for you today to wrap up the week because tomorrow is a holiday. Uh, this is the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to the far right, JD. Hoag, JD, happy Synthetic Friday. How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing good, man. Yeah, happy Synthetic Friday. It's triple witching. Don't get all biffed up. Lots going on today. It should be, as they all are, a very interesting and challenging trading day. Jay, I'm ready. How are you feeling?
I'm ready to go, Hogue. I am ready to go. We got one more day before the weekend. The markets are going to kind of be open, but I will not be looking at charts tomorrow. But JD, how we doing over there?
Excellent, excellent. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hogue. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Yes, happy Options Expo Synthetic Friday. I got it all in there. All right. Yeah,
There you go.
markets are technically closed tomorrow, so this is the last day of the week, the final day of the week for Topstep TV at least. And it's not quite over yet. There is a lot happening today. So don't don't get too relaxed. There's going to be some market moving. We got some events happening today that are going to move these markets. We're going to see some volatility, and I'm ready to get into it. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Taking a look at this gold opening range trade. Gold does open up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We are going to take a look at a 1 minute opening range. Wait for a 1 minute candle to close and then a 1 minute candle to close outside of that range for confirmation of a trade. Gold right now is trading 42.7760, down 2.37% on the day. Looks like all of our metals are the biggest percentage movers to the downside right now. What are you guys thinking for this opening range trade here?
Um, there's no real overnight inventory that we're looking at in gold here. We cleaned up a lot of weakness in structure down below yesterday when we tanked to the downside. I think we're outside of value. I don't
No
know.
trade?
I don't know.
Or if it's cheap?
Yes, I'm always in for cheap trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looked for a minute like we were going to be opening uh, outside of balance or out of balance from yesterday, but we just had a decent little rip, and we're seeing some buyers stepping in right now too. So we're gonna
Yes,
reclaim that whatever short overnight inventory there was left. We're reclaiming it right now. So it's possible we do
7:30. We
open.
do have a couple of numbers. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
not all that impactful for gold, but
Yeah, we'll get
you
into the
never know.
calendar in just a minute, but yeah, we'll see what kind of risk there we're looking at taking on this trade. I don't mind taking the trade today, to be honest with you, just because we were out of balance overnight and we could
Yeah,
return to that. So there's always that potential.
46 take opening range so far.
Yep, I've got a high of 42.83 hook, 42.83 half, and a low of 42.7910. Looking at the micro contract.
One tick off on both sides
Yeah,
in the bigs. But let's see. This looks like it's going to trade above the high here, or traded to the high
Just took
there.
just took out the high by a single tick.
Yep.
All right, here we go. We got a
Long
little
or no
rippy
trade.
happening. Longer bust.
Taking a look
Some
at the
decent
tilt,
volume.
60% long.
Decent volume came into this market a few minutes before the open.
uh-huh.
So buyers were stepping in. We're going to get a signal here.
Looks like it's going to trigger a long 5 minute, 1 minute candle closing in 5 seconds here. 4300s and then maybe VWAP as targets. But that
I'm
is a
working
long.
yet.
We're
It is a
looking at
long.
100 ticks of risk now.
Definitive. Yep.
Yeah, we are.
That's a lot. Maybe we'll get into one and look for better trade location on a second, just like we did earlier in the week. Getting a little wiggly up here on the highs. I'm putting a bid in below. I think we can get better trade location on our entry. Looking a tad bit Yeah, I think we're going to get in
There
right
you go.
here. Working 85.30 bid. See if it gives it to us. Not going to chase it.
We're looking at a 1 minute
Oh,
opening range trade here in gold. Tilt was just 65% long, paired back a little bit there.
Okay, we got in a single micro contract at 42.85.30. Just a one guy for now.
okay.
And we're looking at 100 ticks of risk, 115 ticks of risk right now. That's a solid invalidation. If we can trade back down, we are trading back inside the opening range right now.
Mm-hmm.
Got
Where
a
do you have
9
the
period.
CYA, JD?
42.73.80 right now. So just over $100 worth of risk and a single micro
Okay.
contract. So
Yep.
I want better trade location on the second contract, so we're not taking more than $200 worth of risk total on this trade. I think that might have been our chance. Let's see what it gives us here.
House count long 1 micro gold 42.85.30. Again, on the opening range trade, we did have a 1 minute candle close outside of that range to the upside, triggering us into a long. Maybe wanting to add to this one, but we'll see what happens here. 42.83.30, 42.84 last trade here in gold. JD, we did say we had some numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour. Let's go through that economic calendar, see what we got today.
Let's do it. Coming up at 7:30 a.m. Central Time, continuing jobless claims as always on Thursday. Let's take a look at what to expect from this number. I didn't look at the consensus range. Consensus is for 225 new jobless claims prior to 29. There's a consensus range of 218 to 229, but they're calling it 225. Also coming up at 7:30, the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index. At 9 o'clock Central Time, we've got leading economic indicators. 9:30 Central Time, the EIA natural gas report. We're going to see natural gas inventories. We've got a Baker Hughes rig count, ye old Baker Hughes rig count at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. The triple witching expiration at 3 o'clock Central Time. What that includes is stock options, stock index options, and stock index futures all expiring at 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time. So if you're still trading the June contract, in equities, be aware that it is going off the board this afternoon, and you should be rolling to the September contract immediately. That is what we have in store for today. Was there anything else at the bottom of the hour? Oh, we got Treasury International Capital at 2 o'clock and Fed balance sheet at 2:30 also. Those won't be heavily market moving, though, in my opinion. Just something to be aware of.
Reading this is the largest option expiration ever today. It's also end of the quarter, so there's going to be a lot of pension rebalancing going on.
Mm-hmm.
Going to be an interesting day. Lots going on.
Ooh, I'm going to get into one more. We're at our initial balance low. Actually, if we take out initial balance low, this trade will be invalidated. So I probably shouldn't add. All right, we just took out the initial balance low by a single tick. And we're still breaking. Okay.
Looking heavy.
Looking heavy for sure.
Well, you really got a lot of space underneath that, TD. I mean, that's good risk on that.
Mm-hmm.
Take out all the stops and then bounce back up. Let's see. Yeah, right?
Let's see what it does. Yeah.
Let's see.
But we are in
seconds on the entry. Yeah.
Yeah. Good call.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Good call. This one's going to come and get us, it looks like. But we're already in a trade, Hogue. Let's go through that checklist. Let's make sure we are prepared for the trading day.
Absolutely. The Topstep daily checklist. What are we doing here? We are taking a look at these markets and our pre-market research. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. Morning checklist. You've got your morning checklist. You've got your water. You've got your coffee. You've taken a little bit of a walk, a little exercise. Get that blood moving, folks. Get that blood moving. Walk the dog, whatever it takes. Mindset check. Are you in the right frame of mind for trading? If not, size down or take a walk, get rid of any venom that you're holding in your veins for anything, including or outside of trading. Your trade entry checklist. You've got to get your hypotheses in order. When one of those hypotheses becomes true, what is going to get you into those trades? Write those trades down, review, do your journaling throughout the day, and at the end of the day, of course, your post-market checklist should include taking a deep breath, going through those trades, going through your journal, and watching at the buzzer at the end of the day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. There is your Top Step daily checklist. If you don't do the homework, you don't get the party.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. We got some numbers coming up here at the bottom of the hour. Again, initial jobless claims coming out at the bottom of the hour. I think we got stopped out of that gold trade. Forecast 225. Yeah. And that's all right. Follow your process, manage your risk. Most importantly, saw somebody asking, hey, if it's such a low probability trade, why don't you just do the opposite? It's because the wins pay for the losses. Win small, lose small, win big is the idea behind that. You could have a 30% win rate if your wins are bigger than your losses. JD, we do have some news that we could get to on the Fed. Do you want to do this after the number? We got about a minute.
Yeah, we got
this number comes
we
out.
got 1 minute to the number. This news clip is about 95 seconds long. Let's wait till after the number. But yeah, we stick to the process. We trust the process, and just like Jay said, the wins pay for the losses. And at the end of the month, we're typically up on these trades. You start biffing yourself up on these trades, and you can biff yourself right out of an account, right?
Yep.
Absolutely.
They're cyclical.
Sonia,
It's a mechanical trade,
30
you know. It's probably the most mechanical trade out there.
most mechanical trade you're going to see on Topstep TV. Set parameters, take the trade.
Exactly. Your entry level and your exit are clearly defined.
10 seconds here
Easily
until that
automated
jobless
trade.
claims number is out. 10 seconds here.
Jobless claims.
226.
226, just a little teensy bit warmer than expected. Just got a flush down in gold. A little knee-jerk reaction on the downside, and a little dip and a rip there. Again, continuing jobless claims monitors the number of new claims for unemployment insurance. So when the number's higher than expected, it's actually bad. That makes sense to everybody?
Jobless
More
claims
people are
higher
filing.
than expected. No. Not too much of a market reaction either. A little spike in the equities, caught a little bit of a bid. Gold sold initially and then right back up. But not too much in the markets there.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get to that news. And Sony, I was waiting for somebody to ask, am I going to the Knicks parade? I am not. No.
I would have taken the day off.
I can't.
If it was the Bulls,
Dude,
I would have called in sick.
See, but you're a Bulls fan, JD. I'm just a New Yorker. And I have some friends going out there. They were out there at 10 p.m. last night.
Oh, getting ready?
Yikes.
Getting ready. Yeah, there's been people online from 4 a.m. I'm just, I don't know. 10 years ago, maybe I would have gone, but I got a nice TV downstairs.
Yeah.
Nice
What's
cozy
all the
watch it
Hawks
on the
parades?
control.
It's a zoo, man. There's so many people. It's just too much for me, man. I went to a couple of the Hawks parades because my son was such a Hawks fan, so I had to go because you know. But it was a little bit much for me. So I don't blame you, Jay.
I went and watched the game in the city, the last game in the city the other day, and there was a parade on Fifth Ave. Just a fan inspired parade. People were just marching up and down the street. So I joined them. People were lighting fireworks in Bryant Park, which you're not supposed to do. So that was good enough for me. I'll watch it from the TV. Are they going to destroy more of the city? The city's fine. Everything was cleaned up the next day. But JD, let's get to the news. We had a Fed decision yesterday.
Yes, our new chair And Federal Reserve keeping interest rates steady, but giving clues about how new Federal Reserve Chairman Kevin Warsh may steer things moving forward. It was a very interesting day yesterday. Karen Caifa is in Washington with what it means for your households, current and future money plans. Let's roll.
New Federal Reserve Chairman Kevin Warsh breaking down the first interest rate decision of his tenure.
Members of the FOMC are unambiguous and unanimous. This committee will deliver price stability.
The announcement coming after inflation spiked to a 3-year high last month.
Inflation's above 4%. It's almost impossible for the Fed to cut rates when the inflation is running at twice its target level.
As the war in Iran pushed energy prices higher and other pressures too.
You also have the continued massive amount of spending from tech companies fueling more of a boom in our economy than a bust, and that's an inflationary pressure. And then, by the way, we've got hiring picking up. So there's not a lot of dynamics to point to for Fed members and the chair himself to point to cutting interest rates.
But the job market is showing broader growth, and energy prices are falling after an initial agreement to halt the war between the U.S. and Iran. That places less urgency on the central bank to make a move in either direction. So consumers eager for cheaper borrowing costs will have to wait, everywhere from credit cards to auto loans. And even though interest rates aren't directly related to mortgage rates, they do influence them. And high mortgage rates are cutting into supply, keeping shelter a sticky element of overall inflation.
People are just staying in their homes for longer. They're clinging to those super low mortgage rates. They're not moving at the same pace that they normally would.
Inflation has been a recent driver of consumer pessimism, according to consumer sentiment surveys. In Washington, I'm Karen Caifa.
Big changes coming to the Fed. It was a very interesting press conference yesterday.
It was.
I hear an echo.
Yeah, I do too.
Got
Where's
speakers
that
on.
coming from? Who's listening to
Oh, wow.
us? There you go. It's off now.
All right,
we're
guys. We are making new lows in gold. Good out on that trade. Not a good trade, but it was a good out on the trade. Let's start getting into some charts. What can we expect the rest of the day from the gold market?
All right. Well, being Friday, the end of the week, I always like to finish the week looking at the weekly chart. Obviously, the trend is still to the downside in gold. We are holding the last week's excess low here. So I'm kind of looking for some potential bottoming here. Of course, anything can happen, but technically, when we see these excess lows, we do get some movement in the opposite direction. We were unable to really change the direction after this last excess low. We got an excess low last week. We're still holding downside structure. However, we start eating up this excess low here, then I can certainly see us looking towards that 4100 weekly kickoff low as a test or a continuation above or below that level. Again, that's the weekly chart. The daily chart is showing, a continued degree of balance here. This was our excess low last week. We've only got four days this week, and this is going to be it. So we're kind of setting up an area of balance here. All right. So we have our excess low. We've come into balance. Really kind of looking at the balance low right here around, 42.40 approximately. Balance high would, of course, probably be last week's high, 43.8860. So I'm really kind of focusing on balance to breakout rules. Balance to breakout rules are if we're in balance and we can't break out, we fade the extremes. We go long at the low and short at the top. If we do get a breakout then that sees continuation, we go with the breakout, a successful breakout of the current area of balance. Now, mind you, this is a pretty short time frame area of balance. We are in a downtrend. So if I was going to be looking for a breakout, I would probably be looking more into a breakout to the downside because of the longer time frame trend to the downside. I think we've got a ways to go before we're going to be breaking this downside structure and possibly looking for continuation on anything to the upside. And that's just what we're seeing here on the charts, or at least what I'm seeing on the charts. One of the things about this area of balance this week has been very little change in open interest. We added about 300 to 400 contracts on the push to the downside that happened after the close yesterday. And this is going to be a very interesting 30-minute chart. We've got a couple of things to show you, and it may change what we were looking at as far as value from yesterday. So, Jay, looking at this daily chart, what are you seeing?
So I was just looking back here, Hogue. The downside structure is still very much intact in this market. I was looking to get it short last night during slow markets. I ended up taking a long because there are these counter trend moves, but overall structure of this market is still to the downside. I was looking back at the 50 moving average, and the last time it was under the 200, and we have to go back to December 2023. We have a 50 moving average that's potentially going to cross the 200 in the next couple of days or so. 45.92 is the 50 moving average, 45.61 is the 200, and the 20 is already crossed. It's been below that 200 for a little while now. The last time this happened back in, again, 2023, when we had a cross, we spent about a month under the 200 moving average before we crossed back above it as far as price goes. But this is heavy structure to the downside. I think there's a lot more opportunity to the downside in gold. We're seeing that here. It looks pretty heavy. And what I'm looking for is the low of the March 23rd candle, which is 41.6590. Interesting spot there. It's the daily candle that tested the 200 moving average for the first time in years. And we've been pretty much inside that range for a while now. Daily ATR in gold, $116 so far. High to low range, we are already at 95. So we may have seen much of the daily range in the overnight session. We'll see how much is left for us here. But I'm looking for opportunities to continue to sell this market if it looks this heavy. What are you seeing on the 30, Hope?
All right. So the 30 is going to be a very interesting chart here because gold settles at 12:30. Now that's before the FOMC meeting, before anything changes, before so that puts settlement price all the way up here at 43.8140. Now that's the price that all open positions are marked to for margin. Look at where the market kind of finished the day, much lower than that. So what I'm going to be doing is looking at the volume that occurred after the FOMC meeting or before the release came out, and the volume came in after the close. So what I'm going to do, and this is something that I do often when this occurs, because the market actually finishes the session well below settlement. Settlement was way high in this profile. I'm going to add that volume to the profile because this volume is extremely important, as Jay tells us quite often. So that is going to change a few things here. It didn't really change the point of control on this platform, but it expanded value low on this platform coming in at 43.06, value high up near the high here up at 43.99. So that definitely has a tendency to change the face of this market. So opening below value in range, very little overnight inventory. I mean, if we're going to look at overnight inventory, we opened here. Where are we trading? We're trading there. So overnight inventory got long, and we saw the market come back lower off of that inventory. So what we are looking at is, hang on. Where did this market come back to? Yeah, in the overnight session. Well, we had this trend line here that was part of our triangle formation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many points of contact on that? 9 points of contact. Once it finally broke yesterday, it came back to that level and found resistance, found more sellers up there. This is where the sellers really started to barrel into this push to the downside. What did we fix yesterday? Well, this box here is the session gap from Friday to Monday. This little box right here is the weekend gap. we closed the session gap, we closed the weekend gap, and we targeted but didn't touch naked point of control from back here on the 12th of June. Visual targets. Markets are visual, and every one of our markets, gold, crude, ES, and Q, targeted naked points of control. What's a naked point of control? It is a highly popular, highest price, single price from a previous session that has not been revisited in regular trading hours. The market closed all the gaps. We cleaned up some business down here, and we targeted, but didn't quite touch this naked point of control. So that naked point of control is still out there as a visual target. Maybe we see some continuation and a recheck of that visual target today. So overnight inventory flat, below value, value continuing to move lower over a longer period of time. If we can take out this excess low here, I think we might be in pretty good shape for continuation to the downside. The fact that the settlement is all the way up there and that the market brought all the volume after that and pushed the market lower, you could kind of be looking at a volume settlement all the way down to like let's call it 42.54, 55 area. And that's so far been somewhat supportive in the overnight session here so far. Now we're in the regular trading hour session, looking heavy. Jay, what are you thinking?
We are looking pretty heavy here, Hogue. We have a 200 moving average on the 30-minute at 43.2290. We have price and volume trading below that. It did try to trade above last night, but we can see that rejection. And you talked about where the most important volume for the day yesterday was after the rate decision. So I have that 30-minute candle mapped out, and we can see where we're rejecting, right at 50% of that candle, 43.48, we'll call it. We looked at it overnight. And there was not enough interest to reclaim those prices. So it looks like whoever came in and sold after the Fed is defending that position, kind of just, adding to the thought that this market is in a downtrend and wants to maybe continue trading lower on a higher time frame. Levels to the downside, 42.07 is support number one. We have volume trading below the pivot, which is at 43.05. This is a market to me that looks like it is maybe going to go fill that gap, touch that naked point of control that you had there, Hogue. I think 42.34 was that price, and then maybe down to support one. We'll see how much volatility comes into the gold market. The one thing I am keeping in mind, because I'm looking at this, and I say it again, Hogue.
Where is support one?
Support one is 42.07.
Okay, because there's another gap below that.
Interesting. Yeah, there's some targets to the downside that this market can definitely get to. The one thing I'm keeping in mind, though, is that we're already, 75% to a daily ATR. I'm just questioning how much room there is in a gold move. A daily ATR move, if we think we set the high, puts us right at that naked point of control, 42.34. So some interesting targets to the downside. With some of the pops that we've seen off of this low, I'm just conscious of trade location here. Maybe sell any pop in this market seems like the potential trade. I'm looking at a zone of selling that came in last night, or I guess early this morning, 42.71 down to 42.70s. If we get a pop up into that area, maybe I could assume some risk to the downside here. But I don't want to buy gold yet unless something changes.
3,500. That's where our bids are, right, Jay?
It's sitting there, Hogue. Sitting there. We'll get there eventually.
All right. Thanks, Jay.
Thank you, Hogue. I'll take a look at the equities in just a minute here. We got the S&P trading up 0.86% on the day. JD, got some updates on stocks overnight.
Yes, overnight stocks in Asia closed mostly lower. The Hang Seng Index closed down 1.59%. The Shanghai Composite closed down 0.43%. The Nikkei did close up 1.65%. Stocks in Europe currently trading mixed to lower this morning. The DAX is currently up marginally 0.04%. The FTSE is down 0.94%. The CAC 40 is also up 0.04%, and the Stock 600 is down 0.45%. US dollar index up a couple of ticks to 100.703, back above 100 for the US dollar. The VIX currently down about 7% to 17.15, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note down a couple ticks to 4.439% going into the equity open. All right, let's dig into those ES charts, if you please.
All right. So, as always, end of the week's looking at the weekly chart. The S&Ps have kind of set up an area of potential balance. We do say that a lot. I'm kind of looking at the lower end of the balance down here around 74.20. And then, of course, pretty much the all-time high would be the upper end of that area of balance. Market has just kind of been holding here, and that makes sense because it is in rollover, and rollover ends today. Thank goodness we won't have to worry about that in the equities for about 2.5 months. But let's take a look at the daily chart. What's the daily chart looking like? So again, kind of establishing our area of balance. For 74.20 is really the kind of one of the kind of levels that I'd be looking for if the market does offer opportunity there. This is this week. It's been, kind of coming off lower highs, lower lows, but again, it's part of kind of rollover. Open interest and volume have been very untrustworthy because of rollover this week. We did see, a pretty decent move to the downside. My thought is always, whenever we have news like that yesterday, a looming rate hike, 10 years holding below 4.5%. There's so many things that can change and so many things that can happen before there's any kind of decision in rate changes moving into the future that uh, traders have a tendency to forget that stuff sometimes. We all have short memories, and if there's no bad news, the market tends to grind to the upside. We do have some bad news. Apparently, there has been an agreement signed, an agreement to agree to talk about an agreement at some point in the future between the U.S. and Iran. There's nothing solid about any of it, but it's probably going to be viewed as a step in the right direction. There's lots of arguments as to how good it is, how bad it is, all of that stuff. We're going to have to wait to find out how all of this is going to play out, but at least there's one step in the right direction. So, Jay, yesterday you were talking about we're needing an impetus for the market to continue the push to the upside. Is that going to be enough of an impetus? How short are the memories of traders and investors when they're looking at future rate hikes? How is all this going to be digested is really the question. I'm really just kind of focusing on making it through rollover, and then we'll see real action next week as rollover ends, and we can start to depend on volume and open interest a little bit, as well as delta in some of our decision making processes. What are you thinking here on the daily, Jay?
On the daily, we are back in the middle of that June 5th candle. Back under the 20 moving average here on the daily. 75.61 is that price. And yeah, kind of that, Hogue. We were saying yesterday, is the Fed going to be the catalyst for the market to kind of take out this high of June 5th, which is up at 76.53 and a quarter? And at least the initial reaction was a no. We saw the markets sell off from there. But like you said, this price action, regardless of the catalysts that are out there in the markets, this price action feels very rollover price action. So maybe we get directional again starting next week. I don't think it's clearly defined what that direction is going to be yet. There's more two-sided trade now. We've been kind of in this two-sided trade for the past 30 or so trading days, where we had a really nice trend starting in the beginning of the end of March. But it's been two-sided trade for the past month or so here. So seeing a lot more of that. That being said, there are a ton of opportunities to trade in this market. Daily ATR 107 points. So far, high to low range, we're at about 70 points. So there is still 30 or so before we hit a daily ATR move. The question for me today is, can we close back above the 20-day moving average? 75.61 is that price. We can see a little bit of a wick on the daily chart so far above that 20 moving average. A little indecision there. On light overnight volume, we will see what happens here. We did close the gap that we opened the week with. and we're trading back above it. So bullish structure on a higher time frame is still intact, but like you said, Hogue, we are developing an area of balance here, all inside this June 5th candle, which I hope we are not talking about 2 months from now. What are you seeing on the 30?
All right, let's take a quick look. So here we go. All right, so we've seen this happen quite a bit. Sometimes when this is our all-time high up here. When we stop short of it here, we stop short of it here. We've got a pretty kind of a gently sloping lower trend line off of those highs. And the last few times we've seen that, it has kind of created a bigger downside move than I think we've seen so far. So I'm a little bit cautious about that. I want to see new all-time highs relatively soon, but I don't get to choose that. What did we do yesterday? Well, we put in lower highs, lower lows, value moving lower, and we closed up the session gap and the weekend gap. There's for the weekend gap here, the session gap there. And where did we trade to? Well, yes, another naked point of control, another visual target, naked point of control, highest single price with the highest volume that has not been revisited. The market checked down to it. So, we're kind of looking at this market with value higher. All right. Where are we in the range from yesterday? Well, we're right in the middle of the range. Overnight inventory, you would think might be a little bit long. I mean, we opened down here around 75.13. We are trading higher, but all of this consolidation does a pretty good job of evening out inventories. So I'm not really necessarily that interested in any early, overnight inventory adjustments in this. So my suggestion, even though we are kind of below value, at least on this platform, is in the center of the range here. I'm going to try and stay patient. It's almost like we're opening in range and in value, though we are opening below value. There's one feature of the profile that we did put in a late spike to the downside yesterday. The late spike is at 74.97 quarter, and the basic spike guidelines are if we were to open in or below the base of the late spike, that would be the market attempting to accept lower pricing, but we are opening above a late spike to the downside, which would indicate rejection of lower pricing and the market attempting to accept pricing at higher levels. So as a nuance, we're pretty far away from it. It may come into play today. It may not come into play today, but just the fact that we're opening above the base of that late spike indicates rejection of lower pricing and attempting to re-accept pricing at higher levels. We're seeing the market kind of moving higher right now. Our overnight high looks like a very interesting spot. It's also very close to the 200 session simple moving average, which is coming in at 75.7420. What do we do with this, Jay? What are you thinking?
So looking at that area that you mentioned, the 200 moving average, 75, 74, 20, I just mapped out, and this is this range I have here is on a 3-minute. It's the 3-minute candle after the rate decision came out, right? We saw that selling come into the market. The midpoint of that candle is right there as well. So we'll call that all a zone. The question is, do we have enough buyers to reclaim this zone, right? Can we close a 30-minute candle above this high? And then do we see the rotation back through the upper extreme, which right at the high of the Fed rate decision is resistance 1 as far as pivots go, 75.91. So there are some upside targets here, but there's a little bit of a speed bump that we got to get over, and it's the midpoint of this candle and that 200 moving average. If price trades up here at this 200 moving average and we don't pull VWAP higher, where we can see VWAPs at the low of this Fed rate decision, then I would be looking to fade this market right back into the range. With this being somewhat of a consolidated day. We can see we came down and held the pivot. So for now, this market is trying to trade higher. Overnight inventory is somewhat long, but how much did they really achieve if they're not outside of yesterday's range is the question. And, are buyers, when the volume comes in for the New York session, if everyone's not at the parade, are they convinced enough to buy this in New York when the session opens and get us back above this high? So it'll be an interesting day, Hogue. I think we could see a pretty strong rejection. We saw all the volume that came in after the Fed. Very similar to gold when we got back up to these prices. If that volume comes in, it could be a really nice move back to the downside here. But if I was long going into this, I'm thinking position management coming up into these 75, 70s, unless the market says, hey, you know what, that's okay. We're good with the Fed rate decision. Let's just go make all-time highs. We'll see when the volume comes in, but I would be very watching this area very closely to see what the market's reaction is.
Yeah, I'm looking at a different platform and seeing that value is 75.40 value low. So if that's correct, we're looking at 75.40 value low. We are inside range and inside value. So I'm gonna again try and stay patient. Let the market generated information guide my decisions. Lots going on today. Expiration. ECH, man. Anything can happen. Thanks, Jay.
Thank you, Hogue. Oh, wow, just looked at the time. We got oil opening up in about a minute here. We are going to take a look at that oil opening range trade. Oil does open up at 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central Time. Oil trading 74.38 right now. JD, you got some news on oil before we look at these charts?
Yeah, we could run that real quick. We got some good news. We got some relief at the pump. Gas is below $4. Oil is down. Let's roll it. That's right. Regular gas is averaging a hair below $4 a gallon this morning for the first time since March 30th. AAA says it's $3.99 and 9/10 of a penny, 3.999. Gas Buddy puts it at $3.98 a gallon. That's for regular gas. Brent and WTI crude are both trading at below $80 a barrel. Last print on WTI crude, which is the U.S. benchmark. That's what we trade here at Topstep. 74.49 last print in WTI. That follows a wartime high of more than $114 for Brent, which is the global benchmark, and $120 for WTI crude. The vital Strait of Hormuz appears poised to reopen now that the U.S. and Iran have a memorandum of understanding. Crude making moves already. Crude's officially open for business. We had a little spike in volatility right before the 8 o'clock Central Time open, and now we're retracing that little pop.
Looking at a 1 minute opening range here again in crude. We'll wait for this 1 minute candle to close and then a 1 minute candle to close outside of that range.
It's a 15 tick opening range right now. And we're opening out of range, out of balance. Overnight inventory, maybe a little bit short.
I like this. Got a little wood to chop after that gold trade too. So I'm okay getting in on this trade. All right. Our opening candle is about to close. And stuck with a 14 tick range. 15 ticks in the micro.
52 at the high, 37 at the low.
Yep, that's what I got.
Sitting right on VWAP as well.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
Let us know if we do get into this trade. Let's see what happens here. We'll wait for this minute to close.
30 seconds. 30 seconds for this confirmation candle. This first confirmation candle. Ty Gordon in the chat says, oil price is fake right now. It'll be $150 soon. Fake.
We'll see. Oil's gonna double from here? It could. It very well. Yeah, I hope not too. But we did just take out the high of that range, so this is either going to be a long or a no trade. If it trades the other side, looks like this 1 minute candle might close. Yeah,
it was a trappy move if I ever saw one. Yeah. All right, I don't trust it anymore. No confirmation on that first candle, so let's get into these charts, and I'll let you know if we get into a trade. Right now, it's long or bust for crude oil. We take out the low, which I think we're about to in a couple seconds. This trade will invalidate itself. And
was
invalidated. Did it take it by a tick?
Invalidated.
There it is.
All right. All right, let's get into the charts. No crude oil trade.
It's been trade's been a slow burn.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
What are we seeing on the daily here, Hogue? Or starting with the
Okay.
weekly?
Well, actually, I'm just going to start with the daily. I mean, where the market has been, there's a little bit of a rollover gap on the weekly chart. So we're just going to kind of take a look at what happened this week in the August contract. So we did break below weekly kickoff low of 78.40. This was on Tuesday. Wednesday, we tested back to it, rejected. We're still putting in lower lows. We're still putting in lower highs. Open interest and volume again. We're stuck in the rollover blur. That's going to end next week. But we are still seeing lower highs and lower lows. With good news that continues to kind of leak out. Hopefully, it is good news. Hopefully, good things are going to come from it. The market is continuing to kind of ease here as pricing is concerned, and seeing some continuation to the downside. So we're seeing maybe an increasing pressure to the downside on the specter of opening the Strait of Hormuz. That is going to take some time to kind of come back into the marketplace. What this market is really looking for is some sort of resolution. And even though they've signed an agreement to come to some sort of an agreement, that's kind of being viewed as a positive, as it should be. And so far, the market is still one time framing lower, looking for and monitoring for continuation to the downside. Of course, this is still very headline driven. Anything to the contrary of what we've been seeing so far could seriously change the face of this market. Jay, what are you seeing here on the daily chart?
On the daily, from a technical perspective, this is a market that looks like it wants to trade lower. Two daily candles that we've been looking at. The first one is the April 17th candle. We have finally traded below the low of that candle, first time since it printed. The low is 73.98. We made a low of the session so far today at 73.42. If you were watching slow markets last night, I was looking for this short trade, and that was the target for the trade. So we'll see there. Daily ATR, $5.18. So far, about a $2.30 range. And if we can close below that April 17th candle, then it's the low of the March 9th candle that I'm looking for at 71.94s. Outside of that, that 200 daily moving average looks like a magnet. 65.81 is that target. Of course, that's from a technical perspective. We know that this is oil and it is a fundamentally driven market. We just need to take a technical approach to trading it. So sometimes the fundamentals are going to say, hey, you know what, we should catch a bid. And then sometimes, we're going to get a random $3 3-minute candle like we did yesterday on no news. So
On nothing.
The volatility on nothing. The volatility in this market is still there. It's presenting great opportunities to trade, I think, but it's also one that is quiet until it's not. And that's what I'm keeping in mind in oil. But it is on a higher time frame, kind of grinding to the downside. It's below settlement right now. Oil is down 2% on the day. What are you seeing on the 30 here, Hogue?
All right. So, yeah, yesterday we had to take that big stab to the upside, which was just enough to close the gap from Monday to Tuesday. It also targeted a naked point of control in the August contract, which was about 79.04. Reached right up there, touched it, and fell apart off of that. What are we looking at for today? Overnight inventory. Well, there's our open right around 74.84. Overnight inventory kind of getting a little bit short. But again, some of this consolidation does a pretty good job of evening out that inventory. So I'm not really thinking that overnight inventory is going to be a factor. So what we're looking at here is gap guidelines.
Really quick here, Hogue. We got an oil. Really quick.
Yeah.
We got an oil headline. Kuwait to ramp up refining along with oil output increase. Kuwait to lift all force majeure with immediate effect. Kuwait seeing faster oil output boost than previously thought. We're seeing a little bit of selling coming in here in oil, maybe more supply coming into the market. But keep going there, Hogue.
Thank goodness we didn't get triggered into the long. My goodness.
Yeah, right.
So, what we're looking at is gap guidelines. If we can't close the session gap, yesterday's session low, which is approximately 75.39, we're looking for continuation. We're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Yes, it's very subjective. If we don't close the gap relatively early, I get that. It is how you look at it. There's no defined time limit for us. But the longer it takes for us to get to close the session gap, the less likely it is to happen. So again, we're really looking for opportunities for continuation moves to the downside unless some sort of headline comes out. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30?
On the 30 here, Hogue, I'm seeing a overnight inventory to the downside. We opened here, price and volume has left that range to the downside. We tested that 30-minute range, 74.88 is that low. We tested, rejected. No volume acceptance back inside this area at 75s. So yeah, this is a market that looks like it wants to trade lower. Right now we're at yesterday's low for the full session, 74.09. So what I'm looking for is, great, you got price down here. How much more are you going to sell? And how much room is there? Support one when it comes to pivots is $73. And I'm keeping in mind that the lower oil goes, the more consolidated these ranges get. We have a $5 daily ATR, but these ranges can get pretty tight. The lower oil gets, if we start to see the 60 handle, some of the volatility and opportunity is going to be consolidated as well. So keeping that in mind as prices continue to drop. But I'm looking for opportunities to continue to sell this market, Hogue. It seems like a lot of the news that we're getting is bearish for oil prices, and this just looks like we're seeing continued progress towards that 200 daily moving average. I don't see much opportunity personally to buy oil. It's how we were selling, buying failed selling in the equities a month ago. I'm looking for opportunities to sell failed buying in gold. Even yesterday, right? That $3 spike immediately retraces. Yeah. We close below that candle, and there's a great opportunity to sell. So, unless there's a headline that changes the structure of this market, I'm looking for opportunities to buy failed selling. I don't want to sell the lows because you could be the last seller for the day.
Well, yeah, I mean, the profile yesterday was a neutral day, which means probably a pretty good chance the market is going to be seeking new levels to facilitate trade, and it's a very high excess high yesterday. And with the gap to the downside and no close of the gap, we're still looking at this market to head lower. That's what I'm thinking. Hey, Jay, thank you very much, and that's what we've got for crude oil.
Thank you, Hogue. We're going to take a look at the NASDAQ and give the people what they want. But before we do that, we had some more numbers come out yesterday. Retail sales, JD, you got an update on that?
Yeah, let's take a quick look at what happened yesterday in this retail sales number. Despite rising inflation and low consumer sentiment, Americans are not being frugal when it comes to spending. Let's learn more. That's right. The Commerce Department on Wednesday said retail sales rose 0.9% in May from the prior month. That was well above what economists had predicted and represents the fourth consecutive monthly increase. Retail spending was up across nearly every category last month. It rose the most at gasoline stations, mostly reflecting higher gas prices. But when excluding gas purchases, sales were still up a solid 0.7% in May. Online sales rose 1.5%. Online sales rose 1.5% last month. However, checkout registers were not ringing as much at electronics and department store retailers. So excluding gas and food, people were still making quite a few purchases month over month.
Consumers are going to consume. Consumers are going to consume. Hogue, let's take a look here at the NASDAQ. What are we seeing here? Also, shout out to the Nikkei traders, whoever's trading it out there. New all-time highs, 71,785. What are we seeing in the NASDAQ?
Nice. All right. So similar to the S&Ps, I mean, it's kind of set up an area of balance. Looking at the lower end of the balance down here on 29,000, all-time high, the upper end of the balance. We're really testing weekly kickoff high in the overnight as we speak. We got about 25 points above it in the overnight session. and started to pull back off of it. We're not too far from new all-time highs here in the NASDAQ. And again, I'm kind of focusing on balance to breakout rules. Fade the extremes until there's a breakout that's successful and you go with the breakout. Now, this is the weekly chart, right? So a lot of things can happen between now and then. Let's take a look at the daily. So what we're looking at here is that June 5th bar here, that halfway mark there, 29,890, was just looking at 29,000, kind of the halfway or the upper area of this current area of balance that created this week. Where did we get down to? We got down to half of that bar in June on June 5th. So, we've got, the test earlier this week of the weekly kickoff high. We've tested that halfway on that bar, and this is an upper area of balance. So that kind of supports my idea that, somewhere around 29,000, somewhere around 30,000 is the lower end of this balance, the upper end of the balance, the weekly kickoff high. And we're still holding above that halfway. Jay, what do you like about this daily chart?
The Nasdaq looks the strongest. Well, I guess outside of the Nikkei, it's the biggest, second largest percentage mover to the upside, up 1.75% right now, and holding above that that midpoint that you mentioned there, Hogue, 29,890s. It looks bullish here, holding above the 20-day moving average. Daily ATR about 685, and so far high to low range we're at 430. There's another 200 points on either side of this range, and that could put us right back at the high of that June 5th candle if we think we're going to see an at range day, and we think we set the low for the day. 30,711 would be that test. Can we close outside of this candle for the week? That would be extremely bullish, in my opinion, for the NASDAQ, if we can. And it looks like it's at least going to try it. Extremely bullish in the overnight session. We gapped up from settlement, and we've just been rallying ever since, up 400 points from the open. So this looks extremely bullish, Hogue. Again, a large move on overnight volume is always just a little bit concerning, because you have to ask the question, what is the volume going to do when it comes in for the New York session? Is it okay with where prices are and we just continue to rally, or do we need to reconcile some of that before we may continue in this direction? So on a higher time frame, it looks like it wants to continue to trade higher. We'll see whether or not the buyers do agree with that. But what are you seeing on the 30, Hogue?
You know what I like about this daily chart, Jay, is you pick the low and I pick the high.
Yeah, you did. That weekly kickoff high up there, man. I don't know how you do that. I really don't know. And it's not for me to know. I just have to appreciate Hogue's levels, and they mean something to the markets. They mean something to me as well, Hogue. Keep doing what you do.
Oh, as long as they help, that's the only thing that's important.
Absolutely.
All right. 30 minutes. We cleaned up a whole bunch of garbage down below price yesterday. The session gap, the weekend gap, all got traded through. Where did they get traded to? The naked point of control here from the 12th. Visual targets, most, highest volume single price from back here on the 12th that had not been revisited in regular trading hours, ended up being targeted and putting in the low. We did put a late spike to the downside. The base of that late spike is 30,070 quarter, and we are opening above it. So the market is attempting to reject lower pricing, attempting to accept higher pricing. And in the NASDAQ, it seems to be doing a little better job than the S&Ps because we have overnight inventory to the long side. Our open was down here around 30,150, and it's been pretty much rallying all night. We are up against the session high from yesterday, which is 30,545.75. We've got value high just below that. We've tested to value high in this last 30 minutes. We're still looking like we may try and continue to see if we can't push above that. So we're looking at, potential breakout above yesterday's highs. Watch for continuation. Weekly kickoff high earlier this week was 30,950. September contract all-time high 31,100. I'm sounding very optimistic here in these markets. It is expiration. Remember that. ACH. Anything can happen. Jay, what are you thinking on the 30?
I think I'm seeing, a good reason for optimism. Hogue, we opened below the pivot. We've had price and volume leave that first 30-minute range to the upside. That sometimes has especially how urgently this VWAP left that range. That can be the trend for the rest of the day. Again, the question is, what does the volume say when we come back in for the New York session? But we have price back above the 200 moving average. That's at 30,442. I would love to see VWAP cross above that as well. It's about 50 points off. But of course, lower volume in the overnight session. Maybe a little bit of a reconciliation back to that 200 moving average. I wouldn't be surprised at that. But the NASDAQ is much stronger than the S&P right now. We're already back above the Fed candle. We can see we're using that high as support after closing outside of it. This looks like a very bullish market now. Of course, that cannon will change. And I'm keeping in mind that this could be somewhat of a hollow move just because of the overnight volume. But from a price perspective, this looks great. And the buyers that we've had in the overnight session have achieved a lot already, right? Getting back above the high of that Fed candle and holding it. So you can see how far resistance 2 is. It's another 300 points from where we are. And these pivots are based on the volatility from the prior day. So if we see similar volatility, there is a lot of room to the upside in this market. We just need the buyers for the New York session to agree. But I'm with you on that bullishness, Hogue. I would welcome a pullback. There are some days, though, that we look for that pullback, and then right out of the gate, the buyers just say, nope, this is what we're looking for. Thank you. And we'll take everything that you're selling. So we'll see what happens here. Of course, when you get overly biased to one side, you just want to be conscious about trade location. I don't want to be the one that's chasing, buying the highs, and then seeing that 100-point pullback to the face. Maybe I'll let the market do that first and then find a better spot to buy.
Yeah, that's why the B plus or A auction grade is always a warning sign. The market looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. Well, thank you, Jay. That's what we've got
you,
for
Hogue.
the NASDAQ. Ready to party.
I want to answer one question here from Boricua Trader. Interesting. Wonder what you mean by a hollow move. A large move on low volume is just always a little bit concerning, right? Because why was the market allowed to move that far without major participation? A lot of times what you'll see is a retracement of that move before it continues in that direction. Price-wise, it's moving great, right? There's no denying that the market moved 400 points, but it did it on lower volume. Does the larger volume agree with where price is? And we'll see that in the next 10 minutes or so. JD, who do we have trading with us on Topstep TV today? Let's go through that schedule.
Excellent question. Coming up next, Andre and Jack are here to guide us through fast markets. We got a couple rotating guests coming in also. Mandy and Ted will be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Hogue is going to be here from 9:30 to 10. Dakota from 9:30 to 11. And our man Mo will be here from 10 to 11. We've also got a special guest, Mark Vitner, coming in to talk some macro at about 9:20 a.m. Central Time. We'll do a little recap of the week, maybe see what's coming up next week. 11 o'clock, morning highlights. Hogue's going to come in and do some chart analysis for everybody. Power players, 11:15. Coach Jay's going to be here with our guy Yusuf and Coach Vince. Group coaching, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. If you've ever had a question for one of the performance coaches here at Topstep, now's your chance to get it answered live on Topstep TV. You will see a form in just a little while pinned to the chat. If you got a question, grab that form, fill it out, click submit. We will get it. We'll receive it. We'll answer it live on Topstep TV. Make sure you're here for it. Trade with Topstep. I'm going to be back with a first timer. Adam N is here, and Coach Vince will be joining us as well. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Braden, and Jack. We've got bell-to-bell coverage for you right here all day long on Topstep TV. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way. Let's do it.
Let's do it. JD, I don't know how you do this, but you're talking with you're frozen. But we can still hear.
Oh no. How did that happen? When did that happen?
I don't know. We're doing it live, JD. Let's quote some prices really quick here, and then we got one more piece of news. 30,532 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 75.63 half last trade in the S&P. Oil, $74.03. And gold right now trading 42.72 half. Before we get into fast markets, JD, we got one more piece of news that we could hit.
Oh, man. I'm looking forward to this one. Have you guys been saving up for a rainy day? You got a little money set aside for a little something special for yourself or a loved one? There is a blockbuster auction coming up, guys, and there's some pretty cool stuff. Take a look at this.
Hollywood history will soon be up for grabs in a high-profile prop auction, and you gotta hand it to them. This one is a doozy. The lightsaber, legendarily lopped from Luke Skywalker in The Empire Strikes Back, is headlining an upcoming multi-million-dollar online auction hosted by Heritage Auctions. The saber was used on screen by actor Mark Hamill during the famous scene and comes complete with a severed prosthetic hand still gripping the fictional weapon. Bids for the prop-topped prosthesis will reportedly start at a whopping $1 million, and it's just one of a treasure trove of silver screen items included in the lot. Here are as many as I can name in a single breath. The Wicked Witch's hat from The Wizard of Oz, Paul Newman's hockey jersey from Slapshot, multiple hoverboards from Back to the Future Part 2, Otto the Autopilot from Airplane, 2 rugs owned by El Duderino in The Big Lebowski, a famous necklace worn in The Bride of Frankenstein, a hat worn by Gene Wilder in Willy Wonka, and the jukebox from the cringy pottery scene in Ghost. The 5-day auction will take place in July and features countless more relics, but if it were my money, not that I have any, I'd get me a Lebowski rug. That thing would really tie the room together, would it not?
I'm going to say the same thing. I want the Lebowski rug. Really
I want
brings the
everything
room
at that
together.
auction. I want it all. I want it all. Someone lend me $2 million, and I'm going to hit that auction up. What's
Now you
2
got
million,
something
my
to
friend?
spend your payouts on. We are seeing the equities continue to push up. I will be honest, I have not seen most of the movies from all those where all those props came from. I'll add them to the list. I'll add them to the list of movies I need to watch. 30,543 last trade here in the NASDAQ. We're continuing to push higher. I think I see the team ready in the back here. We're getting ready. Andre's here, Jack's here, Mandy's here, Ted is here. Hogue, let's do the thing. Take us into fast market.
All right, I will do the thing. JD, as always, thanks. It was a pleasure spending the morning with you. And as, of course, to all of you, thanks for trusting us with your time. The usual early bird at the top here, Shubham. We've got Lexiana Shadow Trader. We got Just Elias. We've got Phil R. Coog, Mike 1970, Sodbuster, Dan Trader, Tommy C. Roach. We got Charles Henry. We got Tandra Takeoff, and we've got a cast of thousands. As always, as you sit down to trade, remember to remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Pray for peace every day. It is time for fast markets now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good
Check your
morning.
email, Jack. Check your email.
Yes, let's do it. Happy
Check your email,
Synthetic
Jack.
Friday. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. There's the horn that signals I am creating a task force
Yes.
to get this
Yeah.
SPX to 10,000 by next year, Andre. You can be part of it.
Thank you.
Who else is going to be with it? Me, Bill Lee, the whole gang. We're going to do it. What do you think?
I like the task force is the phrase of the week. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Who we got in the house? You heard him saying, Jack, check your email. That is Ted in the lower right-hand corner. Lower left-hand corner, you seen her all week carving up the markets. Mandy in the house. We got 4 minutes till the opening bell. Mandy, thoughts coming in. Here's we just got a new session highs. Yeah, continue to see a pop here in the NQES. Ooh, another pop right there. Thoughts coming in. What's up, Mandy?
Wow. Hey guys. I just quick look at the daily. We're bouncing off the MA, well above the EMA. Gonna try to get long again today, but tight stops. Gonna cut things pretty fast today if we aren't gonna do that. We aren't gonna push. So that's it. I'm trying not to go into a bias. I've been getting kind of cut up this week, Dre. So
Okay.
we're gonna
You got
see if
this.
we can get through it. Done some back testing and some reevaluations, and curious to see if the things I've learned, making the correct pivots today, if that will prove me profitable.
I think we can do this. All right, Ted. Looking at the ES right now, continuing to pop 75, 78 half, just printed new session highs there. Thoughts coming in, Ted, post FOMC? Looks like we are recovering, continue to rally back off the selling we saw yesterday afternoon. What's up, Ted?
What's up? What's up? Implied move in the S&P based on the options is 52 points today. That means if we're plus 52 in the S&P, I might look to short, or down 52, look to buy. Those are extreme ranges in the options market. First support down was 74.90. We're above that. So now 75.25. And Hogue, if you're listening, you were my saving grace last night. Single prints and the gap fill. I shorted last night's close when it looked like you were trying to buy the dip. And they filled in a ton of single prints, which is like something Hogue will have to explain better than I can. That's it. And Jack, you got an email based on rates from my VIX trader.
Looking at it
Glad
right
to hear,
now.
Ted. Glad to hear.
Yes.
Awesome stuff, Ted. Also, a little timely information here. We're about a minute and a half. This is options expiration, quarterly options expiration. And there is, I think the correct term is like a metric F ton of SPX AM options that will be settling at the opening price here. And I'm wondering, with a minute to go, if they're not going to try and open this at 7,500 in the SPX, which is pretty much right here, right now, probably 75, 72 in the futures. So look out for that on the open. 50 seconds to see if that's right. Biggest options expiration ever today, as a matter of fact, but we'll talk more about why that will be the case every quarter for the rest of our lives. Andre?
What'd the email say? Read the email. We'll hear what the email said.
Oh,
I'm just messing with you. We got 30 seconds. 30 seconds to open the bell. Looking at the ES right now, using level 2 data, Topstep X, we got a 500 lot, about 10 points higher in the ES. 500 offer is 75.85. Last trade 75.75. NQ trade 30,600. Call it. Crude oil trading $74.22. Gold 42.81. And the Dow, the YM, 52,281, about 450 points from all-time highs that we've printed back-to-back days. Buckle up. Bell is about to ring. We are now open for business.
There we go. See that little dive right at the bell? Got pretty close to 7,500 in the SPX.
100%.
In fact, looks like the opening print in the SPX was 7501.80.
Come on.
Good job, options people.
Come on.
Yeah.
Where else are you going to get that? Okay, Mandy, you're talking about back testing, talking about adjustments, adapting. You have a prices of interest just yet? I know you're going to wait your disciplined approach first 15 minutes. Let this market digest.
Yeah.
But what? You are adjusting midweek, mid-trades, mid-trading day.
I am.
First of all, that's badass that you're doing that. What are your findings so far?
Actually, I used to not. Well, I wasn't trading the first 15 minutes because of the volatility. There was a couple of bounces. I'm going to be more selective, but I'm actually opening it up to the first 15 minutes. Doom killed it right at the open, and there were so many times I was like, I want to get in on that, but I have a hard rule. And I was doing the back testing. Shout out with George. George and I were sitting down going over a few things. The first 15 minutes, I don't have to wait as much anymore. That's a newer thing within the last month. I think as market conditions are changing, I need to be adapting, and so that's kind of what I realized. And so yeah, we will see. I'm going to be really careful with support resistance, but some levels I'm looking at right now, of course, our pivot point at 509. I would love to get a bounce off of that. We have confluence there with a moving average, my 7 moving average right there at 509 as well. I'd love to see a pullback there, see if then we can get long. On the short side, I won't get into anything until at least 450s, maybe even as low as 416. But we'll see how we react to VWAP. VWAP overnight right now is 405 on the 15-minute.
Okay, very good. A quick note: market on open in balance. S&P's 1.3 billion, 1.3 billion market on open in balance. Nasdaq 380 million, but nice big buy side for the S&Ps. As we did see a pop in gold. Gold popped about $15 when that bell rang. Trading 42.93, 50-50 on the tilt across the board. What do we got on the calendar? Looking ahead here, top of the hour, leading index change, net gas. We have a press conference from the vice president at 10 a.m. Central. As far as anything big time market moving, nothing really on the calendar for now. So, okay.
Besides, it is the day of witching, pretty much, right?
How many?
Because
Triple?
tomorrow is off. Yes, triple witching. We have options, single stock options. We have futures contracts expiring. But I mean, the big one is probably just the options expiration. So could see some pretty crazy moves going to the end of the day. We already saw it's just like tag 7,500 there on the open. I think there's like $8.5 trillion in notional options expiring today. New record.
Wow.
Is that right?
Yep.
Business is booming.
It is.
I was short 75s by the 75.
Oh, go ahead.
75 short.
Well, that's in the money nicely because we're trading 7566 right now. Still in it, or
Five
did you take your
micro
profit?
ES. I took 3 off. I leave 2.
Okay. Very good. Little pullback here.
By the way, the thing that Oak talks about on the single prints, the way I was taught single prints is if you were going to drive from Florida to California, you have to drive through Texas on route. If you're taking Route 10, that's 1,000 miles that you must travel. We had such a huge gap up that towards the close yesterday, when we got to the tip of filling in that huge gap up, you could just see buyers were hoping that there was going to bounce. I took the short side and took that whole gap fill. And I don't know how many single prints were filled, but if Hogan explained it better than I can, it really, really helped me yesterday thinking we were buying bounces. Instead, you should have been shorting because there was a ton of sell pressure. So that I explained it in layman's terms.
No,
Hogan's much better at it. Yeah.
So were you in New Mexico, or by the time those signatures New Mexico or Arizona?
The Jetsons can't pick up your car and move it over Texas. You still have to travel that distance, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And those 1,000 miles were not traveled; they were skipped over.
I love it.
Sorry, Mandy's short.
Mandy's short.
Yeah, looking for the what was my level earlier? I think 430s is where we're gonna attempt.
Okay.
Actually, I think we're gonna go 30 points. Let's just get to 77. We'll go about 50.
Maybe sure.
What's your
looking for 43.5, somewhere in there.
Yes.
Crude selling off a little bit here. Gold, same thing. We got a little more fall through to the downside. 10 is in as well.
Order filled.
Adding
in twice. Adding in there. More selling here. Sell side
Oh,
pressure.
wow, beautiful.
Nice
I
trade.
took half off.
Okay.
Great trade, Amy.
Both of you too.
Thanks. You too.
I'm doing my first time ever. I'm doing copy trading.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I'm in 3 accounts, man. I'm up 200 in 3 accounts, so I don't have to switch.
Let's stack those winners then.
All right.
Great power comes great responsibility.
More selling here in the ES. ES, we are looking at is that right? About a 30, almost a 40-point sell-off here in the ES. First couple minutes. NQ, about 200 points slower right now.
They just had the tag that 7,500 on the open. Now we're back. We're done.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Thanks for playing.
Thank you, Jack. Man, you still short?
No, I got out.
Okay.
It was,
All right. Let's get
I
back
got
in.
30
Nice trade.
points.
With profit.
Wait, remember,
Let's go.
Dre, remember how I had to go back to the basics? I have to go
Isn't
back
that
to
funny?
the basics again.
Isn't that funny? It never fails.
It's like my
Never
30
fails.
points, like that's good for me now. 20 to 30 points.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to get a base hit since this is a new pivot for me. I'm gonna slowly look to add a contract or two as I see things continue to set up. So
If I'm reading this correctly, most like of that 8.5 notional trillion in OPEX today, most of it, like more than half, was that AM SPX expiration. So I
What is that,
wonder
Jay?
if, well, with the quarter, like usually there's just the PM expiration each
Right.
day at the close, but for the, I believe the quarterlies only. I don't trade any AM options. They expire. Well, they're all cash settled, the SPX, but at the opening price. So I'm wondering if what we're seeing now is now that that's all rolled off, we're kind of seeing, all right, now we're placing our new bets. Big bets, big people.
Yes.
bounce at VWAP 409 on the 5-minute.
Okay.
Holding this trend line as well. If you look at the 15-minute from yesterday's low, this is kind of just where we're at. So we're bouncing off of that right now. Just a little. Now we're selling off. But let's see if we can hold anything here. See if buyers want to step in.
Back to the Sunday open right now in the ES.
ES trading 75.43, call it. Right off, we are almost 40 points lower here in the last 8 minutes. First minute, we popped a new session highs, and it's been down ever since. NQ, about 200 points lower. Some buyers stepping back in. Dow also popped, saw some selling. Crude continuing to sell off. Crude down about $1 so far in the first 9 minutes of fast markets.
Anthony mentions they're not set out the actual opening print for the SPX. Yeah, they do. They release the number like within like 30 minutes, I believe. Someone let me know if I'm wrong. That what they do is they base it on the actual, like they do the math of like the opening prices for all the component stocks, and maybe it's an average, but it'll be something close to the opening print in the SPX.
Exactly.
A new 5 minutes. We'll see continued selling here. 10 minutes into this New York session. ES looks like it wants
Jack,
to
how do you like that piece? How do you like that piece I sent you? Good?
Agreed. Because I'm on air right now, I haven't been able to read it word for word. I've been looking at the chart.
Okay. I got you.
You got him.
I will check out the whole thing.
All your language is in there. Everything you talk about is all in that, and it's got some Bloomberg charts and stuff that are showing some observations on your stuff that you and I watched together. So I thought you'd like that. Yeah, it is.
Good stuff, Ted. ES. We'll follow through lower here. New session lows looking at 75.37, almost looking at a 50-point range in the ES. It's only 11 minutes into fast markets. So that being said, you heard them talking about levels, heard them talking about prices of interest. Well, where do you get that? In the chat. It was pinned. There's a poll up. Get those votes in for the poll, but pinned in the chat. We got those Topstep daily levels, which are updated and refreshed before every New York Open. What do you one better? You click on that indicators tab at the top of Topstep X and you type in Topstep daily levels. You'll get them slap overlaid right there on your charts. And those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open.
There's a low absorption.
All right. Looking at the 1 second. Let me check out, make sure I'm on the 0 dates here. Never mind. I was looking at this wrong thing for a second.
50-50 on the tilt right now. Markets are still feeling trying to settle in here. Taking a look at I took a look at Fed
Short
Watch
two.
Tool. Fed, you're in, Andy? What'd you get?
Short two.
Short two.
Yeah, I'm actually short 3 MESs.
Or 3 MESs or 2 MNQ. What about you, Jack? You see what I did there? It's like I'm at Portillo's doing the rhyme thing.
Wait. There's rhyming at Portillo's? What's happening?
Yeah, number 4. Step through the door.
slow.
Isn't that thing they do? Never mind. So dumb. Let's see if we keep selling off here. Minor number, top of the hour.
Trailing stop.
Yep. Stop indeed.
Hey, there's still time for him not to sign that treaty tomorrow. Plenty of time.
Thought he signed something. I was told he signed something.
I don't
Signed something
tomorrow.
I don't know. There was a paper signed. Something was signed.
They moved it up. I think at least for the U.S. Although somebody's got to talk to the optics team about signing it at Versailles. What?
Out. 20 bucks. That's a strong push.
I mean, come on. There wasn't one person on like the. I presume they have like a PR team and stuff like that was like, hey, we're signing something that gives a bunch of reparations over to Iran. Maybe we don't sign it at Versailles.
Ooh, treaty. Beautiful palace out there. Beautiful palace. Dow's still seeing Fed Watch, Jack. Fed Watch. I was taking a look for just probability of 6 weeks. Another FOMC policy decision. 36% probability of a rate hike. Rate hike for that July 29th Fed meeting.
Covered one.
Covered
1.
Okay.
Leave 2.
And humanity, what price you short from?
452.
Beautiful.
I am
That's your 30.
out of 1.
That's your 30 points.
Yep, I'm out of 1, so I'm going to trail this into profit.
Nice. Mandy, I'm with you. I've been using 10 points. If I see 10 points, I take at least one of my NQ trades off.
Yes. Absolutely.
10 is like, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for trading.
And we need.
NQ,
couple times a day. We're good.
Right to 30,400. 30,400 new session lows there. Down
so Andre, the Fed Watch tool is pricing in right now for the final meeting of the year is December 9th.
Okay.
A 0% chance. Hey, nothing ever happens, but 0% chance of a rate cut. Good trade, Mandy. 37.4% chance of rates being the same. 33.9 of being a quarter point higher.
Oh boy.
12.7 of being a half point higher. 0% of a cut.
Is that
by
bullish?
December.
Is that bullish for equities? I don't know. Just a thought. Well,
that was an amazing cut.
Mandy, did you cover?
Oh yeah, I'm out. I was out. I got out at 9. We had that hesitation there.
They're gonna buy it all the way back, aren't they? They're gonna buy it all the way.
400.
They're gonna buy it all the way back to the 600s, aren't they? 30,004. Yeah, we just bottomed out at 30,400. Talking about the NQ, and we're about 50 points higher right now. ES bottom out at 75.38, half or so. We're about 5 points higher right now. It's a 50-point range in the ES. We're 15 minutes into this fast markets. Crude continuing to sell off. New session lows crude. Why isn't the Dow rallying with crude selling off? Crude is $73.21.
Is it only 15 minutes into the open?
Only? Are we boring you, Ted? Is this agonizing?
That's crazy. I've been here since 7 o'clock. I feel like it's almost half a day.
They're gonna buy this all the way back to the 600s in the NQ?
No.
You don't think so, Ted?
I say no. Put it through a poll, 100%. Yeah, absolutely not.
100%. Well, Dow keeps selling off. ES just saw some. Wow, they smashed all those buyers we're talking about in the ES. They just got met with some serious selling.
Another day, semiconductor index up 5%. We got SanDisk up 7.7%. We got trillion-dollar company Micron up 5.8% today. Broadcom, trillion-dollar company, up a more reasonable 3.3%.
What are rates doing?
Nvidia's up 1.5%. Everything semiconductors is up. Everything else is down a little bit in the club trillion, but nothing too serious.
What's going on
Sold
here?
two, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Sold
thinking crude selling,
40s.
gold selling, Dow selling,
Sold to 40.
and Q bid. You're short, Ted?
Yeah, short from 40 in the ES. You know me. I'm looking for 37 and 35 and happy. There's one. Took it off at 37. Trailing it now below my entry.
New lows ES.
50 is major resistance. And remember, we have like 75-point difference between cash, SPX, and ES future. I'm looking at those whole numbers, like 74, 75, 74, 50, you know.
New lows. My camera has crapped out. I will be back to fix this shortly.
Oh my goodness, Andre!
I'm on the sun.
Loaded.
I'm on the
You're
sun.
literally on the sun.
Andre supernovaed into
The aliens
He's
came, Gray.
transcended his human form.
They never
Still
turn back.
talking.
Yes, I am from the afterlife. I will be
What's it
back.
like?
I think we're gonna go lower. No, higher. I'll be back.
This is crazy,
We're
Mandy. If
holding-
we lose Jack, it'll be just the kids running the show.
Oh, we can do this. We can do this. I'm the big sister. It's fine. Well, I guess I'm younger than you, but I'm the oldest daughter. I've got this. Right. No,
If
we are
lose
holding
Jack,
below
we're back.
Don't worry.
anchored VWAP, and we can't break it yet. I really want to get short again.
I do too. It'll be the inmates running the asylum. If we lose Jack, that would be too funny.
It's happened
Alright,
once or
proceed.
twice before, but I trust Comcast to keep my connection rock solid. Even though Jay Hatfield, I believe, called him a dog of the a dog of the DAC yesterday. So there we go.
Wow,
Trading
what a
75.48 here.
Wow.
Mandy, whoa.
All right, I was wrong. 600 might print. No. Funny.
We are moving. Expect a lot of today could be pretty shifty. We got the Fed hangover day, plus, as I mentioned, biggest triple witching ever. Remember, quad witching will be back soonish. Quad witching included single single stock futures.
4-5.
What's your position, Ted?
Short MES 4-5. I still think 50 is resistance. And I'm using tight stops. There it is. I'm stopped out.
All right.
I'm using previous candle bottom stocks.
Cool. Coming up on like that overnight VWAP is right around that area as well. This is the 7480 level in the SPX. Not much here for the options. Going around the rest of our stocks, we got crude oil. Wow, trading 73.69 for the July. That is something. VIX is trading just above 1707. In the bonds, they're a little bit off their high yields from yesterday. We got about 5-6 bips lower in the 2-year, 4.15. 30-year below 4.9, 4.87. JK window cleaning still short 1 CL. Let's take a look at the tilt.
Trying to figure out how to
57%
get
long.
short. We could get through close 1 minute candle close below 470s. I'll get short. but it might be sit on my hands. I don't know where to get long, to be honest. I don't know. Just hit buy.
Yeah.
Don't caveman it. Come on.
I know. Sometimes
Okay.
it pays, but it has to be very methodical, like a very well thought out caveman.
Well, since we retraced the weekend gap in the overnight session, early in the overnight session, it's been some support going back into it here. This is the third time it looks like we have bounced out of that. And now,
So Jack, when you read that note, you get to the bottom. There's something nice. There's a nice little piece in there that October rate hike probability 60% post Warsh, fully pricing one hike by year end per Bloomberg is the source of that.
yeah,
Not
it's
Axios.
what we're looking at, and I'll be keeping an eye on the 2-year yields. Warsh said yesterday that they wanted to be more dependent on, they want to switch around the cause mechanism. Is Warsh made pretty clear that instead of the market reacting to the Fed, he wants the Fed to react to the market. So if 2-year yields stay elevated, that would seem to be begging for a rate hike.
Agreed. That's in that piece I sent you. You're right on it. So I get this every day. I'm gonna forward it to you.
Thank you, Ted.
You're welcome.
Love a good morning email to get it started. Andy, how many emails are you on, like newsletters and stuff? How many pieces of email do you read in the morning, trading related? Plenty? Too many?
I only have a handful. I try not to get too much what's the word? Outside influence, because I'm such a scalper, right? Like it's very short lived. I think I only have 1 or 2 newsletters. How many newsletters I have in general is just insane, being a mom and a wife and the household manager. So, you guys don't want to see my inbox. You don't want to see how much that number is on my Gmail. It's insane. All right. So what did I say? Candle close below 470s. We might be there.
What do we have left? 1 minute? Are you watching 5 or 15?
5 minute. I'm gonna get short another. Just one.
Order filled.
One. You start.
All right, we took a peek at the Globex Sunday opening price again in the ES. What shall we do this time?
Looking for 400s again.
Agreed. If we break below 37 in the ES, watch out below. You could fill in pretty far.
So JP Morgan JP Morgan expects the Bank of England to hike interest rates 25 basis points in November versus the prior forecast of a rate hike in July. They already started raising rates there. Also seeing Iranian delegation's trip to Geneva has not yet been finalized, according to Iranian news sources.
There you go. You won't be able to do anything about it. Markets are closed.
Reminder, markets are indeed closed tomorrow. We'll be off air. We'll be back Monday after a great day, I'm sure, today. Tradertainment. Enjoy the day off. Don't start
US
firing
Open.
up your perps. U.S. Open, delayed for fog, it looks
US
like.
Open and USA on 3 p.m. on Friday. It's going to be a good weekend.
Order filled.
I took one of my ESs off and I'm sure.
Order filled.
Very nice.
So that's my system will be back up and running on your shared system Monday next week. I got up real quick to run to the restroom and I had my cable for my computer wrapped around my ankle. So I completely smashed this computer. I ordered a new one and it will be here this afternoon. So I will be able to share screen next week.
We will wait with bated breath. No, that'll be exciting. Hey, Ted, I do the same thing.
Not
Andre's
that
back.
seeing my
I'm back.
Not that seeing it
Sun's
helps
hot.
you.
Sun's very hot. It's very hot up there.
You've reassembled like Dr. Manhattan. We'll see what your powers are.
Speaking of Manhattan, who's going to the Knicks rally? Who's going to the Knicks rally? The chaos out there. Congratulations, Knicks. Where are we at here?
Just about to get filled. I got just missed. Oh my gosh.
What, Mandy? Hold on.
There we go.
Longs?
I got it. Finally.
Short?
No, I'm short. I was short. We're up 323
Nice.
already on no more than 2 micros on MNQ.
Ooh. I see. Okay.
NQ right now. You can flush, but I'm just want my little portions, little tastes of the move, right? I don't need to catch the
Crumbs,
whole
Mandy.
thing.
We want crumbs.
Crumbs.
Crumbs. Let's get fat on crumbs. New ES flirting with lows here. Session lows. ES trading 75.39. NQ selling off as well. 50-50 on the tilts. Little number here in about 60 seconds. What
is it? Michigan?
Leading index change. I don't even know what that is. Leading, it's expected to be 0.1%. Previous 1%, 0.1%. See if he
What is this number?
What is this? I remember LEI, leading economic indicators. I'm not familiar with U.S. leading.
You got
index.
Baker Hughes.
What's up, Ted?
Baker Hughes at 1 o'clock. That'll move. The rig count,
Baker Hughes
oil rig
that's
count.
right. Yes, we do. Baker Hughes.
That'll move. That'll move crude 100%.
Ooh, I like that. Roger. Crumbs make a crust, makes a pie.
That's going in the book. It's going in the book.
Absolutely. Write that down, Dre.
Going crumbs. Make a crust, makes a pie. I like that. All right, here comes a quick number. Actual 30.1. Still waiting. Still waiting. They take the day off. It's all right. No number.
Mark is just going to explode on this number.
Actual 0.1. 0.1. There you go.
Is this? Are we sure that's a real number?
No, I'm not sure it's a real number. I'm at 100. Absolutely not sure. Leading index. What index are we talking about?
I'll get to the bottom of this, Dre.
True Social. President now. President hitting True Social. Oil is flowing. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Stock markets are roaring.
Iran can never.
I'm getting long. Stock markets are roaring. This might be dumb.
Oh, Dre, it is
What?
leading indicators. They just
same
phrase it in a
one?
new way. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it is. All right. I'm long now off that old tweet.
You could take out 30,000.
Stock markets are roaring. Boss said stock markets are roaring.
500. Above 500, you can get a squeeze in the NQ. What are you long, Dre?
474.
NQ, yeah.
NQ
Or down.
474.
Yeah, I'm liking this long.
474. Yeah. There's your leading
Might add a
indicator.
second. Yeah. Long too.
Yeah, I'll take half.
There you
Get out half there. Gold selling off. Top of the hour. Top of the hour. Ooh, sellers came in.
We had to close above anchored.
Hello,
you up
gold. Gold
for
just
New York
got
Open.
smoked. I'm getting out of these longs. I'm not sure what happened in gold. Gold just
Mhm.
uh,
I'm not liking the long side here at all. These wicks are choppy
yeah,
in
they
the EF.
are. Yes, they are.
We
Gold just
wicked all
broke
the way to the EMAs, and we came off. Sellers showed up pretty hard. Whack a mole, they smacked them.
You still long, Mandy?
Yeah, I am.
Yes,
Doing
just
NQ
got.
is
okay.
staying above.
It
Looks
is.
okay.
And NQ is staying above. ES got smacked again to the downside. Dow also selling off. NQ is staying bid though. Crude popped a little bit. Okay. Like technology. Think. Like the tech. On the hour, we'll get those initial balance, high initial balance, low prices set. The highest and lowest price trade in the first hour of the New York session. With that being said, it's the final day for this week's tip of the week because we'll bring you a new one next week. What is it? Stay informed. Oh, absolutely. Monitor changes in market sentiment. You saw Mandy talking about doing exactly that. Be aware of economic indicators like leading index change, earnings reports, of course, and stay updated on market news and developments. That's why you tuned into Topstep TV. Thousands and thousands watching us all across the globe. Click like, click subscribe. Stay informed. Click notify while
There
we're
you
at it,
go.
too. Should have stayed long. Boss said
Nice
stock
job.
market's roaring. What are you long from, Mandy?
95s.
That's a good
You
price.
got your 30.
Yep, I did. Got out of one. Gonna move this one to break even.
Sweet discipline.
Looking for 578, 574s, excuse me. Have some 15-minute support up in that area.
Mhm. Awesome discipline.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mandy, do you get a paycheck for household manager?
I should. That
Or
is
is
everyone asks.
it like is that philanthropy?
Yeah.
Philanthropic.
Oh yeah. I think the philanthropy for sure. Yeah, no, I work as a dental hygienist, a day and a half, but I kind of keep the day trading thing. I've been talking more and more to some patients about it a little bit more,
Mhm.
but I keep it pretty quiet. But I always say my full-time job's a mom, so it's
Yeah, you got to
a
get
lot of
paid by the
work.
kids. That means they don't have to have
Oh
jobs,
yeah.
right?
Oh, I've got plenty of those, so I should be getting paid very nicely. So
So while you're digging around in their mouths and stuff, you're talking to them about trading and like, what do you possibly expect them to say back to you? Like what?
it's
Yeah,
those patients I've been
SpaceX,
seeing for years. They're like, "How's
SpaceX.
life going? Anything new?" And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Well, my
Well, the
side
moving
thing's
averages.
doing well."
Yeah.
And they're like, "What's your
Captive
side thing?"
audience.
And I'm like, "Day trading, Topstep TV. I love it. It's fantastic."
them
And they're
Are they
like
subscribe.
really
gas
peaked.
You should have
Yeah,
us
I
on.
should have them subscribe.
Have them
I should have a QR
subscribe while you
code
got
on the
that
counter.
scraper in their mouth.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Give them the gas. Give them the gas.
Just
The
have
gas,
Topstep
yes.
TV on in front of their face.
We actually have the TV up on the screen, and yeah, maybe I should just have it streaming the
We'll
whole
give them a
time
shout
I'm at
out.
work. Yeah.
I'm looking at possible
Okay,
short.
I have this to break even. If we don't pop right here, I don't want to participate. So risk-free
For
trade.
sure.
They can short. No.
They're
Alright, let's
totally
get this pop.
disconnected right
Oh,
now.
there we
They
go.
all are. Look
Let's
at that pop. Back to the
go.
600s. Mandy, good job. There we go. More buying here.
Thank
SQ 30,000. Why didn't you stay long? The boss said stock market's roaring. That's your indicator.
Yeah.
30,000. 556. Everything is disjointed right now, Ted. What he means by that is NQ going lower. I'm sorry, NQ going
NQ's
higher.
going
Higher. Dow going lower. ES catching a bid, but crude
All
selling
right,
off.
I'm out. That was
Nice.
fun. Up
Another pop there. Up
500.
Look at that.
All no more than 2.
I'll tell you what, markets are fast right
Shout
now.
out to Bebop George.
George, your
Him and
brothers.
I had a little heart to heart. Helped me refocus. Appreciate it. Yes, the back testing, George. Thank you. That's what you need trading friends for. That's why you need Topstep TV. People to play ideas off of, people to help check in with, people to talk to. I saw Topstep Discord has a trading buddies area channel.
Uh-huh.
Go find a buddy in that, you guys. If you're not on the Topstep Discord, you better be. You're missing out.
Dolby's been wanting to get Topstep Tinder off the ground for years.
Oh, TS Tinder?
TS Tinder for years.
That would be amazing.
It would be. That's kind of what the Discord find your trading buddies. Indeed. Also, he's talking about being part of the community. Topstep TV on the X. We'd like you to hit us up over there. Use the hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets, and let's see some of those proof of payouts, trader station setups. Anything you want us to share with the community? Turn that around to you in Power Hour. Again, hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep TV on the X. Here comes the buyers in the ES. And Q leading the charge to the upside.
We're holding
I must
74,
warn
75.
for the depending on what you're interested in, if we do TS Tinder, I must warn that, from YouTube, you'll never believe this, but the audience skews heavily male.
Order
But then again, so do the dating app, is my understanding.
Order filled.
I took
Order
a quick
filled.
scalp in the ES.
Getting short.
Yes, quick scalp. So now if you look at the left side of the cup and handle that we created, up at 75.50, we're almost filling in the cup and handle on the NQ, and ES is starting to catch up. So there could be a little short squeeze in ES right now.
Short squeeze in the ES. All right, Mandy, Ted, I got to jump for a couple because I got to get ready for, we got Mark Vitner joining us in just a few, the founder and chief economist at Piedmont Crescent Capital, economist and expert. So I will be right back, but I wish you guys happy trading. Don't go anywhere, but I'll be right back. Take care.
Thanks,
Sounds
Jay.
good, Andre. I will guide the ship. Let's take a look at the semiconductors. Once again, up another 5% today. Woo, baby. These are the weekly candles.
Wow.
Thing is still absolutely cooking.
Come on, babe.
Unbelievable stuff. More than doubled. The semiconductor index has more than doubled since March 30th, since the beginning of this rally following the outbreak of the Iran stuff. Okay, back to the futures here. I'll go down from the 4-hour. Okay. Everybody flat at the moment?
No, long.
Yeah, I am.
I'm long MES from 5.50. I'm looking for a little fill in here.
All right.
Maybe to 6.2. Back to 6.2.
Mentioned some of these components. Now we got SanDisk is up 9%. Micron is up 6.3%. Unbelievable. We got a $1.25 trillion valuation on Micron. Ooh, we haven't checked in on SpaceX yet. What are we doing, SpaceX? They paired off a little bit. SpaceX down 5.8% today, trading about 180. That would give it 2.3 trillion in market cap. So a little bit back below Amazon for today. But every day's an adventure.
It is. That's why I like trading.
I failed.
Order filled.
Nothing. Variety.
Mm-hmm. In case you're just joining us now, it is triple witching today. Huge expirations in the options. We already had the AM SPX. Still a whole lot more coming that expires at 3 p.m. Central today. Should be a fun power hour. I believe we got Braden coming to join us for that today.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Braden's
Myself,
great.
Andre, and Braden will be here.
Nice. Triple witching. So that's weekly, monthly, and quarterly options expiring today, correct?
It actually goes across futures. So the witching thing, triple witching in this case, refers to futures, equity index futures expiration.
Oh.
The quarterly options expiration for the indices, and then the single stock quarterly expirations. And the
Okay,
fourth
sorry.
for the quad witching was single stock futures, but those are coming back. I don't know exactly when, but they'll be coming back. And hopefully we'll get them up on Topstep X because that would open up some real fun possibilities for trades, especially for me.
100%.
I like trading spreads.
A close above 560s on the 1 minute, I will get long. Reason for that, on the 5 minute, we came in tag or got relatively close to this EMA here on my 5 minute chart, which is sitting at 528s. And then if we can close above this moving average on the 1 minute, 560s, I like that for a long. But we're having trouble doing that. Let's see here.
Having trouble. The VIX 17 quarter crude oil July contract still at the
No trade.
lows, pretty much 73.65.
Got a little,
And once again,
little squirrely. The long got a little squirrely in the ES.
on the day, we got the ES up 0.75%. NASDAQ is, I mean, like, it's the semiconductors. They're probably more as a percentage now, but they were 30% of the NASDAQ 100 last I checked. The SOX is up, 5-6% today. So the NASDAQ is up 1.9% as a whole. And then the Russell's up 1.7%. Bitcoin spot 63,715.
That hourly
Kind of an
candle
interesting
is
level
heavy.
here.
Yeah.
What you got, Jack?
Well, if you're a Bitcoin trader,
No.
let me show the spot market real quick.
How's your kielbasa guy doing?
My kielbasa guy?
Yeah, what's that gambling website? Kielbasa? I don't know the name of it.
Kalshi.
Yeah,
Now,
man.
I am
That's so good.
I am
so
from
good.
Chicago, so I do have a kielbasa guy, but I did not know you knew about that. I actually do. No, this is actually true. I know a Polish painter who sends me kielbasa once a year.
All right,
Because
there
I
you
like it
go.
for the first time. So that's good. But yeah, Kalshi's doing okay. Looking at the Bitcoin spot here, you can see this support level in this range. These are weekly candles. So kind of interesting maybe for a longer term trade here in Bitcoin. Let's check back in with the futures.
Did you see that piece I told you about Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, about the treasury-backed tokens? And he basically said when one of these companies actually chooses a technology, like Bitcoin is a technology, like Ethereum's a technology, like all of them they're technologies. So no big corporation has chosen really their technology yet. And he felt like if that once they choose it, that'll be the one that goes gangbusters. But in the meantime, to own crypto, he was really just looking for where can I put some money and get 5% return, and how secure is it? And he really talked down Bitcoin and he talked up the treasury-backed tokens, which when he went through the explanation, it made a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, you get 4.2% right now on the 2-year.
Right,
5%
exactly.
on the
All right, I'm
30-year
long.
bond, but to each their own. Mandy is long. What's your
Two.
position, Mandy?
Order filled.
Right
I took
here, right
with you.
now, 567 half. Looking for a. Let's look
I
for
took two with you.
about the high. Yeah, let's look at that.
I'll
I
have
have
an
such
offer at
strong
7.6.
pressure on the 15. They're crossing. My 5-minute has been crossed for a while. We tagged the MA holding above anchored VWAP.
Order
No
filled.
reason to not go long. That huge candle helps too. I'm okay adding into this at 554 if we get back down there.
I'm gonna turn that down. Teddy, you make a lot of noise.
Mandy,
Beautiful.
you've been dead on here.
She's nailing it today. Thank you, Mandy, for $100.
Yeah, no problem. Out of 1, looking for a new push up to 610s.
ES is starting to catch up a little bit. You're filling in the cup and handle on the NQ. And you're way behind in the
There you
ES.
go.
The left side of the cup on the ES is 75.80. If you ever listen to William O'Neill, cup and handle is a pretty strong chart formation.
Yeah, it is. It's a good one. That's what's cool is like, even though I use my MAs, EMAs, I'm locking in profit. I'm out. Or not out. I'm holding it in at 597. Okay, now we're out. Up 590
All right,
on the day.
Mandy. Great way
Yeah,
to
just
end it.
things hit. Yeah.
Mandy, any final words? Because we got to exit folks out because coming up next, Andre's going to be interviewing Mark Vitner, who's the founder and chief economist of Piedmont Crescent. I can't speak this morning. Piedmont Crescent Capital. We see him in back. He looks like he is smiling and ready to go. Mandy, you must be smiling. You ended up what, like 590 or something?
590, no more than 2 contracts. Didn't hold on to them that long either. These were short trades. If you guys don't know, if you guys are struggling, it might be the market. That's your opponent, right? You're just coming into a new team every day. Go back to your basics. Find your trading buddy. Thank you to George. He's my trading buddy. Just reestablish, where were you doing well? What were you doing then? Figure it out. We'll all go through these funks. We'll all try to add something new and change it. And yeah, back to the basics. That's all I'm going to say. One last thing too, Jack, I will be gone the next week and a half, taking a family cruise. So if you don't see me next week out, I will be back eventually, I think. So just having some good family time. So thanks, you guys.
Enjoy the cruise. Be careful with any buffet contamination. Ted, always a pleasure to see you. I'll read all those stories you sent me once we get off air today. Always a pleasure, man. Trade on.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, we're going to kick it over to Andre right now and Mark Vitner. Let's take it away on Topstep TV.
Thank you, Jack. Yes, I'd like to welcome Mark Vitner, founder and chief economist of Piedmont Crescent Capital here on Topstep TV. Mark, welcome aboard. Thank you for the time. We got to meet new chair Warsh yesterday. Very interesting FOMC policy meeting in the Q&A. What are your thoughts? What are your takeaways from what we saw yesterday? Welcome aboard, Mark.
Well, it just marks me as a change. I really think that if you go back to the financial crisis and since Bernanke, there really hasn't been a change. It's like whoever was in charge of the Fed, they're just like managing the fire that's already in place and never really moving beyond the crisis, post-crisis environment. And Warsh is saying, it's time for us to do that. And we need to look at things. I mean, virtually everything the Fed does right now is a little dated. It's like, okay, all the benchmarks that we look at the economy, they don't seem to be working. And heck, I mean, really, right now, you can argue that the Fed needs to raise rates. I mean, and we had 9 dots saying that that the next move is likely to be up. But it seems to me that we're looking at the worst possible point to make that judgment, because inflation is probably peaked right now, and it peaked a little bit higher than we thought, but it's probably peaked for the year, and it's going to look better in the second half of the year. And if the Fed just stands pat in the second half of the year and inflation comes down, that is in fact a tightening, because real rates would rise.
What do you mean it's not working and dated? Expand on that, please.
Well, I mean, I'll give you like a couple of quick examples. I mean, like one is The index of leading indicators, it's been suggesting that we're headed for a recession for really the last 3 or 4 years. Ever since the pandemic, it's been saying we're headed for recession. And initially, you thought, well, maybe that was just because of the wild swings we saw in some of the supply chain measures, and that we got way overdone. And so just normalizing made it look like it was weak, but it's still really weak. You look at University of Michigan consumer sentiment. It's weaker today than it was in the global financial crisis when the unemployment rate was 10%. Yet we're at 4.3%. And there's certainly some strain that's going on in the financial sector and in the consumer sector. But I can't believe it's that great. Maybe and just intuitively, it's polarization. And it's political polarization. I mean, we've never been more politically polarized than we are today. That's probably playing out in some of the survey data, and we need to take that into account. So I think I think he's right to do all these task force, but honestly, it makes me nervous when I hear we got a task force for that, we got a task force for this.
How many task
forces? I've served on task force before, and I remember coming in and said, "We really need you to help jumpstart this task force." And I show in there, they're in 4 meetings, and they're still arguing about attendance requirements. I mean, task force never get anything done. I always say, if you're going to have a task force, have it be a 2-week task force, because everything's going to get done the weekend before the deadline anyway. So just make it short.
Mark, we're talking 5. I think we're talking about 5 different task force, if I heard that correctly, right? We got communications, balance sheet, data, productivity, inflation framework. What are we going to get done? Although we had unanimous voting yesterday, right? Unanimous voting for a pause, but we're changing things up here, and you seem a bit skeptical as to how this is going to work. But so far, there seem to be some, I guess, the unanimous votes. But it sounded hawkish to me. And you talked about political and polarization. The Fed's supposed to be independent. Do you see a strain on the Fed's independence moving forward?
I really don't see a whole lot of strain on the Fed's independence. I mean, it's always been a political animal. It's always had a lot of political pressure, and I think Warsh did a good job in his congressional hearings. He goes, "Well, I can remember getting a letter from you, Senator." It's like the senators are always calling up the Fed and asking them to come into their office and trying to job vote them. So they're all in shock when the president does it. But every president has done that. So I'm not that concerned about it. I did get a little concerned with Powell because Trump is always a little bit over the top, and he got sideways with Powell. And I don't think Powell's a bad guy at all. I think he was doing something that the Fed has never done, which is successfully move away from the zero bound. They don't have a whole lot of experience doing it, and he overshot back in 2018 and took rates up too quickly and held them there for too long. But after Trump started criticizing him, he really couldn't cut rates. If he cut rates, the long bond would go up because it would look like he was caving in. And so hopefully the president.
We cut rates 3 times last year, though, right? 3 consecutive meetings. We cut rates at the end of 2025. And we were pricing in 2 or 3 more rate cuts for 2026. Obviously, things changed with the conflict in Iran. But we did cut rates 3 consecutive times starting in September of 2025, no?
Yeah, well, we did get around to it. It looked a little suspicious ahead of the election when they were cutting rates, and then we have had a couple more rate cuts. And the funds rate has been relatively high. You think neutral is around 3.50. We got an unemployment rate at 4, but inflation is surprising to the upside. And one of the things that I like to do is to look at as many price measures as possible. When I say as many, I take about 60. I put them through an HP filter, and we sort out the trend, and we look at when we do that process. And I wrote about it in our report. We come up with a kind of an inflation rate around 4.6%. I mean, and quite frankly, I was a little surprised. It was higher than the headline CPI number, and I'm hoping that's as high as it gets. But if we don't see that trend reverse, then the Fed may have to raise rates. I just don't see them doing it in 2026 because I don't think they want to get sideways with Trump. I don't think they're going to hear back from their task force in time. And headline inflation is probably going to be looking better because oil prices have already come down. They're already down 20%.
Well, we did get a comment from the president yesterday, essentially conceding that the Fed may have to raise rates. I think he said like whatever, or right, it may have to happen. But here you go. You're saying that they don't want to get sideways with Trump. I guess sounds like policymakers do have some influence on the Fed, even though they are supposed to be independent. So you do not see a rate hike in 2026?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to just tell you this, though. That's always been the case. I mean, there have even been some fights every now and then at the Fed, where, I mean, physical. They've even gotten physical with the chairman. Yeah. I mean, Truman got a little physical with the chairman. So, it's like, I don't see anything like that happening, but job owning it goes back as far as the Fed has ever been in existence. So that doesn't trouble me. But I do think that the Fed is going to hold rates steady this year, mainly because we're getting a break on oil prices. We want to see those higher oil prices were beginning to filter into other areas of the economy. Most of the areas are pretty directly related, like trucking and airlines. And unfortunately, I don't think that those two areas are going to moderate much in the second half of the year, because we're short of refining capacity for jet fuel and diesel fuel. And so even though oil prices are coming down, we're not going to get much of a break there on prices. So it's going to be a slow process. The other area that I differ from, I think, the street on the outlook for the Fed is, I see the economy strengthening. And that seems to a lot of people missed it. We got a good Philly Fed number this morning. The manufacturing sector is strengthening. We're seeing orders are up. A lot of it is the AI buildup, but it's not all AI. We've seen a lot of reshoring, and we've got a lot more reshoring to go. And I'll tell you a number on that in a little bit. But capital goods orders are up 24%. Boeing is increasing their production by 15% this year. So there's some big things happening in manufacturing. When manufacturing goes up, that's where you get the cyclical impulse to the economy. And typically when manufacturing is strengthening, pricing power is strengthening, and the Fed is tightening. And that's why I see the Fed tightening. I said something about reshoring. I want to give you a number.
Sure.
We just saw the Qataris saying they're going to invest another $1 trillion in the U.S. And this is all from the president. Since Trump's been elected, he's quoted. He said that there's been $19 trillion in foreign direct investment announced for the United States. Now, a lot of researchers have looked at it and said, we can only quantify 7 or 8 trillion. There's only been $7 trillion in foreign direct investment in the entire history of the United States, cumulative. If you add up all the factories, all the businesses Bridgestone, Firestone, Michelin, BMW, Mercedes plants, everything, Novo Nordisk, all the pharmaceuticals, you add it all up collectively, it's $7 trillion. So you're telling me that you can only quantify that we're going to double the stock of foreign direct investment over the next few years? That's pretty impressive.
Say so. Mark Vitner, founder and chief economist of Piedmont Crescent Capital. Well, that's all we got for time right now. Mark, if the people want to find more Mark Vitner, where can they do so if they'd like on the internet?
Yeah, you just go PiedmontCrescentCapital.com. You go right to our website. We don't have any paywalls or anything. You just go there and you get our report. You can read our Fed report, our latest monthly outlook in there. And you can also follow me on LinkedIn. I'm the only Mark Vitner I think that exists. So if there's more than one of us out there, then the rest of them are fake. All right.
They're fake. They're frauds. You heard it here because they're the real one is here on Topstep TV. Mark, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll see you again. We'll be back right after this with Hogue and Dakota here on Topstep TV. Thank you, Mark.
At Topstep, we've paid out more money to more traders than anyone in this industry. Over $1.4 billion and counting. Now, we're making that payout process even faster with automated approvals and real-time payment processing. Approved payouts can hit your account instantly. The best payout policy in the industry just got a lot faster. Trade well.
Bam, and we're back. Who we got? We got Dakota. We got Jack. We got Hogue in the house. What's up, Mr. Dakota? Thoughts coming in? 200-point range, give or take, in the NQ right now. What do you got your eye on, Mr. Dakota?
Buy that dip, man. Buy that dip. Yesterday during Power Hour, we just dumped. We were dumping. We're at 30,000. Here we are, 600 points higher. And yeah, Nasdaq's holding up really well once again. And it's a difficult market. It's a short week. It's Thursday. Last trading day of the week for me. And we're right in the middle of the range once again. This is kind of where we were like yesterday. Very, very similar vibes as yesterday's trading. We're up 1.66%. I'm looking for opportunities in this market. I'm just going to say that. I'll let you know. I'll watch it.
Killed that, Dakota. You killed that one. You absolutely crushed it. I love it. Hogue, good to see you. I hear you, Dakota. I put you on the spot. Nothing's really happening, so you had to make wine out of water there. Hogue, good to see you. We are an hour in, so we can get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices. I need the Delta Don to break it down for all of us. What's up, Hogue?
Well, good morning. Happy Synthetic Friday. So yeah, the markets are holding up very well after yesterday. I'm in complete agreement with Dakota. I mean, looking at the Nasdaq, we've taken out yesterday's regular trading hour session high. Initially, the opening range was the dead high, which was a little bit unnerving. We did see some pretty decent opportunity to the short side, but the buyers, they just keep coming back in for this stuff. And as far as initial balance low and initial balance high in the Nasdaq, it's 30,391 is the initial balance low. 30,391 even, initial balance high. 30,644 even is the initial balance high. We did take a look above that 1 minute opening range in the NASDAQ, and we so far have rejected it right back to the middle of the range. So really kind of setting up a little bit range bound here in the equities, at least early in the session. Of course, we know it's expiration. And as the day goes on, ACH, anything can happen. But I'm pretty impressed by the way the market has recovered off of those lows from yesterday. ES, not quite as strong inside the range from yesterday, basically inside value. I've got value low on TPO charts down here at 75.40. So that's where we kind of ran into some buyers down there. Opening range still remains the high of the regular trading hour session, which makes it a little bit hard for me to buy because so far we've had sellers largely in control so far. And that's just in the S&P. NASDAQ is telling a little bit of a different story. The initial balance high for the S&P is right now 75.8150 is the initial balance high, 75.8150. Initial balance low, 75.3550 is the initial balance low. Again, inside day from yesterday. Don't expect necessarily that is going to remain as it is expiration. Gold, pretty decent opportunity. We had a failed upside auction above the initial balance high that traded all the way to the initial balance low. That's typically what we look for when we do see a failed upside or downside auction. It's traded both sides. I'm looking for gold to remain relatively range bound. Of course, it is a relatively small range, and a small range makes it much easier to extend outside of it. And we're seeing our August gold here, hey, $73, 73.04 is the IB low. We just put in a failed downside auction. That is confirmed. Maybe we'll see this market rotate back a little bit to the upside, but still opening range close to the top of the session. It did look a little bit above it, so that negated our opening range trade when it started breaking below it. Still no gap close. When there's no gap close, we're looking for opportunities to the short side. What I would be looking for in crude oil is a move perhaps back up to overnight VWAP, $74, 74.11. And if we're unable to reach the initial balance high after the failed downside auction, there's still more inherent sellers in this market, and I would look for this market to resolve to the downside. Those are just a couple of ideas, a couple of thoughts as far as Delta is concerned in the S&P. Minus 1,100, NASDAQ minus 4,000. Again, being rollover, that can be a little bit blurry, but that's the story so far, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you for that, Hogue.
Right.
Okay.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, my friend.
Don't get all biffed up.
I'm trying my best, but it looks like I'm getting a little biffed up right now. Are the buyers going to step back in? And are we going to
Looks
get the
like
zombie
it.
rally? Yeah. I'm trying to...
I don't know about a zombie rally. We got SpaceX crash landing over here, down 6%.
Remember, it's not in the indices yet, so it can do what it wants. The free agent.
Again, the options are doing what they want. That's for sure. We're going to create our own task force. We're going to create our own task force here at Topstep.
Several.
Call it the Topstep Task Force.
Oh, that's nice. That I like the alliteration there.
Yeah. What are we going to do, though?
That's what I was going to say. We need a task.
Yeah.
I'm still blurry.
Yes.
We'll go golf and figure that out.
Yeah.
Part of the task.
Exactly. That's a good idea. Task force, play golf and figure. Absolutely. What do you got for Delta? I know it's roll. But...
It's negative 650 right now in the S&Ps. Negative 3,700 right now in the NASDAQ.
We're pumping here.
I'd say it's a little divergent in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, VIX at 17. Markets are mixed. Markets are very mixed.
And mixed.
Well, besides the semis, what do we got now? Yeah, we're up 6% in the semiconductors today. New all-time highs there. We need some sort of like computer air horn for that. I'm not sure what that would be.
What do we do here? What's gold doing? Gold's dumping.
Gold's dumping. I got
42.69. Crude oil down to 73. I know it was selling off last night. Coach Jay was shorting.
It's getting along the ES, the play. Gets above 63, 64s.
I don't mind shorting the top end of this range, to be honest. Let's see.
A little megaphone going on, no?
Oh, a little bit.
Yeah, short it. At the highs. Are you talking NQ?
Yeah, I'm talking the NASDAQ. Yeah, shorting up here, they just lower 600s.
Yes, we're about 7 points away from that 7,500 SPX level again, right around where we opened.
Dakota, shorting the NASDAQ, I mean, while it looks cheap up here, a couple of caveats to that. We've been moving point of control higher. We've been moving value higher. Buyers in the NASDAQ particularly seem like they are a little bit more in control than sellers here. And we still do have negative delta here. So there is the hint of a divergence. It's negative 3,900 right now, and we're pushing up against the highs. More aggressive sellers having trouble pushing price lower. I'd be careful shorting up here.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be small size, and I'll wait for it to get
Just
through
make sure you get good
600s.
location.
Yeah,
Location
location
is
is going to be very important here.
Let them pop new highs, perhaps. The shorts worked after we popped new highs the first time around.
No, you're very, very right. We could very well do exactly that.
Highs are about
Find out
40
where
points
we
higher.
would put a stop loss. Get in where we would put a stop loss.
If they want to buy this thing. Dow's starting to grind higher. Crude oil working its way back off the lows. About 40 cents off the lows in crude. Crude trading $73.42. 50-50 across the board on the tilt. Gold down ticking just a bit here. Gold 42.64. Now 63's trade.
Man, oh man, S&Ps are just not getting the same bid that the NASDAQ is.
Man, NQ ain't getting the bid.
Semiconductors. It's all semiconductors. They're up 5-6%. Right. And that explains the difference between the NQ and everything else right now.
Come on.
Yeah. I mean, Dakota, you could be completely right. I could be completely wrong, but just the nuances I'm seeing.
Yeah, we'll see how this reacts. We'll see how this reacts up here. We We are 40 points lower. Okay.
I know, right?
I
Right?
know.
Well, we got value high just around 30,600. So
Crude keeps upticking here. Market's a bit indecisive. ES, yeah, ES is
it's in a funk.
yeah, it is a little stuck in the mud. Go to the upside.
Dang. Silver's down 6% as well this morning.
Crude going. Come on.
All those stores of value. Bitcoin's down a little bit as well. In 63,876.
Crude continuing to push a little higher. 73.50 last trade.
Nasdaq's just wanting to stay in this.
Got a nice boost in crude oil off that high low.
Crude still.
Delta negative 4,100 now in the Nasdaq.
Negative 4,100? Sep?
Yes, negative 4,100.
Maybe there could be a short squeeze coming on. Get back up to these highs.
It's hard to say that during rollover, but it's
No,
possible.
it's still something.
Yep. Let's see what the June is.
They want
We'll fall
Nasdaq
off.
just
June's
consolidate
minus
here.
1,000.
It's 1,000. Okay. All right, what's going on? We got gold selling off. Crude catching a bid.
Nasdaq chilling.
Dow catching a bid.
It's getting a little wiggly here, isn't it? Dakota?
Yeah, it is. What's coming? What's coming here?
It is. There's something coming.
I know.
Hey, you guys see Walsh's new word when he enters the podium?
Good
I
day.
did.
Good day.
Good day.
All right.
Yes.
I should put some
Choice.
money
Got
on
a
that.
good guffaw.
Taking a little looking, thinking long here. Is long wrong? Long
He said,
come?
"Good day, sir."
Good day to you.
All I can think of it. Good day.
Do you think he's gonna do that every time though?
I was we just got we got to know Warsh yesterday. It was interesting.
Do you think he had a task force to come up with that?
So many task
Yeah.
force. So many.
There will be 5 task forces.
Uh-huh. Crude still 73.49. 75 minutes. Are they gonna buy this?
Struggling. You know, these 570s.
And Q.
Did we break out here?
It's trying to. Buyers stepped in the ES just a bit. Dow continuing to find some buying. Crude rolling over just a bit.
Yeah. SpaceX crashing still down 7%.
Where's the bid? Where are we putting our bids for SpaceX?
135.
Hogue. Yeah. I am not involved in SpaceX anyway, long or short at the moment, but it's going to
Nor am
trade
I.
below, certainly below its 150 is where like the opening print was on the IPO. It's going to dip below there at some point. It's the when.
I'm gonna wait till earnings. I know Jay's saying the
Yes.
same thing.
Wait till 4 days after earnings specifically, because the earnings are September 2nd and September 8th is when a very significant portion of the locked up insider shares get released on the market. So the float will expand then. So yeah, watch out trying to buy like YOLO calls into SpaceX Q2 earning.
That's how they're going to do it. All right, to ES.
Here we go.
Yeah, it's
knocking on session highs here.
Now you
We
got
are
trade
in-
location.
Now we got trade location, Hogue.
Still looking at
Let's
for those
see if-
shorts.
Yeah, I want to
Dakota,
see a little pop of these 640s, and
Right.
then I'll start scaling into a short. Do one of those
That could be the
Dobie
play. We
moves.
got
Get into a little here, a little there, as we
all
start
right,
to break out.
ES might be getting some traction to the upside. ES still has about 20 or 15 points to go to get to initial balance high. Also session highs. ES string 75.65.
Still negative 3,900 delta in the NASDAQ.
No kidding. So squeeze them.
There we go. We're squeezing them.
Squeezy.
Session highs.
Squeezy.
Knock, knock.
Yeah.
640s.
Just
All right, let's
this
see
is
if
SPX
get that
7500 right here.
Okay, do we? All right, Dakota, here we go. So we get the setup here. 10 points to go.
We're getting
10
there.
points.
We're getting there, Andre.
Yeah. All right, we'll
No
see if we get
execution yet.
Trade location. There it is.
Session
There it
highs,
is.
right there.
Yep.
All right,
I took the short.
I'm short too. 648.
648. I got 51s. Okay. All right, just gonna be quick with it here, Dakota.
Quick with it.
New highs. New highs in the NQ. Price would be 30,657.
That's.
ES still has some room to go. We're buying in the
I'm gonna scale in.
Or your
I'm
stop would have
leading
been
the
Dakota.
My stop's right above 700. I'll keep it above 700 with the
Keep it
plan
there.
to scale in. So this isn't like just cannonball DCA, like, it's going against me, I'm going to keep selling it. No, I have a plan to add up to 10 contracts as we pop through these session highs. So I don't mind adding maybe a couple here at 660, 670. How Dobie puts those limit orders. I'm just going to be getting in at market on little bursts higher. The same way Dobie would use those limit orders.
Okay. Well, ES and Dow. ES definitely found some traction to the upside now. 75.70 last trade in the Dow. Dakota, what price you get?
I got 48.
Okay,
48.
648. New highs, new session highs in the Dow. Or I'm sorry, in the NASDAQ.
Still negative 3,600 is delta in the NASDAQ. Positive now in the S&P is 600.
Come on, pop and get me some more. You got a good price there, Andre.
Got the juice for it, I think.
I got 50s. Got 50s. It's going to be quick, though.
Yeah.
What's this?
I wanted
candle
more
gonna
than
be?
two.
Could see the trend.
Looky there.
Wait, we ain't out of it yet.
Right up to
Buyers.
7,500. SPX.
We
I'm
ain't out of
talking
the
yet.
woods We ain't out of the woods yet because it's starting to look like we're going to grind higher here with the buyers. But let's see what happens here. 30,630 just
End up with
printed.
end up with a selling tail or a failed upside auction up here. You'll be looking pretty.
Oh, short. So go to how do we manage this sucker?
Well, I'm in two, so I'm going to close off one on a breakdown towards 600. Then I'm going to leave one on for a runner.
Oh, if I was flat right now, I'd be looking perhaps get long. Looking for that pullback to buy, but let's see where they want to take this. New highs just printed in the NQ. That price 30,661. About 40 points lower right now.
Okay, I'm going to take off one right here.
Just did the
I'm
same.
going to leave one on for a runner. Tighten up the stop loss a bit and say that was very successful. That was one hell of a plan. One hell of a plan.
Nicely done. Oh, here we go. Still selling ES. Oh, Andre's frozen. Thought he was quiet for a second there. He just looks like he's contemplating something.
Yeah.
He knows how well that execution was. If he got those 650s, look at this. We sat there, we waited, we was patient, we planned for us to break session highs and then short it. That's exactly what we did. And it's not every single trade the market does exactly what you want it to do, but that was pretty dang close. As
Wouldn't
close as
that
it
be
gets right
nice?
there. Yeah, that's as close as it gets. That's all you could ask for. See money, take money. I took the money. I got a runner on.
Where you got the stop on that runner?
I'm tightening it up to session highs again. So my stop's at 665. I took profit. I got 30 points on one contract. I'm leaving this one as a runner.
We shall see. Now we got Broadcom up 4.2%, Micron up 8%, Nvidia up 2.25%, Apple up 1.3%, Amazon up 1% even. Google scratch. Oh my
selling in.
goodness. SanDisk up 10.5%.
Really? Sheesh.
Yep.
There's
It was
some
down a
selling.
little
There's
bit yesterday,
below
so it's got to be up
600.
10%. People mentioning Intel. Intel up 7.5%. Ripping semiconductors today up 6.
I know.
6.16.
I sold some of my Intel in like 118. Intel's my stock of the year. I was talking it up all fall and over Christmas time. You know that, Jack. I was on here almost daily talking about Intel at the 40s.
Okay, a little more selling here. Trading 75.60 in the ES. It's about 10 points off the recent highs there.
Andre was left speechless. We sold the highs. It worked out too good.
It's getting wiggly again. What's going on here?
OPEX, I would think. A lot of options expiring today to be hedged throughout the day. Remember that, especially if you're going to be trading power hour. Yes. Now, I said I explained that earlier. Probably every quarter, they explain things in notional values for options. So naturally, as we drift higher, there's two things. One, as we drift higher, the notional value of an SPX contract is just going to be more. And second, there's a lot more people trading options. What's more important on a day like this is the options that are close to the market, right? Like tons of that 8.5 trillion number are options that are like thousands of points in the ES away from the market and expiring worthless. It's those ones that are near the market that will move us around, especially later in the day.
So why don't I move my stop loss into profit? Well, I already took profit on this trade, and this is just a runner. I don't want to tighten it up too much, right? The point of me whenever I have a runner like this is just giving it room. I already tightened the stop loss up. My original stop loss was much higher. And I don't mind if this one stops me out. If I stop out, I'm still profitable on this trade, right? Because I already took half of it off. So net, it's technically in the profit. You think of it like that.
Yeah, it's like you've already reduced your risk.
Correct. We're hanging out here.
Yeah. We are indeed hanging around here, looking at the news wire.
Looking heavy, though.
We do have JD Vance briefing the media. Theoretically, in about 5 minutes at 10 a.m. Central.
We could start with
a little fight going on here.
Mm-hmm.
do. I mean, this is top of the opening range, right? Like these lower 600s.
Yeah.
There's
Yep.
nice support and resistance. I can see that. That's a great target. That's why I was okay with taking profit for one of them there. But if we do start to break through this
Mhm.
600, then I can see 560s come back into play. If I'm looking for longs, that's definitely a great area to be getting into a trade right there at just these 608, 605s. Making
Go
some
did
good
did you
resistance.
watch the whole presser yesterday?
No,
Dwarf?
I watched the highlights. I watched his opening statement because I was really thinking he was going to say good day. And sure enough, he said good day. After that, I closed it down, to be honest.
Didn't make any bets on Kilbasa, as
No,
Ted
no,
calls
I
it.
just kept on it. I'm going to be honest. It's easier just to keep Topstep TV up than to watch a presser like that because you guys were giving me all the important updates. Just sit there and listen to you guys, and then I also get commentary of how the market's reacting.
One thing that scares me a little bit, and this is completely has nothing to do with his possible performance as Fed chair, is he kind of hinted that maybe they wouldn't always have a presser, which would be crushing for me and all of us on Top Step TV. We want that pressure.
That would be
that pressure.
wild. That'd be wild. Yeah, no forward guidance, no presser.
Mm-hmm.
That takes away
Back to
half the
7,500 even in the SPX right now.
Negative 4,000 delta in the NASDAQ still here.
We might be on a short squeeze today, Hogue, where we just squeeze higher and then pull back, squeeze a little bit higher, then pull back. Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna get out of this last one for a little bit of profit here and call it good. There
Nice
you go.
trade.
There we go. I got what I wanted. Be happy with it. Let's do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it might give you better trade location for shorts if we do see some continuation to the upside here. We'll see.
Hanging out around that 7,500 SPX. That's 75.70 or thereabouts in the futures.
Bitcoin's continuing to sell off there a little bit. Are we going to see crude in the 60s here soon? Maybe.
Oh, I hope so.
I hope so too. I need to see it in the gas pump slowly. Hey, look, see,
Yeah.
Here's the argument not to move your dang stop loss to break even. We went up, tested
Mhm.
my entry.
There's always those examples, huh?
Yeah. It's the ones you remember anyway.
Well, that 7,500 SPX is coming a little bit of a wall or a ceiling to the upside.
I want that one back, Hogue.
Yeah.
You're selling off now. Legit just tagged my
No.
entry. Dumped.
You always
That's
get
all right.
back. You always get back in
Could.
for a little pop and
Top of the hour. Yep. Thanks, Coach Hoop. Yeah, nothing to do right now. Just kind of just hands on butts. Wait, see. I want to see if we pop. I'm going to do the same trade again. If we break through these session highs and get the same opportunity, I'm going to do that. On the flip side, if we could get back down to the lower end of this range, maybe we could see these 512s. I'm going to be looking for longs. I'm looking for more of a range bound trade type today with a slight bias to the long side. I'm going to be more aggressive if we do start to sell off.
JPash, yes, it is.
All right. What are now semiconductors still in the high, up 6.3%. That's today.
Someone shouted out gold, and I agree. I'm liking this.
What are you liking in gold?
Liking the long side in gold.
Longs.
We held the 4260s all morning. Very, very strong holding those 4260s. If we start breaking through, I'd say 74, 75, 4274, 4275. I think this mark could rotate up to those 80s minimum.
We had a failed upside auction in gold that provided a full rotation to the initial balance low. So odds are that it's probably going to be pretty range bound today. And you're right in the middle here.
Right in the
Right
middle.
in the middle.
Well,
Okay, well, I'm going to
we're
look for
getting a
this to
little-
rotate to the top end of that range, Hogue. I like a breakout and a test of those 4280s. So I'm going to scale
What's your
into a
entry price?
long.
How many?
Yeah, starting with 2 at 272, but I'm going to scale into this. 4 at 272, 6.
All right, little hint of volatility here. Let's get it really rocking. We got Dr. Volatility himself coming in with the announcements, after which Muhammad will be here. So get ready. It's coming your way right now.
Right now. Right this instant now. What's up, everybody? It's me, James Harden, here to tell you all about the things that you need to know to stay in the know with Topstep and Topstep TV. And that includes tomorrow is Juneteenth here in the United States, which means we have abbreviated trading hours. If you haven't heard yet, check out the graphic on the screen. Tomorrow on Friday, June 19th, 2026, make sure all your positions are closed by 11:45 a.m. Central Time, and you can be sure to reopen them on Sunday at 5 p.m. Central Time. So if you haven't heard yet, that's right, the markets are going to have a early close tomorrow. Don't be caught unaware. Make sure you have all positions closed by 11:45 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. Once again, you can start trading again when the market reopens on Sunday at 5 p.m. Central Time. This also means that Topstep TV will be off the air tomorrow, so we'll see you on Monday, everybody. But don't worry, we'll be back with a whole brand new week load of Topstep TV for you next week. Now that we got that out of the way, you know what time it is. I want to talk about Twitter or X or Twix, whatever you call it. Make sure that you're following us on it because Topstep TV has got you covered wherever you go, and that includes on X. When you follow Topstep TV on X, you're going to get highlights from the show, best of clips, information on giveaways, contests, and more can all be found right on our X page. Our social media team has been stepping up their game. We are responding, reposting, and engaging with more content than ever before. So if you're not already following us, go ahead, click on the link in chat and go ahead and follow us. Go ahead and follow us today. While you're there in the Twitterverse, go ahead and follow the core Topstep account. Be sure to follow the support page at Topstep Support, and of course, the news channel at Topstep News for all news and going-ons. Then, once you're done subscribing and following us on Twitter, be sure to come back because it is group coaching time. Group coaching every day during Topstep TV. We take an hour of our time to answer your questions live right here on air, and today is no different. Today, we are joined by Hogue, Hoop, and Ray for group coaching. So if you have a question for Hoop, a question for Hogue, or a question for Ray, the best way to make sure they see it is to click on the link that is in chat now and will be pinned to chat for the rest of the show. You can fill out your question and then tune back in at 12 p.m. Central Time to see if your question is read live on air. The coaches will discuss, answer, and inform everybody about your question. And you never know, your question could help hundreds of others. And if you don't hear your question read live on air, don't worry. We keep all the questions written down and we do try to get through them all. So tune into group coaching each and every day because you never know what you might walk away with. So group coaching, again, 12 p.m. Central Time today. Now, before we get back to the charts with Muhammad and the rest of the guys, all of your AI boyfriends and girlfriends are causing the cost of RAM to go up, chat. Calm down. But don't worry, President Donald Trump says Intel has struck a deal with Apple to start producing computer chips in the U.S. The president's announcement comes after Apple CEO Tim Cook told the Wall Street Journal earlier this week that iPhone prices were going to go up. California-based Apple largely relies on Taiwan to manufacture the processors for its iPhones, as well as iPads and Mac computers. Cook said they've been trying to shield customers from the price increase, but it's become unavoidable. He said the AI boom has sparked rising costs for both memory and storage chips. In a Truth Social post, Trump said he decided to help Intel so chips can be designed and built in America. Apple was contacted for comment, while Intel declined to comment on the reported deal. The Trump administration last August made a nearly $9 billion investment in Intel stock, taking a 10% stake in the company. The White House said it wanted to help expand research and manufacturing in the U.S.
Thank you very
Nice.
much for that, James. How we doing,
Nice.
Dakota?
Good. I added to this position. I am now long 8 from 42.69.
All right.
69. All right.
Trading the gold, eh?
NASDAQ's having
That's
trouble here, coming off those highs.
Yeah. Sorry, Dakota, are you're long MNQ or you're long gold? I can't quite see in the
Oh,
screen.
he's long gold.
Yeah, I'm long gold from 42.69.
All right. And those are micro golds, I take it?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, cool. I was thinking that's a pretty spicy trade otherwise.
That would be pretty spicy.
What's our SpaceX doing? Still
Well,
getting used to
you can't
it.
save money without Mo. What's up, Mo?
Oh, Mo.
Morning. I see you locked in Dakota trade, so I do want to interrupt.
Oh, please. Usually I was just looking at the screen develop, and Andre has been sucked into the phantom zone right now. But usually it's so difficult to miss your presence, Mo. What's going on?
Yeah, good morning. Actually, the market is bullish. No question about it. We started going higher, and then the market consolidated here, making extension high or exceeding the highs there and the lows before. So it's swinging there. So I'm cornering this market between these two levels. I will buy above 75.70 with a quick scalp to 72, and then I will hold the runner. So expecting a breakout to the upside. Or if this fails and goes below the 50% or the middle of the opening range that we already have, which we never tagged the high, neither the low. So the market is trying to pick a direction here. So we don't know. We are inside of this 30-minute opening range. No liquidity below, no liquidity higher. And you know what? The market always looking for liquidity. So the 50% of this opening range is right at 7,559. So if this failed complete the rotation to the upside, I expect the market will go down to retest the low to find liquidity below the low of the 30-minute opening range. So I'm cornering this market. Either I will buy it above 75, 70, or I will sell it at 55. So 55 will be my limit. I mean, stop market sell. 70 will be my stop market buy.
Excellent stuff. Thank you, Mohammed. Look at the options right now. It looks like anywhere around here, all negative gamma. Upside, maybe a target of 75.25. I think I still have that on my chart here. There you are. That would be up around, it's called 75.94 if we really start going to the upside. But we've been bouncing off of that 7,500 level, which is around 75.68 or so over the last, since about 9:45. Here we go again, getting closer to it. Just
here we go.
1 point away.
It's about to might get before.
Value's been moving higher. Points of control have been moving higher in the equities. The nuances are more participation to the upside. Feel better about your stop in the NASDAQ now, Dakota?
I'm lowering. I'm in long. I'm in long right now. After this green candle touching the moving average, closing very strong to the upside. So I will preemptive the 70. Hence, we have this bullish candle. Stop. This is the problem now. The stop has to go to 55. See how difficult is that? Stop is at 55.
What price did you get there, Mo?
68. 68.
Okay. And you're long 10.
10 micros.
Got it.
Looking for a breakout. If that's not happening, I might bail out.
I'm short NASDAQ, 662.
Dakota getting back in there.
Yeah, I got 2 trades on. And
Long gold,
yeah,
short NAS.
Yeah, this feature doesn't get talked about often, but where you can click the unrealized P&L and there's that drop-down menu. You can switch between these 2 markets pretty quick. This is one of my favorite features. It's little stuff.
How many long? Or how many short?
I'm short 4 micros in the NASDAQ from 662, and I'm long 8 micros in gold from 4269.
Got it. Find it. Well, I'll let you focus. Yeah, I know you got a lot going on now.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Danny Dots asks, what's the conversion value you use for SPX, ES, or Qs, NQ? Qs, NQs sucks as far as trying to convert it. You just do a spreadsheet like anything else. But let me show you, if you go to, if we go to my charts real quick, what you can do in something like TradingView is like subtraction things. So I just have a ticker here that we see that is just ESU 2026 minus SPX. And while the SPX is open, this number right here, which is currently like 68, let's call it, that is the difference between them. So whatever level you want in the SPX, you just add 68 to it, and that will be the value in the futures contract. Dakota, I love the double trade. Feels like old times.
Yeah, it's been. I don't get into trades very often, but when I do, insert cheeky remark. I don't know.
He drinks Dos Equis.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, this NASDAQ trade is playing out pretty on point here.
I don't like how this 5-minute candle closed, so I might get out. Yeah, so getting out now before the stop. It's not going. Flat.
There's some sell pressure. There's some sellers at 7,500 in SPX. That's the third time that we bounced off of there. Going a little deeper this time.
I'm going to take some profit here at these lower 620s in the NASDAQ.
Well done.
Same trade. The same trade as earlier, everyone. Tighten up the stop loss. Take profit. Tighten up the stop loss. Leave a runner on.
Okay,
One moment.
Look at this.
Yes, it's going off. I got to tap the glass beside me real quick.
Take another profit right there. Got my runner. Leave that baby on. Nice. 40 points.
Nice trade.
NASDAQ.
Nice trade.
Then I'll switch over here to gold, see what's gold doing. And we're chilling.
Using
we're chilling right
the
there.
new drop down feature in the P&L. Very nice.
It's one of my favorite little features. It saves some time. I don't have to just type it in if I have a position on. Just click on it.
Well, Andre must really be in tech hell right now. Feel bad. Everyone sends some love to Andre in the chat.
I'd say so.
That's short. That was the end of it.
We'll take a moment here, see these trades play out. We'll take a look at our live leaders here today. We've got some big ones. Derek, oh my God, 40K. Wow. What a day for Derek. Carlos, 23, 470. Brandon L, 15K. Sebastian G, 15K. And our man, we see him here quite a bit, Premislaw, 15K as well. Make sure we're locking a substantial portion of this in, but awesome job. What a way to go into the weekend.
Just 40 large.
Yeah, that's not nothing.
That'll make
it's going to be a fun weekend.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun weekend. Here's some more selling in the NASDAQ here.
All right.
Okay,
Once
I'm
again,
looking to go short at 55.
Riley G, 2001 asks, Jack, have you ever hosted Topstep TV intoxicated? No. The nice thing about the show is that it starts at, or when I'm on, is like 8:25 in the morning. So that would be problematic. But no, I'm a consummate professional.
Although it would
Why
be
I don't
fun
go
to
on
try
slow
one.
markets. Yeah.
Hey, I no comment. You can come on slow markets with me, Jack. We'll have a heck of a time.
You know, maybe one of these days I will. The problem is I pay for it because it's right during bedtime, so I'd have to delegate those duties.
Got it.
Bedtime for
got
the
it.
kids, not for me. I stay up past 7:30 because I'm a
Okay.
39-year-old
I'm glad you
man.
clarified. It's bedtime for Jack.
Yeah, I sleep 14, 15 hours a day like an infant.
Well, as soon as the kids are asleep, you could just
Short.
DM me and I'll send you a link.
All right.
I am short right now.
Okay.
55, that level, the lower level. I mean, I should wait for that 70, the hell 70. It's never touched. So I was preemptive after that green candle that we will go to the 70. Why not? But they didn't. So my thesis is the same, selling below 55, buying above 70. So I'm short 10 now. Take some profit
Nice.
at 52.
Nicely done.
Give up
Locked
that momentum.
in.
Downside.
Just a little
See if
bit
we could
of
break through these 600s.
About 20 minutes ago, Amazon in talks of selling NVIDIA rival chips to other companies. Interesting.
Ooh. Well, the
Still,
buyers just came in to defend those 600s like
crazy.
Yeah, they did.
We're negative
right back
4,400
down.
in Delta now.
Is there news? Is there a headline right here? A little bit of a
see
wiggle.
anything.
nothing at the moment. We still are waiting for the vice president to lead this press briefing, scheduled for 20 minutes ago. We'll see when that gets started. Do have Euro close in 10 minutes. See if we
Dakota,
get
you
some
still have
movement
your gold longs?
No, I cut that one, and I'm focusing on this
Okay.
NASDAQ short now, Hogue.
Got it.
Dakota flat MGC. How many MNQ are you short?
Just my one runner from 663.
All right.
Gold was a loss. I had my winner in the NASDAQ, and now we got this short just running. We'll let this one cook. Maybe we get back down to 520s.
Later on today, not too much at 10:30. We got a 4-week bill auction. That shouldn't move too much, but it is London close, as mentioned. 5-year tips at noon should not move too much. Baker Hughes is a number that we love because it means the weekend is around the corner. Not too much besides the big story today, which is the triple witching options expiration. Should make for a fun power hour with Braden this afternoon.
Nice. On a Thursday. Man,
What a
these 600
Thursday.
seems to be the level. If we start breaking through this 600, we could get a lot of momentum to the downside.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's
Turn red. The 5 minute.
We're slamming it here,
Candle
Mo.
turn red. Wow. We test the 50% of the range and smash down back again. So that's a confirmation that as we below 7,559, this is still good short.
Dump it. Dump them. Yeah, it looks like we're there. We're trying to get through it. Trying to accept into those 500s. There's a little bit of a flush
There you
there.
go.
There it is. 580s.
Nice.
I take 4 out of 10 at 52. Top trailed a little bit lower, 64.75. Go. Another 3 at 49.
Let's see if we get that momentum.
Love the momentum. Man, everything's getting sucked into the semis right now. They're still up 6.25%.
Really?
Even as we're selling off right now.
Those buyers will never let you enjoy any shorts. They have to make you question yourself 100 times.
Always.
Oh, yeah.
Just hope they're wooden buyers.
Yeah, because we always see that zombie rally, but you will never see zombie sellers, you know?
It's rare.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if we get those today.
Yeah, all what
There's
you hope
something
for,
here.
as Hog said, wooden buyers who never,
Wooden buyers.
they pop, but they never hold. That's what you can hope for. That which we are seeing right now.
Gotta break them with a karate chop. Break the wooden buyers.
We're trying. We're trying here.
We are.
All right, a little more. Sellers looking a little perky. We've traded a lot of contracts in this area.
Still looking a little heavy.
Here we go.
Start to break through these
Right,
80s.
overnight gap in the ES.
Sellers more aggressive here. Negative 4,800 delta now in the NASDAQ. Sellers getting more aggressive.
Give me more negative delta. Give me more. Come on, aggressive sellers. Aggressive sellers, do more.
Well, unfortunately, delta in the S&Ps is positive 1,700.
Really? So that could be liquidation.
Give it
Opposite of
something.
squeeze.
Still waiting on the vice president.
All right.
So we do have
Looks
peaking
heavy.
right.
Here he is.
All right.
Man,
Looks
Center
like
ran
sellers are
12.5 million barrels of oil
something
moved
now.
overnight.
Dang. Crude sitting at still 73.20. These 600s, that's the line in the sand right now. It's looking heavy.
Iran did not shoot any ships overnight. Nearly a dozen ships have gone through the U.S. blockade.
That's positive. Yeah, buyers defended it.
Iran is honoring their side of the deal so far.
A little rejection rate overnight VWAP in the ES.
My stop will be at 63 now. Was that above the 50% of the opening range?
Okay. Well, I think that could have been it, Mo. We just couldn't stay below 600, and buyers just stepping right back in.
I mean, we still, it's chopping. Could take some stops and then continue again. I mean, it's in the middle of the range, anything can happen. I mean, you can be right either way, to be honest. In ES, this situation.
Yeah. The ES is certainly right smack dab in the middle of the regular trading hour session range right now.
Yep. So I'm avoiding to stay short if the price is above it, above the middle. I will wait for extremes for a better location. This is why I tighten my stop this much. Give it a little bit wiggle room so it can move, but not too much.
Here we go. Trying to test this level of
Here we
support
go.
again, Mo. This one's looking good. I'm liking the momentum there.
Come on, give us some follow through now.
Yeah, that's the question.
This is what happened in the
back
middle,
down. I think we can
Everybody
get
out
now.
and push.
5-minute candle is going to close, and that is a pretty
Jerome,
bearish looking
let's see,
candle.
Jerome.
Let's get through this. 580.
Okay. Give up. Give up, buyers. Now you give up. Surrender your weapons.
I love when you talk to the market, Mo. Keep it going.
Yeah,
There we go. We broke through that VWAP.
Move away. Move from my way. I will take 3 here. Take 3. Short only 3 now. Up 62.
Nice trade, Mo. Nice trade, Dakota.
Thank you.
Wasn't easy. Wasn't easy trade.
Yeah, there's a fight here, isn't it?
Those buyers make you question your bias, Go strength and move away. So
here we go again.
I will not lose in this trade. So my stop is only $100. I made more than 100 in this trade so far.
Well, 6 straight red 5-minute candles in the ES.
I see that.
Yeah.
And you can see straight, and the last 4, not one of them break the previous high candle. So they keep selling. So they reach to the high of that candle and then they sell off. So if that pattern change, this is why my stop should be at, to be honest, 60s. I don't want to see 5-minute candle breaks the high of the previous one. Why? Because we have this pattern and I want to stay in this pattern. If that invalidated, so something changed, I don't want to be short. I will look for another trade.
It just seems choppy around 600 right now. It's the upper end of the opening range.
Choppy to the downside.
Hey, I'll accept it.
All right, SpaceX has officially closed the gap to its high prints from the first day of trading the IPO, trading 175.55 right now.
Dang. Down almost 9%.
All right, Hogue, time for you to bid adieu and get ready for the morning highlights. Any final words?
Yeah, keep trading well, guys. Don't get all biffed up. It is Synthetic Friday. Trade well, and I will see you in just a few minutes for the morning highlights. Thanks, guys. Jack, Dakota, Ahmed, blessings.
Thank you. Well, we're going to take a quick pause here and throw it to JD, who's got some of those lovely numbers for us. JD, tell us the good news.
Lovely indeed. Take a look at these payouts and P&Ls from yesterday. We're going to start with yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Here they are. Top of the list, Harsh. We mentioned his name a couple of times on our live leaderboards yesterday. $15,056 in profits locked in yesterday, trading on a 150K live funded account in the NASDAQ. Yesterday was Harsh's very first day in the live funded account. Talk about coming out of the gate swinging. This guy was ready. 15 grand in profits on very first day in the live funded account. Up next, Aaron, 14,976 in a 50K live funded account, trading the S&P. Now sitting on 16 winning days. Go get him, Aaron. Freddie's 12,978 in a 100K live funded account, trading the S&P and micro Bitcoin. Also first winning day in the live funded account. He's been in this account for about 5 trading days. Finally pulled one off. 13 grand. Took care of all those losers. That is for sure. Mark V, 12,723 trading the NASDAQ in a 50K live funded account. Mark is 2 winning days away from another live funded payout. Go get that money. And Karan, mentioned him earlier in the week. Karan's having a big week. $11,138 in profits yesterday. Took that first live funded payout on Friday. We mentioned him on Monday's board. $15,000 in the pocket and getting a whole lot closer to that second live funded payout. Nice job, Karan. All right, those are yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Here are some payout numbers to ponder over. Up at the top, Bar 17,970. Nuno 14,775. Eduardo 12,964. Sammy 11,708. And Moises $11,700. These are all live traders pulling money out of the live markets and lining their pockets with it. Great way to start a weekend. Big shout out to all of these live funded traders, pro ball traders, each and every one of them. Back to you guys.
Nice.
Thank you very much, JD.
Nice.
And we're
First day in the
back.
account. You have a banger like that. That's pretty cool.
It is. It's also a dangerous position to be in sometimes.
True.
Look at those buyers popping and ripping higher, and before you know it, sellers come back. This is the pattern since this high. Since the high of 70s, they pop, they sell off, pop, sell off, pop, sell off. 47. So love to add to this trade. But
looking good.
No. I will not add.
Below 75.50 in the ES.
You're still liking those 520s.
If I add, I have to lower my stop to 56. I don't want to do that. I prefer to give it more room rather than adding and squeezing, you know?
Well, we finally now, guys, we have the semiconductors pulling back a little bit off the all-time highs from earlier in the session. If they start going, you're going to be in real good shape.
There we go. Nice. Someone says, you guys are still short. Yeah, I'm short from 663 up 100 and about 20 points here. I'm liking 520s in the NASDAQ. That's where the previous level of support is. So there's still more room to the downside.
With these prices,
and the ES.
Go ahead, Mo. Let's do it.
Yeah, in ES, I'm looking at this low to be taken out because we failed to continue the rotation to the opening range high. So that means we're gonna find liquidity just below the opening range low. So it takes a 1 there. Maybe what if the other one will be lower at 7,518. So I will worry about this one now, and I will trail as we go lower.
There we go.
Excellent, Mo.
Let's get it. Looking good.
This is, to be honest, this is how to trade. If you are wrong, exit quickly. I was wrong there. I bought there, I exit quickly. That's it. It doesn't matter if you are right or wrong. What matter, what you're gonna do if you are wrong. That's the question that you have to ask yourself always. Everybody makes, I'm not saying wrong decision, I'm saying not a decision that match with the market. Market decided to go down. What you gonna do? You will lose more, or you will cut it. Just cut it. When you are right, try to squeeze as much as you can out of that trade. That's the game.
What you gonna do when they come for you?
Yeah.
What are we looking for take profit
Bad
here,
boys.
Mo? Bad boys, yeah, I know.
With
Oh,
the
it just came to
NQ
my
at
head.
these prices, do we need, is the 100-point banger dead? Do we need 200-point bangers now to officially be a banger? We're selling.
Why not?
Go. Selling now.
Look how we go. Someone says, why 520? Look at this 520 level. I mean, we're breaking through it right now. There's a level of support
54.
right here, right now, that we're just breaking through. But there's so much momentum to the downside. Just sitting here, up 152 points. And this is why you leave a runner on. Short those highs today.
We're testing.
Yeah.
We're testing the
Market
Globex
is
Sunday
looking for
Open.
liquidity. Market is looking for liquidity. Those liquidity, you'll find it at support level. So they will break it to get that liquidity. Trading lower, 54 now, or 55. Almost point of entry.
Good.
All right, we
Looking
did
good.
get just about a 5-point bounce off that. I have the purple box on my screen right now, which is the weekend gap, which is filled and then retraced, but I'm still just holding it there because it seems to be some good support right now. If we break that, come on, market.
This could be
Let
a,
them play,
a
Jack.
higher
Let
low.
buyers
though.
have some fun. Let's have let's give the buyers some fun to have. We know what will happen. They will sell off again. Until that's changed, I will be shorting this.
Here we go. Sellers coming right back in. See if we can go through and break the 500s now. There could be a chance we come down to 460s. Take this range to range, top to bottom.
Yeah, I like this 5 minute in ES, as you can see. Since we made that one, that red candle, every candle cannot exceed the previous one. So my stop will be at the top of the previous one. Simple. There's a pattern, follow the pattern.
Love that. We do have at the bottom of the chat, I don't know why YouTube changed that, pinned to submit your questions for group coaching. Get your questions in there later today at noon. Hogue, Coach Ray, and Hoop will be here to answer your questions. Coming up at the end of Fast Markets, Youssef is back. We'll have the morning highlights, and Jay, Youssef, and Vince will be here for Power Players at 11.
There we go. I'm gonna be happy and close out of this trade now. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it for what I can. 100
Wait,
and something
just
points.
wait, Dakota. You have nothing to
No, this
lose.
is we're getting a little bit of a bounce, and I'm gonna take it here at these
I know
550s
those
for
buyers, man.
110 points. I'm out. I'm flat. Call it good. Call it good.
How many points?
Call
Nice
it a
trade.
morning.
Nice trade, Dakota. Nice trade.
This beautiful Friday. Time to book me tea time.
Is that what you'll be doing this afternoon, Dakota?
Yeah, I picked up a golf club for the first time a few days ago for there's a little tournament of CEOs. We got a group together, and I got sunburnt, and the way I played just motivated me to go out there and practice.
Oh yeah. Get yourself a lesson. I need one myself. We're trading just below that 75.50 in the ES. Still have not taken out that previous 5-minute bar. Muhammad's still short 3 MES.
Still in a good spot, Mo.
Do it. That's good. Let's do it again. Sell off. I agree. There is
We do have
support here. However,
just the
just because we didn't take the opening range low, this is why I believe that we will break whatever support that we have. But you know them. They want you to question your bias.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll be back on for Power Hour, and if I do make a trade today, it'll probably be trying to wager on where we land this ship in the ES at the end of the day. This is the largest options expiration of all time today. We got an image here by a Bloomberg that shows the breakdown of what that looks like. 8.3 trillion. More than half of it expired this morning, SPX AM at the opening price, where they got to write the 7,500. That still means we got about 4 trillion or so of other stuff. I'll say other stuff. But you can see the breakdown. We got 1.3 trillion in single stock, 388 billion in SPY. If you ever ask why I use SPX instead of SPY, well, you can see there's a lot more happening in SPX. That's where the big money is. So be careful, especially during the last hour of the day. There's a lot of tomfoolery that could be about.
Yes,
The above below is
looking
going to be very important today.
Gonna be wild. Could be the reason why we're just chilling right in the middle of this range. Get it, Mo.
Do it. Show me 39. Show me 39. So I can't trail my stop lower. Okay, buyers, just get out of here. Get out of here, buyers.
Defending that Sunday Globex Open.
Coming back. I love you, buyers.
Yeah.
Not right now.
Fucking heavy. We could break. We could break. We could sell off here. I think we can.
They're pathetic. They're pathetic, man. They are so weak.
I don't mind taking a breakdown trade again, Mo. I'll get into a breakdown short with you.
This feels sellers, they are looking for something lower, and buyers are not interested to buy here. So if they don't like to buy at support, so where they want to buy it?
I'm short with you for the break 500s. This is a quick scalp.
All right.
These little quick scalps, I don't mind getting into a bigger size. Let's get 490s.
Let's do it.
Let's do it, Mo.
Do it now.
Hold hands and go off this cliff.
Don't give.
Let's break
Here we
the
go.
Sunday Globex.
Don't give Dakota any heat. No heat for Dakota. Just go now. Stop playing.
Looking for 90s. 490s. Can we flush it? Flush it here? Looking like it. We're trying.
5.6. They're trying.
There's a little bit. There's a little bit.
Go on and get. Go on and get.
Come on.
And any follow through. Any follow through. We tried. We hit 490. Not seeing the follow through yet, Mo.
Yeah, they make a double bottom
no
here.
follow through. No follow through on that break. We did get 498, 497. Nothing.
I was looking for 39 here. They didn't get it. 39.
We tried.
Really, buyers?
Fought the good fight.
That was a decision zone. We failed to break, so we go up.
Nice out. Because a nice out.
Yeah, it's on a breakout or breakdown trade like that. It's like we either go now or we don't. So you got to make that quick decision.
Yeah.
Again, it doesn't mean right or wrong because Dakota shorted at the low here. We need to see a follow through. Otherwise, I'm wrong. So let me cut and take the least loss that I can. At the same time, I might lose all this profit in this trade. So we both lost, to be honest. But in paper, I'm green because my location. So this is why I love market, because two people, they both can be short. One of them make money and the other lose.
Mm-hmm. If we go to my charts real quick, you can see what I've been talking about, that Globex low. Since we retraced, we busted through in that power hour meltdown, regained the gap. But then since then, there's been just very strong support in the ES every time we've tried to get back into this area, including if I drop down to 5 minutes, the double bottom Mo was talking about happened almost exactly at, yeah. All right, Mo, let's see. Where are the sellers? There they are.
We still haven't break the last 5-minute candle high.
No, this is right in the middle of the opening range. It's a very much inside New York session.
Okay, so my stop will be at 52 now. I'm out. Flat.
There we go.
We tried.
Well,
We
green
tried
on the
our
screen.
We
best.
made money.
Yep. We made money.
All right, everyone flat at the moment?
Flat.
Yep.
Okay. That's about 5 minutes here in Fast Market. It's been a pleasure joining you, Mohammed. What's Saudi Arabia's next game in the World Cup? Who do they got?
Spain next Sunday.
Okay.
Use Spain.
I mean, if Cape Verde
that
could
will
hold
be
them
tough.
to... It'll be tough, but I mean, Cape Verde could do it. You guys could too. Although they're going to be pretty pissed.
To be honest,
Spain's going to be fired up.
our goalkeeper was good. That's it.
And you know what I found out last night?
What did you find out last night, Dakota?
Soccer could end in a tie. What in the world? What?
Really?
No.
Actual.
You just find out. Not all games, Dakota. Not all games. The kickoff games, one should win. However, in the league, I mean, tie is a possibility, and you get 1 point if you get a tie, 3 points if you win.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what makes it good, because some teams will play for the tie.
That's what makes soccer good.
Yeah,
there we go.
Because if you have a weak team, and your position is fine to take 1 point, so you will defend. Your strategy will be different.
All right, I'm just gonna leave that there. I'm gonna leave that there.
I do think though, like the shootouts are pretty, like I don't love that. I understand they get tired. I wish they would just start pulling people off the pitch like they do in hockey, right?
Oh,
like just
yeah.
keep on removing people until it's like 3-on-3 and then someone will score.
Let them fight in the middle. I mean,
your biggest, toughest guy.
I watched it, man. I watched it this week, and I discovered there's a tie, and I'm like, makes me miss fishing.
There's no ties in fishing, eh?
No. I mean, flop, the fish flop just as much.
We gotta get you on ESPN, Dakota.
It's just, it got me, man. It got me this week. I don't know what this is.
Look at this market ripping higher now. Just once the pattern change, we break the previous candle high, the market just woof to the upside.
Production's been waiting
you're the best,
for that
Dakota. We're gonna get some mileage out of that. Yeah, we are ripping. Where are we going? We're back within about 6 points of 7,500 in the SPX again.
Yeah.
Take a look at the
middle
news.
of the opening range in ES.
Oh, they have their fun. Well, Dakota, it's time for you to get ready for your tea time. Any final thoughts for the beautiful people who are in the chat today?
No.
None. No is an
Not
answer.
even.
Muhammad, anything to leave us with today?
No.
No. All right. Well, in that
if it's
case-
Andre, he will kill us.
That's it. Everything is useless. There's no point in trying. Well, except that it is almost the weekend. We still got awesome triple witching coming later today. Up next, we got Jay, Koz, Vince, and Youssef after the morning highlights. Stick around. We'll have some fun. There's going to be a lot of movement in the afternoon. This is Topstep TV, even without Andre. Let's go. Hey, friends and traders. As always, please remember to like and subscribe.
traders, welcome to the morning highlights. Happy Synthetic Friday. Hopefully you're not getting all biffed up, seeing lots of green on your screen. It is triple witching, so who knows what's going to happen later on. Markets largely, well, the equities markets, I would call them largely range bound, but possible changes coming up here in the NASDAQ. This is going to be an interesting period of time in the day here. We're going to take a look starting with the gold opening range trade. Now, we got triggered into a long. It was relatively large risk, so we only took one contract. We got triggered into the long. It paid us maybe just a little bit, but as you know, as time went on, the market pulled back. Where is it? I mean, it's in range below value, small range today so far. Traded both sides of the initial balance, more likely going to remain range bound, but I'm kind of surprised to see this extension to the downside. We do have a visual target that we tried to reach yesterday down here, 42.3480, a naked point of control. Take a look at this on the 5-minute chart. So we did get triggered to the long side. Here's that opening range, that little gold bar there. So we ended up getting long again, 42.8530. Our stop was put at 42.7380. I think we lost about 120, 130 on that trade. Didn't really pay that much anyway. It would have probably come back and taken out our stop eventually anyway. Now we're starting to see the market continue this push to the downside. We saw a pretty decent push lower in crude oil this morning. Okay, context. Opening with a gap. No close of the gap. We look for opportunities for shorts, and that certainly would have paid all the way down to $73, lower than $73. Market continues to push to lower pricing. Taking a look at the 5-minute chart here, when we were looking at the opening range trade, it did break to the upside, but we did not get a signal to get in long. As soon as we took out the low, the opening range trade was invalidated. Unfortunately, we didn't get the opportunity to participate in some of this short to the downside, but we've kind of found some buyers here around $73, right back to the center of the initial balance range, initial balance high, 74.58, initial balance low, 73.04. Well, let's take a look at the S&Ps. We had a couple of traders trading the S&Ps this morning. I always like to see that. Again, in context. Well, overall, the range for today is largely inside of the value area from yesterday. So there's very little change in the perception of value. The TPO value low is down around 75.40. We found buyers down there earlier. The market has still left the opening range at the dead high, but it has fallen largely into range. All right. We've seen some range extension in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ has been holding up much better than the S&Ps, at least so far today. Let's take a look at some of the trades here. Ted came in blazing, came in short 5 MES right after the open and ended up taking about 10 points on all 5 of those MES. So pretty big trade for Ted. Ted trades a lot, very quick, very short-term trades, very difficult to keep track of, but I was able to keep track of this one. It was a little bit of a longer opportunity. We are on the 5-minute chart here, so Mo was kind of looking for the market to either break to the upside or break to the downside. He took the long. That one didn't work out. He cut that one pretty quickly, but he ended up getting short 10 MES at 75.50. Got out of 4 of those at 75.52, 3 of those at 75.50, and tried to hold on to the last 2 for continuation to the downside. But as the buyers started coming in near the session lows, Mo thought, you know what, better let's just take a little profit on this and look for the next opportunity. Getting out of the last 2 here, approximately 75.52. So a pretty decent profit on that trade for Mo after taking a small loss on a long earlier. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. So while the S&Ps has largely been stayed inside the range from yesterday, as well as the area of value, the Nasdaq opened with a gap. Now, the first thing that the Nasdaq did, and of course, this is the 30-minute chart looking at context, was leave the opening range at the dead high, trading down into the range from yesterday, finding buyers down here pretty close to the 50 session simple moving average. And we've been seeing price trying to push to the upside ever since. Now, one of the things that we were talking about during fast markets today was the fact that we had some pretty negative delta up against the highs here. And during rollover, delta may not be all that dependable, but to me, it just kind of said if I'm looking for shorts, I'm probably going to find better trade locations later. And we did kind of hold off on shorts until we put in the high above the initial balance. And that's where Dakota started looking for his shorts. And he took a couple of pretty decent shorts up against that area. But here we are again. We're up at the highs. We just put in, close to a new high. We've got a weak high here. We're still looking at delta negative 4,300. That's saying that the more aggressive traders have been using market orders to hit bids, but price has been largely moving in the opposite direction. So that's what kind of told me that if we're looking for shorts, we'd probably find better trade locations by staying patient. And that did prove to be good for Dakota on that trade earlier. Let's take a look here. Mandy was here. I think Mandy went 4 for 4. She was up about $500 trading 2 micros by the time she was done. I've got a couple of good trades here from Mandy. They were all good trades from Mandy today. She started looking short and relatively early in the session for Mandy. I think her first position was 8:35. Usually Mandy's waiting until after the first 15 minutes, but she saw something she liked. She got short 34.80, got out of those about 30,440 on average. So nice start for Mandy. Mandy started looking for longs as price continued to try and push higher. Got long a couple of MNQ at 30,567. Got out of those at about an average price of 30,595. And like I said, Mandy had, I think she went 4 for 4 today, 5 for 5 maybe. And again, at the end of the session, she was up over $500 trading 2 micros. You don't have to trade big. Dakota came in later on, started looking for shorts. Talked him into looking for better trade locations. He did end up short 4 MNQ. He took a couple of shorts before that. To me, this was probably the best trade for Dakota today. He got short 4 MNQ, 30,662, covers 3 of them at approximately 30,620 and leaves a runner on and makes 110 points on the last runner there, down at 30,550. What's going on here now? I want to see where we're at. Okay, we're still trying to bump up against the session highs today. We're going to see if we can find some acceptance up there and scare some of these shorts that I believe are in the market. See if we can scare some of those shorts out. See some continuation to the upside. Not really looking for much in the S&Ps. NASDAQ has been a much more interesting market today. On that note, let's take a look at today's quotable quote. I wonder how many of you know who Audrey Hepburn was. She's even before my generation, but she was a wonderful and famous actress, and she coined the phrase, "Nothing is impossible. The word itself says, I'm possible." And I believe that to be true. I believe that there could be a lot more people more successful in futures trading if they would just believe in themselves, do the work, get the knowledge, change what you need to change to become a better trader on a daily basis. And again, we look forward to any and all of you becoming successful futures traders. We look forward to that for all of you. We know it is a very difficult thing to do. So, on that note, we're going to move on. We are looking at power players coming up here. We've got Yusuf Coming in with Jay and Vince. Folks, don't forget about group coaching. Get your group coaching questions in. You've been sending in some great questions. We really appreciate that. We look forward to talking to everybody. And hey, this is Top Step TV, folks. Still lots to do today. Still lots going on. Happy Synthetic Friday. Don't get all biffed up. We'll be right back. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Vince, and welcome back to Topstep TV, our power player for the day, Yusuf. Yusuf, happy Thursday, man. How are we doing today?
Doing good. It definitely does feel like a synthetic Friday because
Yes, it does.
after that first hour and a half, things have kind of not gone to my strategic plan. So I've just kind of been watching the markets, trying to pick my positions. Unless I see an absolute A+ setup, I don't think I will get into a position. But let's see if we find something together.
Let's see if we can. We got the Nasdaq right now trading 30,638, 635s right now. The S&P 75.57. Gold trading 42.44.70, and oil catching a little bit of a bid here, trading 74.10. Coach Vince, welcome back to the show. How are we doing today? And I see you got 6 charts up there. Let us know what you're looking at once you.
I'm on the scan, right? Haven't taken any trades yet, but I may be looking to take a Dow short potential here. Good to see you again, Yusuf. Always fun to be on with you. Yeah, so right now I have up 6 charts. I'm just trying to find an opportunity. I'm in the ES, range bound, point of control. The Dow is looking a little bit weak to me, so I'm looking for a potential short entry here. And maybe along in the NASDAQ. But, I mean, SpaceX is selling off. It's down 9%. So I'm surprised the NASDAQ is where it is right now. Kind of shocked at that. So, yeah, we're going to see what happens here. Crude oil
feels like honestly
nice, huh? $74. Crude oil is looking real nice.
Yeah. Crude made a low 72.80s. Honestly, I know SpaceX is supposed to get listed in the Nasdaq in the next couple of days here. I think it was 15 days from the open. It seems like there's just been an inverse correlation until that listing. Every time I feel like I look at a SpaceX chart, which is trading $174 right now, seems like SpaceX up, the Nasdaq down, and then vice versa. But
yeah,
we will see what happens here. 30,642 last trade in the Nasdaq. Yusuf, you did check some trades this morning. You said you got a long this morning. Maybe staying flat right now. Any potential levels of interest that you're seeing here if someone was looking for a trade?
Yeah, right now I'm noticing the double top that we have from 10.11 and 11.06 right around that 30,670 level.
Okay.
I am overall bullish though. The news overall is bullish, and the market tends to end the weekend on a high note, especially a long weekend based off of data I've looked at. So I'm overall bullish, looking for a good pullback. I probably wouldn't be looking for a long unless we get a pullback to roughly that 200 EMA, right around that 30,570 level. And just knowing how the NASDAQ moves, I mean, 80 points is not out of the realm of impossibility. It's definitely a price that it could reach before it bounces again.
I heard an order filled there. Was that you,
I'm
Vince?
short. Looks like I'm short. Yep. I'm short.
All right, what do we got?
Dow Mini. Short one Dow Mini, 52.088. 1 mini.
52.088, 52.07, 52.70s last trade here. Trading the bigs in the Dow, Vince. No micros. Trading the bigs here short one.
Full size. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. All right. You have a target, downside target here. We got a low of the day, 52,005.
I'm looking like 51,960, somewhere in that zone. Somewhere down there.
It's short the Dow, and it is working pretty early. Yusuf, you're going to mention SpaceX.
Yeah, man. There was a guy I saw. He moved his whole 401k over $300 and I think $15,000, and he bought SpaceX at 211. So that's I don't know how it would feel to be him right now.
Hopefully, he doesn't plan on retiring anytime soon.
Right.
It's a little bit of a drawdown. It's almost an instant 20% drawdown. But hey, it's hard to bet against Elon. I don't know that I'd bet on the third day of an uptrend my entire 401k on Elon, but hey, fortune favors the bold, I guess. We got gold making new lows of the day here. 42.41.30 new low of the day in gold. We got a prior day low, 42.37.40. You heard Hogue during the morning highlights looking for a potential target of 42.34s there in gold. Mentioned that during the opening call as well. New lows in gold here. We got Vince short the NASDAQ. Vince short the Dow. The NASDAQ looking like it wants to take out the high of the day here. Taking a look at the tilt, 50-50 across the board.
Yeah, I moved to break even on it. I don't know. It's kind of chopping around, so we might get stopped out at BE here. It was looking pretty nice
Okay.
for a minute, but market stalled.
Yeah, it
You know, it
was.
just doesn't want to get the continuation. We'll see.
I think a lot of the big money probably already started their weekend. The volume is just, I mean, there's just no volume since I would say 10:30 ish.
Yeah, I think it's that. It's the options. You know, it's triple witching day.
It's a triple
So there's
witching,
bunch
right?
of-
Yeah, triple
yeah,
witching.
there's a
today.
bunch of volume likely going to trade later in the day. We're still dealing with rollover. The June contract is going offline here in the equities. So a couple different factors here, but yeah, we are definitely
Wow, what a
the
pop.
Nasdaq doesn't care. New highs of the day there in the Nasdaq.
What a pop.
You get out there, Vince.
Not yet. I'm a couple ticks though from getting tagged.
Staying
here
alive.
on I went to break even though. Yeah, I went to break even.
Okay.
You know, I'm selling into the lows of the session, so I didn't want to leave my full stop in there, so I just went to break even on it.
Right. Hey Siri, play Gloria Gaynor on Spotify.
All right, we're out of break
staying alive.
even.
There we go. We stopped out there.
No hits, no fouls, no
on that one.
errors. Down $3.
There we go. Not bad at all. Good risk management there. I like the idea. The Dow did look pretty heavy. Go ahead, Yusuf.
Yeah, that was. I mean, the 1 minute bull flag. It was definitely there was really no reason for it to not to continue to the upside. Maybe a bigger pullback is kind of what I was looking for, but I'm not surprised.
If I activated your Siri in the chat, you got to hit the thumbs up button. Hit the like and subscribe. You're welcome, chat. New highs of the day there in the Nasdaq.
Is Siri not specific to an individual's voice? Because I could have swore that Siri would only work to my voice, for example. Or is that not the case anymore?
I don't think it's the case. I think it'll pick up. I mean, we've seen it a couple times on the stream where somebody will mention it and it picks up everyone's voice. It should be that smart, right? But I don't think it is.
That doesn't mean it's always
Tim
listening.
says it used to be. Oh yeah, it's always listening. It is always listening. Nasdaq made a new high of the day there, 30,690.75. Crude still on the bid here, $74.18 last trade here in crude. Yeah, a lot of people saying Siri responds to anyone at this point, so I'll stop saying it. Tilt in crude getting long here, 63% long in the equities as well, 58% long in the S&P, and 59% long in the Nasdaq. Let us know in the chat what you guys are looking for out there as far as trades go. So a couple traders saying trading the Nasdaq around 677. What are we all looking for out there in the chat? Yusuf, would you invest in SpaceX? We've been talking about it. Maybe not like that 401k guy, but
Yeah, I will probably shoot some options into it later after it rolls out into the Nasdaq and we kind of see how it reacts to the Nasdaq. I'm probably gonna trade it for sure. It seems like it's gonna be a fun day trade or a swing trade even for a couple weeks.
For sure,
it moves.
For sure,
yeah, it moves a lot. I mean, I'm in pre-IPO, so I'm in a pretty decent spot. Should have sold it when it hit 225 though.
Pre-IPO for Vince, sitting pretty right now.
Seemed like a good psychological number.
Yeah, they only gave me 17% of what I wanted though, which was kind of a bummer, but it was what it was.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that one thing that I made some money on last year was it Hims? You know, like the hair.
Yeah.
And then I invested all this money into it and I said, you know what? Let me try the product. My hair liners are receding. I'm trying to look like Vince. And so I started using it and it's
Mine's
working.
starting to go
It's
back
actually
too,
working.
man. Mine's going back. See it?
This is not a paid advertisement.
Slowly creep back.
It sounds like the opposite. It's like, hey, if I'm using it, it's not coming back. Does the product work? Looking at him stock right now, trading $34, about $50 off of $40 off of its all-time highs. Let's see here. Nasdaq kind of chopping around here.
I would definitely recommend it though, Vince. I've had a substantial difference over the past couple months.
I'm taking a long.
Oh, nice. So it does work.
Yeah.
Getting long
does
now,
work.
Vince?
Nice. I might. I like how. So if you look at the Dow, so the Dow yesterday ended the day with a late spike to the downside over here, and we traded right to it, and we rejected it. And we couldn't, I took this short trying to see if we're going to press into the sellers, maybe try to get back into yesterday's. I was going to cover down here, right? 960s, 70s in this cluster. But there might be a long here, right? I mean, it rejected yesterday's late spike. We're above it. There might be some rotation back to value high. We'll see. Maybe I'm going to flip to this to the long side.
See here. Definitely had some selling absorbed there at that low. Someone asked, can we explain the triple thingy again? Triple witching. We have stock options expiring, stock index futures, and index options. So those three assets are expiring. We know futures are rolling over to the September contract. So all of that is happening on one day. You have inventory adjustment that needs to happen, which could lead to some interesting movements throughout the day, especially into power hour. So if you're trading the last hour of the day, I think are we doing the reversal challenge today, or are we just going regular trade? It is the end of the week, but it could be a pretty interesting close. Looks like we're just doing a normal trade. Got you. Only Friday for reversal challenge, so we'll be trading normally, but you might see the markets get pretty volatile in that last hour for the expiration there.
I did the reversal challenge by myself on Monday on a practice account using only 3 micros. And over the hour, I made $1,800 staying at 3 micros the whole time.
There you go. There you go.
Nice.
Power of micros and volatility.
Should I implement it to my real strategy? I don't know.
It's tough. That is tough. New lows of the day here in gold, 42.41.20. Can you explain why we should care about triple witching?
Value high.
Why you should care about triple witching? It just may affect how the market moves. You may see some volatility. You may see some range bound markets until the end of the day. Just like anything, it's good to be aware, but still at the end of the day, you got to take your trade setups.
But that, I guess what's important is like all that money has to be filled. I mean, that money has to be moved around. It can't just stay put as it's been for the X amount of time.
Exactly. And also, if you are not trading on a platform that's Topstep X, you want to be very aware, because if you're still trading June equity futures, you might be one of the last people to be trading them. So want to make sure you roll over to September. Vince, you were scouting along maybe here in the Dow. Is there a price that you're looking for to maybe break above, or I know you're a limit order.
Well, I'm looking to maybe get along the NASDAQ right now. I'm going to work in order here. I'm going to look for a little continuation trade here. I'm not going to go in heavy just with a micro. See what we have.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Vince. I'm going to put a limit buy right at that 654.5. Real tight stop. I'm not going to risk more than 25 points with one micro.
Yeah, I got a tight stop in here. So let's see. Let's see if we get along here. It seems strong to me, but like I said, with SpaceX down, I'm surprised we are where we are with it. But maybe people are trying to get into NASDAQ knowing that it's going to be coming over. Like, let's buy it now. Get in early.
There's another stock that's supposed to be listed on the NASDAQ. I was doing a scan of some just single stock names, and CoreWeave is supposed to be listed on the NASDAQ on the 22nd, which is next week.
Okay.
Trading $117. It's kind of just pretty range bound right now. I've been trying to use AI and give it some parameters to scan single stock names, and it based on some parameters I gave it, it said, "Hey, buy CoreWeave and sell it by the 22nd." That is not financial advice. Nothing that we say on the show is for education and entertainment purposes only. But that is what the AI told me to do. I'm looking at the chart and I'm just like, I don't know. We'll see.
So AI is not that bright. So my wife tells me yesterday, she said, look how incompetent AI can be. So she asks AI, hey, I need to go wash my car. The car wash is only 100 meters away. Should I walk or drive? And the AI's response is, well, you should go walk. It would be nice to go walk and change your mood a little bit. Well, how am I going to wash the car if I walk? It's a trick question.
Yeah. Yeah, you
So to a
definitely have to
certain
know.
extent,
Yeah, go ahead, Yusuf.
yeah, to a certain extent, it's not the greatest source of advice, Use it more of a tool than an actual main source.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just like any tool, right? If you use it for the wrong thing, you could get in trouble.
Yeah.
But
I was a
you're right.
smart ass.
I think
I told her, do I put it in neutral and push it? Is that how you want me to walk?
right.
All right, we're long.
All right,
One
Vince is
MNQ
long.
26.69 quarter.
What was that price one more time, Vince?
Let's see here. 26.69 quarter. And we're gonna look to get up here around 30,800, something like that up there. See if we get a push here.
What was that price, Vince? You trading June? 62?
I don't know. No, I'm trading SEP. No, 30,669 quarter.
Okay. I heard 26. My bad. Maybe I'm hearing things.
Oh, no. 36.69, 25. No, I'm in SEP.
36.69. Got you.
Yeah.
36.69 quarter. Got you. All right.
All right. See if we can get
Vince,
a push
long
here,
micro
guys.
Nez.
Let's go.
And Yusuf, you were scouting along also?
Yeah, I have a limit buy over there, 654.5. Golden pocket on the shorter time frame.
654.5. Let's see if we can get some longs here in the NASDAQ cooking. 56% long tilt in the NASDAQ here. 70% short crude tilt. Crude is trading $73.79. I kind of like that crude trade for potential downside here.
Where's your stop at there, Vince?
46.25. I don't want to get back into value. That brings us back into value, and I feel like if we get back into value, we might get some rotation lower. So I want to be out just around that level.
No, that's reasonable. I mean, that's the low on the 5-minute candle there. Like, gives you an extra 2 points of.
It could be supportive there, though. Where the stop is, it could be supportive too, right? So it's kind of a catch-22, because that might be a good spot to buy it, right? And get a rejection. So
let's see here. Iran's supreme leader is going to issue a message shortly about the end of the war MOU with the U.S. That just came out a couple of minutes ago. We are seeing oil selling off here. Kind of like this oil short. I'm locked out for the day, but if I was still trading, I think I would be looking for short oil here. The political echelon approved for the IDF to open fire in the areas of the Blue Line in Lebanon. Also a headline coming out here. Speaking of SpaceX bankers are preparing for a bond sale of at least $20 billion. Yeah, Mo, we will hear soon, Mo.
I know Mo's happy to see Saudi Arabia tie 1-1. The World
Yeah,
Cup.
he was talking about that during the last segment. Who did they play? I have not been keeping up with the World Cup.
I cannot recall, and I watched it.
yeah, I don't either. Yeah, I totally forgot.
There's just so many. Or Uruguay. Yeah, that was. Can't believe they tied Uruguay.
Happy and scared of Spain, Mo says. Catching a little bit here in the NASDAQ 63s. Yeah, it is. See if we can get some momentum behind this. Looking pretty good here in the NASDAQ.
Need some more money. Come Come on.
Got a pretty aggressive pullback on the regular trading hour open, but that set the low. We bounced off that VWAP and looking pretty good here, Vince. Why is gold failing big time? Gold, we talked about it during the opening call this morning. It's on a higher time frame downtrend. It is. Why is it happening? Fundamentally, I'm not really sure, but from a technical perspective, we've had the 20 moving average cross below the 200, 50 cross below, getting ready to cross below the 2, and that 20 moving average, which is at 44.02 on the daily, is acting like a resistance right now. On a higher time frame, and anything can happen. I'm looking for gold to maybe trade back down to 3,500s, but we will see here new lows of the day there in gold as we speak.
Pretty big rejection.
Yeah, gold,
there.
gold. Yeah,
So it's definitely hitting up here at the highs. You have the Delta J. I'm not liking this. I mean, we're in a last 5 minutes. We haven't moved. We're in like 15-point range here.
New lows in gold as we speak. 42, 34, 20. That's Hoag's target. That naked point of control down there. Hoag was talking about during the opening call. Delta for the Nasdaq, Vince, full session. This is from last night. Negative 3,800. But last day of rollover, I'd probably take that with a grain of salt.
Okay.
And then in the S&P, positive 1,700. But negative Delta in September.
Yeah.
But we'll see here. Nate Trades asking, why am I not at the parade? Yusuf was asking me that in the green room. If you did not get out there at 5 o'clock in the morning, I heard you got locked out of the parade for the most part. So I have some friends that are out there.
Wow.
They went last night and they just camped out. I was not as dedicated, but they've been Knicks fans for their entire lives. I get it. But for me, I'll watch it on the TV and hang out with you guys here at Topstep TV. Here we go. We're finding some buying now.
I'm not gonna lie. If the New Orleans Saints are, I know it's football, not basketball. If they ever win a Super Bowl again, I'm gonna be the first one at that parade.
Oh yeah, yeah.
When I got married, I told my wife. She's like, "Who do you love the most?" I said, God, and then the Saints. She goes, "What about me?" I said, "Well, they've been there since I was a kid. You're still new in my life."
Wow. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if I was a lifetime fan, I'd absolutely be at the parade. But I'll let the fans celebrate. I'll let the bandwagon fans celebrate as well. The energy in New York. Somebody was asking.
It's on TV, no?
Over the weekend. Oh, it's on TV. Yeah, I'll watch it on TV and then just
so you record it, watch it, you get the best seat in the house.
Yeah.
All eyes on Anunoby.
Right.
That's who I'm watching. He's my favorite player on that team. Him and Josh Hart, like they're 1A, 1B because they're polar opposites on the personality spectrum too. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah, I saw an interview with like all of them and stuff. Yeah, it was pretty interesting.
Great team chemistry, and it works. And everybody in the chat knows, yes, I am a LeBron fan. I'm not a fan of individual teams. There are still fans of the New York Knicks who are saying to James Dolan, yes, you won the championship, but you still need to sell the team. So, fan of the players. New highs in the NASDAQ here, 30,705. Vince, very nice trade we got going on here. 75.70 last trade here in the S&P.
See, this is
pretty good here. You got a target
rally.
upside?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like around just above 30,800. I gave it like 6 points above it or something like that. Just gives you a little pop above it, and then the sell off or something like that comes in at that psychological number there.
Are you you're on only one micro?
Yeah, just one micro. Yeah, unfortunately.
All right. So
a 750 would have been a good place to take a partial.
Production team. I think you guys have my charts. I just want to show really quick. We talked about this during the opening call, but the June 5th candle in the NASDAQ, we are right at the high of that daily candle right now. What price is that? 30,711 and a half. We talked about that maybe being a potential area that the NASDAQ needs to trade above. That is that was like the 5% day, 5% down day in the NASDAQ. Yeah. So we talked about this being a target. Now this is where on a higher time frame buyers need to step up.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that
See
the
what happens.
DLL that is offered on Topstep actually has saved my mental capital for the week.
Oh
There
yeah.
was one day this week where I hit DLL and only one of my 5 accounts is DLL. So I have 4 expresses and I have 1 combine that's about $300 away from passing. But only one of them is on DLL, and I put that one as the leader. So when it liquidates that, it liquidates all of your positions because it's the leader on the copy trading.
Yep.
And it stopped. That account brought it right back to where it needs to be. And today you finally made it back. And I mean, it helped with tilt, it helped with mental capital. I mean, it's awesome. I'm gonna definitely always use it from now on.
Risk management tools right there in the platform for you. Keeping money in your accounts. Some people feel like they're restrictive, but it's like, hey, you gotta be your own risk manager at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's right.
Does anyone know why the volume is very low and slow? Expirations. We got futures expirations, stock options expirations, index options expirations, and now coming back to single stock futures being a thing. We're going to have single stock futures expirations as well. Volume right now in the equities is still kind of split. It should be mostly in the September contract, but the end of rollover is likely why. We'll start to see more volume come back.
Yeah, I foreshadow MOC just being crazy today.
Oh yeah, could be interesting.
It definitely could be. It gets usually spicy at the end of the day on triple
Yes,
witching
it does.
day.
On a synthetic Friday.
I remember one triple witching day, the market actually rotated from high to low, like right at close. it was insane.
Wow.
It retraced the entire move. Yeah. In like 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
I mean, we technically kind of had something similar yesterday with FOMC because that volatility for those 30 to 45 minutes was just I'm looking at the time now, about an hour and a half. It was just absurd. A lot of people made a lot of money. A lot of people lost a lot of money on that one.
Yeah. We're struggling on the 700 level, huh?
Just a little bit here.
It's like a tug of war here.
Buyers. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a tug of war.
Let's see. I'm looking across the board, and honestly, nothing else is moving. The S&P is still fairly range bound, still, about 15 points off its high of the day. The Dow caught a little bit of a bid, but I think you chose the right horse.
Yeah, a little bit.
We'll just see if the
well, I was looking at the
here.
NASDAQ, the way it was trading. You can see the price action is a little bit better, right, than the other two markets. So I was like, you know what? Let's move over to the NASDAQ. Hopefully we can get a push here. If we don't get this push, I'm concerned with the position.
Gold is at yesterday's low right now.
Yeah, it took out that prior day low and bounced right back up.
42.
Yeah, so my wife and I were actually going to go to Dallas this weekend to go buy some gold. But instead I decided to buy a new car. So tomorrow we're going to get a new car.
Okay, there you go. What you know what you're getting?
There you go.
Yeah, we decided on a Hyundai Palisade calligraphy, all-wheel drive.
Palisade.
I don't believe in paying finance and installments.
Cool.
If you don't got the cash to buy it straight up, I'm not worthy of it. So I just found one with low miles on it, 25.5. Pay it off tomorrow.
There you go.
Be ready to roll.
There you go. Got
Good
3
family
rows.
car, man.
Good stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm looking at the Hyundai website right now. FIFA World Cup. Is that what got you? The FIFA ads? Official partner of the FIFA World Cup.
Money well spent by FIFA.
Yeah. Yeah.
Honda.
Because I was looking at the Kia Telluride, and I was like, you know what? If you're already spending this much amount of money, an extra couple $1,000s, and you get to make it fully loaded, why not?
There you go.
I think I told Vince about it last week. The other car I got in a car accident in it, and so that car is over with. So it was time to upgrade anyway for the family.
Got you.
There you go.
Plus, it's my anniversary Saturday, so I'm being very slick. I have to get the car anyway. 2 birds, 1 stone.
There you go.
Ah, there you go. Put a big bow on it. Happy anniversary. That's
For us.
Nice.
For
Nice.
us.
Hope she
Smart
didn't hear
man,
that.
Yusuf. Smart man. Smart man.
Hopefully she's
Hopefully
not watching there, Yusuf.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gave up
couple
the good
of things
just
you,
now.
yeah. First the Saints thing, now that yeah, you celebrating that anniversary this weekend for sure, Yusuf. Taking a look at the quote board right here. We got a bunch of different markets moving. Downside, we got heating oil down 3.58%, platinum down 4.94%, and silver, our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 6.56%. Coach Paul, if you are listening, I hope you shorted silver because we were talking about that during At the Buzzer yesterday, and that was a beautiful move. Upside, we got natural gas up 1.53%, the NASDAQ up 2.3%. We got Vince Long right now in the NASDAQ, and the Nikkei up 3.1%, new all-time highs in the Nikkei, 72,215. New all-time high there. Let's see here. Definitely hesitating a little bit at this 700 here, Vince.
Yeah, I'm not loving it here. But I feel like when I bail, right, that's when it'll move. So yeah. But yeah, I'm kind of not feeling it right now, to be honest with you. I mean, we're buying the highs here, right? And it's 700. Would have liked to see us pop, but we'll give it another few minutes, see what happens.
It's holding. It's holding. It's just a tough spot for the day, but
yeah, but you know the NASDAQ. When the NASDAQ moves, it usually moves. You know what I mean? It's not moving. We have what? 5, 10. We have 30 minutes of it sitting in like a 15-point range.
Just create a new range. It'll pop, then stay in that 15-point range. Pop, and just been doing that since 1050, essentially during this whole segment.
Slow grind up.
Yeah.
Up,
Slow grind up.
Up, consolidate, up.
Crude catching a little bit of a bid here.
Looks like the Stairmaster I was on this morning at the gym.
I need to get on one of those.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you guys, are hip to anime. I'm a little on the younger side, but I watched this one anime called Attack on Titans. When I put it on Stairmaster, they're getting beat up so bad, I don't feel as bad for myself. Kind of pushes you a little bit.
There you go. There you go. If those guys can fight like that, I could walk up some stairs.
Yeah.
I've tried anime,
There
man.
you
I actually
go.
tried Attack on Titan, and I think I watched the first episode, and I just couldn't do it. But if you vouch for it, Yusuf, I'll add it to the list of ever growing list of things that people have suggested that I need to watch, especially on this show. Every time somebody makes a movie reference, I've never seen the movie, but I'll add it to the list.
Yeah, this is the third time I'm watching it in the span of a year. That's how.
Oh wow,
that's how amazing the story is. To be honest,
Okay.
It's phenomenal.
Okay, so how many
cool.
seasons or episodes are there? Because I feel like I always ask my younger brothers, it's like, hey, people talk about anime. What shows do you guys watch? And they're like, oh, we watched this one show. There's 35 seasons of it. You had to start before you were born to even catch up to watch it all. And I didn't know that.
Yeah, this is not nearly as bad, dude. It's
That's
like
a lot of binge
probably a
watching.
total- Probably 80 episodes to 100 episodes. Nothing crazy.
Okay.
Wow.
I might be able to do that then.
It's quite a bit of
not too bad.
episodes, though.
Versus
Take you a
One
couple
Piece
days, right,
and,
Jay?
and Dragon Ball and all that. Yeah, no, those would take 10 years to watch.
Right.
Wow.
And yes, I have watched Dragon Ball, but I watched that, as a kid.
Yeah.
So it was
I can't say
maybe
the
not so
same.
much.
I'll still put it on sometimes.
30,000. Oh man, a little rejection there. Crude catching
Yeah,
a little
we have
bit
10
of
minutes
bid here.
into the close of this 30-minute auction period. You know what I mean? So then the longs aren't getting what they want right now. So it's kind of like, I'm not getting what I want. So
Oh, we got the president on Truth Social.
I might enter. Oh, geez.
There is no $300 billion payment to Iran by the U.S. That's fake news. Right as we were coming on this segment, there was a headline from Financial Times saying Iran to get access to $6 billion of frozen funds to buy U.S. goods. But we have the president right now saying there is no $300 billion payment to Iran by the U.S. That is fake news. Oil catching a little bit of a bid. Seeing some selling here in the equities. Yusuf, we got a couple of questions here. You are known as the golden pocket guy. Can you explain the golden pocket? You had a level that you were looking for potential entry. How do you anchor your fibs and get to that level?
So right now, this is not the best environment for my fibs because just how the way it's moving. But I can show you guys a really solid example from earlier this morning. And I actually missed this position because I had already taken my first trade and I've been trying to limit my trades to the best of my ability. So here is the fib that was absolutely perfect today. And I used the golden pocket. And so let me show you guys on a 5-minute. So the golden pocket was for 30,540 at the 5-minute candle at 850. We had that initial dump at the market open, and kind of the way I look at it, the first 30 minutes to the first hour of the market, it usually chooses a direction, it'll bounce, and then continue in the direction that it initially started with. Obviously, it's not always, guys, but this is a game of probabilities, right? And if you were to have drawn that fib, and I like to use that 0.66 to 0.618 level, if you would have drawn it out and been patient and had a limit buy there at 30,540, you could have gotten all the way down to 30,405. So that was 135 possible points of being able to take, and you have a very, very obvious target right there, right? You're looking for the previous low. And, I'm the type of guy that always tries to close it out just a little before the full target, just because, we all know NASDAQ is toxic. I would always recommend, guys, maybe leave a runner, but you want to get most of your position out right before the full target. And that's just kind of what I've noticed in my strategy. And here's the settings if anybody wants to copy them. I like to use the 0.5 too, just to kind of get an idea of where the market is at that time.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Yusuf. There you go, chat.
Cool.
Nice breakdown there. Vince, you still in this trade?
I am. It's wearing me out, though.
Man. I know.
I'm not getting paid, and it's taking too long to get paid.
It's back at your entry now.
Yeah. Well, Trump had to come on and say something, so never fails, right, Yusuf? It never fails.
Yeah, every time he's the OG.
Yeah.
And the headline coming out: there is no $300 billion payment to Iran.
I've seen Congress people and all kinds of news outlets claim that that's true. So even within the government, apparently they're not on the same page as to whether that is a true fact or not.
Yeah, who knows, right? It's
a lot of money.
Gold sold off pretty nice. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, it did. Here we go. We got some selling here.
Gold dumped. Yeah.
Gold made a new low of the day there, 42.33 evens. Oil is back on the bid here, 74.34 last trade there. Looking across the board, it looks like the NASDAQ, gold, and oil are the movers right now. Everything else pretty range bound. The S&P, very range bound there. Didn't even make an attempt at the highs of the day.
We could probably see about 575s here if my strategy were to be in play.
Yeah, so you wanted to get long, right?
Yeah, that seems like a good A+ setup. If I can see it hit 575, bounce at 605, I'll check on the volume and the RSI at that point. If we can get one more retest of that, I'll probably take a long. And yeah, so that's what I'll be looking out for during this next 2 to 3 hours.
Boy, it's getting a little whippy, huh? It's got the wiggle going. The Dolby wiggle.
Top of the hour coming up here.
Nobody's wiggling on the beach right now, Vince.
Nice. Yeah, I should be on the beach right now. Oh, it looks like he's coming to get us, Jay. Let's see.
It looks like a little pullback here. 661, 30,661 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 75.61 last trade in the S&P. Tilt 54% short in the equities. Reminder to everyone, we got group coaching coming up after this. That form is pinned to the top of the chat. You got Hogue, Ray, and Hoop for group coaching, so make sure you get your questions in there. Yusuf, Vince, Yusuf, enjoy picking up that car tomorrow, man. Congrats on that. And we will see you sometime soon. Anything you want to say before we head out of here?
Risk management, guys. It's a long weekend coming up. Today is definitely an anomaly of a day. I would not try to make anything happen that is not in front of you. So follow your strategies, enjoy your long weekend, try to finish it up on a high note.
There we go. Vince, anything you want to say before we head out of here?
Just be careful like the last hour, right? It could get really spicy here. And, we'll see. I'll see you guys in a little while, actually. So, but just be careful out there, especially towards that end of the day, because everything's going to start expiring and switch over. And it's going to be, I think it might be. It might not, might be, but I think it might be an event.
Me too.
There we go. Could be an event. Make sure you stay tuned for it. But we got group coaching coming up here next. You got Hogue, Ray, and Hoop. That form is pinned to the top of the chat. Do us a favor and hit that thumbs up button if you have not done so already. We appreciate you all being here. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Friends and traders, welcome to group coaching. Just afternoon, get a sandwich, manage your positions. We're going to have a great session today. Joined today by Coach Ray and Coach Hoop. Coach Ray, how you feeling, man? How's things going?
I'm doing well. Just kind of navigating the markets. Got on a couple of gold trades here. Just closed out the most recent one here on a different combine, but yeah, overall pretty good.
Nice. Hoop, how are you holding up today?
Doing okay. Came in with a game plan overnight in gold, Hogue, and just you love markets sometimes and watch how they react. I mean, we had that huge sell off, and I said, you know what? Market's probably over its skis too short. I was going to wait for the 200-day, to start looking for shorts. It's kind of around the 50% retracement. Once again, everything lines up to where you want to take a short, and the market just runs you over for about $20.
Yeah.
It's just so trading sometimes. Right idea, wrong location, but it was what I was looking for. So I'm not gonna be too miffed about it. And then of course overnight London gets all the good action, and we just have done nothing but sold off. I am long 2 micro gold here at 37.40. We're just up against. I think you had a level down there, Hogue.
Yes.
And yeah, so I just once again I'm kind of staying away from the equities now. I mean, as roll comes along and throughout the day, it's just going to get whippier. So once again, just looking for. It's a little counter-directional, but we've come a long way. Could we get some rotation going back into the next 30 minutes with COMEX settling? I'm maybe looking for rotation back up to, half 50. That's more the scalper of what I'm looking at here. But yeah, that's kind of how, once again, right idea. Once again, you're a trader, right? I wasn't wrong. I was just early. So,
Hoop, how many times and Ray, how many times as coaches have we heard people say, I'm right to market, and just my execution or my timing is wrong. What do you do about it? Well, sometimes there's not much you can do about it except demand your best trade location. And if it doesn't get to that best trade location, you might miss a few trades, but it beats getting biffed up and then finally being right the market. Hoop, I'm loving your long down there. That level that we were looking at and we talked about this morning on the opening call was 42.3480, and it was the naked point of control, right? From the hang on a second here. It was the naked point of control from the Friday the 12th. Naked point of control, the single price with the most volume as far as volume profile is concerned. But there were so many hits on these levels yesterday, and we stopped short of it yesterday in gold. We just couldn't quite get there. But where do we go today? We went right back, actually touched it during regular trading hours, and now you're seeing some buying coming in. I do like your position right now very much. I think that was a really, really good, nice look. I mean, it's up against yesterday's low, of course, but it just had to go down and recheck that naked point of control down there, didn't it? Nice work.
Right?
Yeah.
Nice work. Nice work. And you've got very little risk on this trade. I know I could probably feel where your stop is, and you're not risking a lot, and there's some pretty good potential possible reversal and a pullback on this. So yeah, we've come a long way. We're right at the lows of the week.
Yeah,
We're coming into the close. It's a Thursday. A lot of shorts probably in here, looking to cover for the long weekend. Love it. Absolutely love it. Nice job, Hoop. All right. We are going to take a moment. We just had the NASDAQ keeps pushing, session highs all day long, pretty much. It's taken the long way, which does tend to happen, and that's one of those things that you may be right the market, but the market decides to take the long way. So you got to be patient and demand good trade location. That's really the only thing we can say. And how do you find good trade location? Well, there's a million ways to peel an onion. My favorite way, the market profile. Somebody else's favorite way, just looking at candlesticks, looking at patterns, looking at moving averages, all of those things. How about VWAP? We're going to take a look at the Nasdaq and see how VWAP how price pulled right back down to VWAP, and that was our good trade location for some good continuation to the upside as it continues to push. We're going to take a moment and we're going to check our live lighters right now. So here we go. I mean, what do you say? $40,240 in one day for Derek. Fantastic job, man. That's pro ball stuff. Carlos up 23,470. Ubraj up 21,855. Ciro up 16,155. And Brandon L up 15,470. I think those actually increased from the first time we saw them today. But traders, keep those profits. It's Thursday. It's going to be a great weekend after days like that. Pro ball trading, absolute perfection. Great stuff. Great stuff. All right. Questions. Again, thank you to everybody who sent in questions. We are always happy to be here with you and happy to answer your questions. We answer this question quite often, and I think today's a good day to kind of talk about that because settlement price in gold was pretty far away from where the market ended the session yesterday. But Hoop, would you please explain to Xavier what settlement price is and what it means to you?
So settlement goes back to way before electronics, and pits were open from one specific time before there was electronic trading. A pit opened and a pit closed. So what exchanges needed to do is exchanges needed to figure out an ending price so they could set basically margin for people who were had accounts, big companies. You've got to be able to set off of some price. So you need a settlement price, right? Settlement price is still a part of what we do every day because you have to identify a closing price, even though the market continues to trade right now. Settlement to me, and it's just the way we learned, Hogue, right? The bell rang to start the day, the bell rang to close the day. So when we start talking about settlement prices, it's going to be different for different markets, and they've changed over the years. Everybody used to give a bunch of crap to me because I worked in the meets, and they had short hours, and it opened at 9:05 and it closed at 1 o'clock, and you have these banker hours. Where the S&P guys, it opened at 8:30 and it was open till 10 after 3. So it's different. So whatever market you're trading, like gold, COMEX settlement is in about 20 minutes. Even though gold continues to trade, it's settled from a price coming up here in about 20 minutes. Settlement to me is always a level that I always am aware of in any market I trade. Sometimes it respects it, sometimes it blows through it. But for me as a trader, I am always aware where settlement is. And I think, Hope, that's the way we were trained on the floor, right?
Yes.
Because I was such a slave to price, if you came up to me and said, where's settlement? I'd spit that number out to you right away. Because I when I walked off the floor, I looked at the board and said, okay, I know where settlement is. You come in that next day and you're just, once again, it's a number. We were always very a slave on the floor to price. So you just remembered it, right, Hogue? You knew the high, you knew the low, and you knew where settlement was. 100%.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's where the exchange marks positions to the end of the day, profit or loss. It's how they gauge whether you whether you are holding enough margin to maintain the position or whether you need to add cash to the margin so that you can maintain the profit or excuse me, maintain the position. You have to have enough money in it. But there's always a little bit more to it than just that. It seems like even I wish I had a picture of the boards on the trading floor, because the first number at the bottom was always settlement. It was settlement, previous day's high, previous day's low. And then on top, they of course have the open, the regular trading hour, the session high, session low. And it was just always something that was talked about, something that was known on the trading floor, and something that I still think should be known on electronic trading. Why? Well, none of us are. I mean, I'm not holding positions overnight. I don't have to worry about margin. But I remember asking my dad, why is everybody, talking about margin? If you don't know, my dad was on the floor of the board of trade for 40 years. He was a grain trader, and he was a hedge manager for Ralston Purina. So he was charged with hedging the positions for Ralston Purina, which was a huge manufacturer of animal feeds products, commercial products. I mean, Czech cereals started by Ralston Purina. You've ever had Rye Crisp crackers? Those are still made by Ralston Purina. But anyway, I'd go to work with them, and they, all the guys, they'd be saying, "Okay, well, we're getting close to settlement here. What do you think?" Or, "Where is settlement in the beans today?" Or, "Where is settlement in the wheat today?" And I said, "Dad, why does everybody ask about settlement? What is it?" And he said, "Well, it's basically the closing price of the day, but it's also where the exchange marks positions for margin. But it also is an important level that traders kind of keep track of, because if you were to look back on your charts and you had put settlement price day over day over day over day, there's a pretty high percentage of days that return to settlement if they open away from settlement. I'll look to keep track over the next 20 or 40 days, and I'll tell you in the S&P is how many days trade back to settlement during regular trading hours session. It's a pretty high percentage. And anytime that you can kind of keep a high percentage of a level that the market is likely to return to, it offers you information and potential opportunities.
The red and white
Okay.
squares, right? Farina, the red and white squares, right?
Yep. Checkerboard.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, his office was on the 36th floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. We just went there 2 years ago. Did some recording. They let us in the office. I was standing, I was sitting in my dad's old, where his desk used to be, and just kind of going through the old office. But okay, so Ray Alexander is asking all of us, and you specifically. I typically get a payout and then blow the account prior to getting my second. It's essentially 9 days of consistent wins and then one loss, which takes me out of the game. Have you faced similar statistic anomalies before? What can I do? And thank you. This is really, I mean, it's for all of us, but Ray, I want to start with you on this one.
Yeah.
Because I think you've actually held the longest live account here at Topstep.
Yes. Yes, that is correct. And I think a lot of it has to do with, I think we make subtle changes when we get into live. We know that now it kind of counts as kind of moving from the minor leagues to the big leagues. And I think there's a certain amount of motions that are generated as a result of that. Now, every move that I make on the markets is obviously magnified. And I think sometimes when we come into an XFA, or we get into from an XFA to a funded account, we're kind of working our way to get to that first payout, right? And then once we get to that first payout, we want the next payout. And I think a lot of it, and we kind of talk about this quite a bit in coaching, is the fact is, we need to continue to kind of execute the same way we've executed, to execute our XFAs, to execute our first payouts. And I think just that last part of that statement that you made to me is that on the very next trade, I blow out my account. And I think that kind of speaks to me is that maybe we're over leveraging. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the particulars here in this particular case, but I think with the anxiousness that we have in securing that, well, we just got another payout. My focus is 100% on equity. Let me see how I can get to that next payout right away. And I think that as a result of that, our focus is not in the method by which we secure that payout. It's our focus is on the dollars, and that kind of gets us down into a very bad slippery slope in focusing on dollars and not enough on the process, and we end up taking less than A plus setups. I think that's kind of the domino that we end up coming with. I think it's just kind of a result of focusing on setups. Now, I'm going to give you a story back. I know there's obviously the history on me holding my funded account, but one of the things that I ran into when I finally got to a funded account is I got to within $300. Okay, I got to within $300. I don't know how many different times, and each time I get to within $300 of passing my combine, I would have a string of losers. And I get up to $300 and I have a string of losers. And it was kind of a tip that I got from Coach D at the time, and she says, "Hey, you know what? Just drop any reference to equity on your charts." And I would say that within 3 weeks I passed the combine, never looked back. So maybe that's something that you might want to try if you haven't tried already, is remove any references that you have with equity and maybe convert it to ticks. And that might actually maybe help to overcome this kind of mindset around, the dollars and the effect that it might have on you.
Great answer, Ray. Thank you. Thank you very much. We got NASDAQ putting in another new session high. And just for those of you that would like to know, Delta is still negative 4,100 in Delta. So we're still seeing more aggressive sellers unable to push price lower. This is longer time frame initiative buyers here, folks. Don't fight a directional market. We've been talking about the fact that we've had negative Delta all day long. Overall, the market has been putting in higher highs and higher lows. It did take the long way, but here it is at all-time highs again. Equities, ES, not quite there yet, but we do have positive Delta. We're back inside of the opening range. The 1 minute opening range in the S&P is right there. And we're going to see if these S&Ps can break out the top above the initial balance high and see if they see any continuation to the upside. Yes, the NASDAQ, strong like bull. And we also just saw, I just got word, Hoop has something to tell you about his gold position. And then, Hoop, tell us about that. And then, with regards to the question that Ray was just answering, do you feel sometimes that when you're trading well and you make some money and you take a payout, do you feel like sometimes you let your guard down? Like, okay, I've got this now. I don't have to do the same work. Tell us about your position and tell us about letting your guard down.
Yeah, I peeled one off up at this 40, 49 area. I've got one left. I moved the stop to break even now. I'm good with that, with COMEX coming in to settle here. So, yeah, I mean, come from a world of ego on the floor, a lot of egos. It's a business that, man, when you're seeing it right, it feels like there's no stopping you. And, like what Ray had, where you hit hurdles and you can't get over them, and you hit a hurdle and you can't get over them. And then there's days where you're seeing it good, the market flows, you're seeing your entries, you're taking exits. It's that balance of, once again, I was not a happy camper because last night I felt like I had the right plan, but I just executed for whatever reason, poorly. And then of course the market goes your way, and then you try and not, you try and, as you would say, leave the venom away. And
yep.
just, and I hate to say it, you guys probably all get tired of hearing this. We say screen time or reps. It's the one thing that you start to see in markets, and you start to identify better. Like, man, I got ticked off last time this happened. I don't want to repeat that again. The journal comes into play, and once again, Hogue. I always learn from other traders, and the coaches I trade. Ray and D are probably the two most patient traders I trade with. Vinny's the cheapest. He just will. He's stingy and won't give up. And me and Coach Paul are market buttons getting in, and so it's different, but we know each other. And once again, at times I'm like, I'll be trading with Ray or even Hogue on screen. I'm like, you know what? Just stay patient. These guys can do it. So yeah, we all learn from each other. So getting the reps in, I think, helps a ton too. So yeah, once again, journal it, man.
Vince calls his method the miser method. Talking in chat right now.
Why did I
It's
know
all right.
that? He's still selling silver to people.
Nothing wrong with demanding good trade locations,
No,
cheap trades,
absolutely.
cheap trades.
Absolutely.
Alexander, I hope that helps. All I know is, you make some money, things are going well for a while. Every time I've started to get, we used to call it the God complex. Every time I start to get the God complex, I know now that if I start feeling that way, I better get it out of my mind because it's going to hurt me. There's danger at the door. When I get the God complex, I work harder. That's the way to do it. So, hang on just a second. Ray, I mean, we all have things that we have to do. And Austin is working a full-time job and wants to start a funded account. What are your suggestions as to keep up with trading but still be able to focus on a full-time job? You're a school teacher.
Yeah.
Part of the year you're actually employed.
That's
What would
true.
you tell Austin?
I would tell Austin is whatever time that you want to dedicate to trading, make sure it's time that you can focus 100% on the markets. I think that the worst thing that you can do to yourself is during a full-time job, if you're kind of working the New York session, you have a day job, to kind of take a peek at the markets to see what opportunities might be presenting themselves. Find the time in the day. Now, if you're trading New York session, you work a normal 9 to 5 job, say, okay, well, I'm going to focus, on the first 1 to 2 hours of the trade and get really good at that session. Okay. And maybe possibly entertain maybe another session, because there's obviously opportunities in Asia as well as London, depending on where you're from. But I would say the most important thing that you can do for yourself is identify a time frame, maybe a couple hours. It doesn't have to be all that long, but have that time be 100% focused on trading. Don't try to do both at the same time, because you're gonna compromise one or the other.
I'm not a very good multitasker either.
No.
One thing I would caution about that, Austin, is, let's say you start your job at 9 a.m. Central. So you decide you're going to get up early and you're going to trade the pre-open from 5 to 7:30, something like that. And you might start to feel the pressure to make sure that you do trade during that time, even though there may be some days or periods of time when the opportunities aren't necessarily presenting themselves. So just don't fall into the idea that I've got 2 hours or 2.5 hours to trade today. I damn well better do something. It's not about acting. It's about acting in your best interest. You have to be looking for the things that are in your strategy, things that are in your um in your journey, and um in your process to look to get those trades. And if nothing presents itself that's in process / in strategy, you don't do anything, because you don't have to. Not
No,
trading is a trade. So
absolutely.
again, if you have limited time to trade, I've found a lot of people start forcing trades. They start looking for trades, and if you start looking for trades, damn well right, you're going to find one, but it may not be in strategy and it may not be in process. So just be careful forcing yourself to take trades when the opportunities that you are looking for, your A setups, just aren't presenting themselves. Hoop, what do you
So
think of
Hope,
that? How many times
so Hope,
have you
here's a
done
great
that?
question. It was probably one of the biggest things, and it had to be even more for you. So as a guy who was an order filler, who had to be in the pit from bell to bell, right? More often than not, you didn't. I'm guessing, you were filling paper until the open and the close, right? So you had to be in the pit, right? So once we park ourselves in front of the screen, well, that means we
Well,
need to trade.
I did have some Merc Club time.
I figured you might take a lunch or two, yeah. But it's one of those things where just because we turn on the screens, we feel like, and once again, as a scalper, I always feel like, okay, I got to find one. And once again, like you said, is if you don't find something in your best interest to take the trade, you can always find one. Especially in markets that move like Nasdaq. When gold's flying all over the place. Yeah. It's I even as and I would say this as a scalper. For me, it's the quality of the trade and not the quantity, and it's probably the thing I fight as a hurdle as a scalper the most. And you've seen it with Mandy, right? I mean, she went through a part where she was a lot of scalps, and then she went to a wider lens, longer time frame, and then the market state changed a little bit where it got moving all over the place and not so directional. So once again, go back to the base hit mentality, right? For her. And once again, we always sometimes rotate back to where we started, even though a market state might change where, who knows? Maybe next week rolls out of the way and we go directional. I don't get to choose that. So it's up to me to adapt to it. That's probably what I think I've learned as a trader the most, is that I need to adapt to it. It's not sure as hell not adapting to me.
Right.
Thanks, guys. Robin has a deep question for a lot of lovers and haters of the initial balance.
Really?
I'm going to pass this first to you, Ray.
Okay.
Can you go over all the expectations that go along with the IB high and low? What am I looking for if it breaks in either direction? Should I wait for a retest? There's a million questions about it. Now,
Yeah.
somehow over the years, the initial balance, which is the first hour of the regular trading hour session, has become controversial. Even one of the original kind of creators of the initial balance, and that would be, of course, be Pete Stottlemyre, but Jim Dalton,
Yeah.
has it in his book as important reference levels, even though to this day he says that he doesn't really focus on them that much.
Huh. Interesting.
So is there opportunity in and around them? I find opportunity in and around them sometimes, quite often. They are not the only opportunities that I look for, but it is a fantastic question and bears a good answer. And Ray, I'm going to pass it to you first because
Yeah.
I know you'll have a good answer. Not that
Well,
Hoop won't.
Yeah. No, was it Nicole? I forget the name. Robin, is it? Yeah. So what I want to say here, as far as the initial balance goes, I mean, it's
yes,
the
Robin. Sorry,
yeah,
Ray.
I'm sorry. It's basically what I wait for to develop on a daily basis. Okay. It's I have it in my trading plan for the most part. Now I've kind of deviated from that a little bit of recently, but initial balance for me sets the market, right? The first hour of the session, it sets the market. And then as long as price remains in the range, I feel like the market is in some sort of range or some sort of balance. And then once we get to some of these extremes, it causes participants to have to make some sort of decision. Okay. Now we don't necessarily move in a, as soon as we break initial balance, we move to the moon. That's not how it always works, right? Sometimes we get a situation like this, the one we had in NASDAQ today, where we peak above, right? And it gives us an opportunity to take a scalp, in this case, back to the 20 EMA here or 9 EMA, right? So it provides for me a structure, right? It is not an indicator. It provides me a structure of when I should be looking for opportunities. And honestly, without it, I'm kind of left flailing as to, hey, wait, is this where I should be entering, or is this an area I should be entering? It provided me a framework by which I can actually entertain trades. So, in this particular case, provided a nice little failed auction back to the this EMA, and then later we got a range extension, right? Again, retesting the IB, kind of extending higher. So, and again, I only look for one to two trades around the initial balance. I don't need any more because they generally provide me, nice 2-to-1 risk reward opportunities. Now the question is, I need to read the signals that the market is providing, right? When we peak above in a situation like this, we want to get some sort of confirmation that we are going to accept back in the initial balance. And that could provide us maybe a little bit of a rotation back to the other side. But I'm always guarding against the possibility of maybe more of a sustained move. So initial balance is something that I look for on an everyday basis. I don't start my trading day without it. I don't know. Hopefully that helps your answer. Helps with understanding initial balance. But yeah, there's a number of opportunities that initial balance generates for me on a daily basis, and I look for it every day.
Thank you, Ray. Whoop. Do you watch the initial balance? Do you think everybody should?
It's not part of my strategy, but I completely get the premise behind it. I thought it was funny, Hogue, when I took the class with Dalton, when he had said what you had said, where it was a big part of what it was, and he really never got into why he deviated a little bit from it now as much as he did in the past. He kind of, once again, contextually, I think he looks at some other things, but ultimately, it's a framework and it lets the market set. I mean, I trade, and Ray, I know it's a huge part of what she does. So I think I'm always looking and respecting other successful traders who it's part of their structure. Do I use it as part? And once again, I think, traders who take, like, yourself, Deanna, Ray, I mean, you're taking maybe 3 trades in a day, right? I might do that in an hour. So it's initial balance is something I'm aware of because you said it, Ray, it lets the market set. I'm looking for smaller moves inside that window. But once again, it's what you take out of it too. Like sometimes I think the thing to Hogue over the years that I also do is that when so many people are looking at a trade, sometimes I'm like, I can't be that guy. Everybody's going to look at it and it's going to, as JD would say, it's going to screw the most people. So everybody who's looking at initial balance, it's going to go there and it's going to stuff everybody. That's just an old thing that always has sat in my mind that, everybody, it's kind of like the pit, right? Everybody's this way. And when this thing unwinds, it's going to take everybody with it. So I think it's a much wider lens, so I don't get that into it that way. But yeah, I think if it fits your strategy and what you look at it. I love the fact now that I can throw it up on my chart like I did here, and I can look at it.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm always was waiting for you and Andre to talk at 7:30. Okay, it's set. We can talk about it. I love the fact that it's on my charts now.
Yeah, I want to add one more thing, Coach. On that is that if we can get to a place, and I know that I have statistics behind me that says, there's a potential I'm going to move into a sustained move here, right? Based on this level, either I'm going to reverse here or I'm going to go into a sustained move to, in this case, to the upside. I think that kind of eliminates, all the various decisions that we need to make as a trader to something that's binary, right? Either it's going to reverse at this level or it's going to sustain and continue at that level. So that eliminates a whole lot of noise that I sometimes get when I'm inside the range. And then just getting some price action evidence to indicate to me, again, it just eliminates a lot of noise. It gives me clarity is kind of, I think, what it really provides me.
When it comes to a lot of the features of the profile, the initial balance is one data point. There are a lot of things that we can continue to add on with our knowledge of the profiles and the auction process that can help and assist. It's all market generated information. And the profile is not a signal service. The profile is just a different way to organize the information that the market is providing. The initial balance, high and low, are just one data point. There's a lot of other things that, like value, for instance, or point of control. There's a lot of different nuances that can stack in the favor of directional activity or rotational activity. And, we appreciate the question about the initial balance. It is not the end all be all. It is just one of the data points that the profile provides. Okay? And I hope that is going to help, Robin. Sometimes you get that initial balance breakout. Looks like the market's going to continue. It pulls back to the initial balance. Sometimes that retest of that level can offer you an opportunity. And at the very least, it usually offers an opportunity to limit risk if you're wrong.
Right.
One of the most important things about it. Okay. There was somebody who was asking why don't we have micro Nikkei futures contract available? Well, the Nikkei micro Nikkei isn't a mature contract. It only trades about 5,000 to 6,000 contracts a day, so it's not very liquid. And we want people trading liquid products. Good question, though. Appreciate it. So. Sucker Funded had a question yesterday. He said he'd passed loads of combines across multiple firms, but never seems to be or stay funded for more than 5 days. No payouts. He was looking for some advice, and we talked to him about it yesterday. He's got a little bit of a follow up question today. Ray, I know that you weren't here, but that was his question. Is he's passed a lot of combines. Never seems to stay funded for more than 5 days. His question follow-up is, he's only trading the MNQs. Size is down, which is one of the things we talked about yesterday. And answering his first question was, you want to size down when you get into the funded account. You want to build the account slowly, as quickly as you're comfortable, but you don't want to put yourself in a situation that you're not yet prepared to handle. So he's only trading MNQs. Size is down. Trade same rules as combines. Volatility is what f's me up, and then the revenge trades tend to make multiple days or losses in multiple days into some sort of recovery. Sounds a lot basic, to you gents. Sorry, but no, it doesn't. I mean, we hear this a lot. But how would you cope and have done in the past? So he does well. Volatility screws him up. Then he falls into a revenge trade. and that puts him into multiple days of losses. I've heard this before. Ray, I know you've heard this before. Hoop, I know you've heard this before. Hoop, what do you say to sucker funded?
I love the name.
I love the name too. I was just trying to hold a straight face when you said that. The first thing that I always say, I have as a scalper and liking volatility, I still say to myself, when markets go fast, I have to slow down. Yeah. So I would take the other side of the coin to a person who trades slower and the markets get super volatile and it's not your market state. This is another thing why I think over the years I've developed, and it started from the floor, but why I've always looked at other markets. Because like during rollover, once again, we can get into it. Not everyone's the same. It's just a track record where if I don't have a secondary market, I can get in there and get very frustrated because it gets rangy and you get these, pops in either direction. And I think if a market state changes and you don't adapt to it, once again, revenge trading, guys, we've seen it a lot, right? Where people just say, well, screw it. I'm just going to start, clicking away because the market's not in the state that I want it. So from that perspective, when things speed up, and I always say this, you need to slow down, especially if you're more of a methodical type trader. If you don't like when markets are like we were, Monday and the prior Friday, where we have 1,000-point ranges and we're flying all over the place. As a scalper, I love that stuff, right? Because I've got all these opportunities where somebody who's waiting for setups, you might not always get them. So just slow down. And if you note and you say, hey, this isn't my market state, this is why a secondary market that I trade, maybe be gold, or it might be cattle for me, or once again, here's a market that we haven't really talked about, and Ray, you trade, is crude. Crude has been very methodical in its move down.
Yep.
I mean, like ridiculous, where I'm used to, we have $5 ranges, but it's very, it progresses. It's not so much whipsawing over the whole way like it was originally on its way down. So that's just why I'm saying, if you see that in your setups, where a different market might be more of what you're looking for. And once again, this is why I watch multiple markets, because if I can't find the market state in when I trade, like when gold was in rollover hope, I got to go somewhere else because I'm going to get messed up trading in there. So that's all I would say. Markets speed up, slow down, maybe have something secondary that you can look at that might keep you out of trouble. That's how I handle it. Mute Hogue.
Hey, how'd that happen?
Hey, there you are.
Somebody's messing with me. Thank you.
No, you got
Ray, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think in addition to kind of scaling things back, I would say that maybe you need to set up some sort of rule. And I just added the ATR here to the bottom of my chart here because there might be a certain market condition that is more conducive to your style of trading, right? So I'm gonna give you a little homework assignment. When you're going good, take a look at what ATR is looking like, okay? And if you find yourself that you're not doing so hot in when ATR is on the lower end of the range, right? Because look at the low end of the range. What kind of market are we in? Right? Markets that are really not moving in any kind of direction here, right? So figure out what is your ATR range that is more where you are finding and executing trades at a much better or level, okay? Where you maybe finding some more winning trades. And if you find that the ATR is maybe on the low end of the range, I would say maybe Coach Hoop is giving you a good example. is to move on to a different market to see if there's maybe a little bit more in the way of range that could offer you some opportunities. If that's really what's causing it. And then to address the last item here is you need to recognize, right? Again, the more objective we can make this, the better off I think at the end we're going to be. The more we become emotional, I think we end up making very emotional decisions. And I think adding some rules to this, I need to have ATR, kind of within this kind of sweet spot in order for me to find my A+ setups. Then I think that's what we need to do. Add a layer of objectivity, right? And that's the kind of the same way I do as far as managing trades too. I was always struggling with when should I exit a trade? Well, rather than get emotional about it and seeing a candle move maybe opposite of my direction, I draw a channel, right? And that allowed me to make decisions in a much more objective way. So I would say that it's probably a little bit more homework. I think figure out exactly what it is, what kind of market condition is really conducive to your style, and then find the market that is in that sweet spot. And then hopefully that will avoid these kind of market conditions that are not very conducive to your style of trading.
Great stuff. Great stuff. So, what was it again? Sucker funded. Hope that helps.
Yeah, and come back. I would love to hear back from Sucker Funded at some point to see if
Sorry, say. Oh.
Right, Sucker Funded. If you can come back and do a little bit of back testing, maybe set up a rule around what is the market, state or condition that I need to be successful in my setups, and see if you can find something either with ATR or something that would give you a view on that, and see if that actually is getting you in a better place with respect to holding your funded accounts.
Well, and I think too, Ray, some people use ATR to measure risk, and like you said, I use it to measure volatility, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, if you see, like you're looking at a 30-minute, you're looking at your ATR and it's way up high, and that's not your state, then like you said, man, just stay away. Wait till it gets more in your zone. Like you said, I like the fact of marking it out.
Yeah.
Awesome, guys. Hoop, have you ever traded for treasuries?
Yes. Only the 30-year. Pretty much. I might have traded the 10 once. ZB. Mm-hmm.
And how did it work for you?
These days, it's once again, I traded at times. It used to have, and this goes back of how I used to look at it, was bonds and crude used to have negative correlations, right? So typically, if crude would go down, bonds, the price would go up, which means interest rates would go down. They had a really good correlation for a long time. But the 30-year isn't quite the market it was back in the 90s, early 2000s, right? Everybody's looking more at the 10-year. But it's a much different speed of market for me. It's huge size. And once again, if you're not used to watching a dome, JD and Jack are more bond traders who look at that more often. But it's a much different way to trade. Very directional. So, yeah, I wouldn't say I traded a ton, but yes, I still will trade it at times.
All right. Ray, have you ever traded one of the treasury products?
No, I think they've been priced out of my price range. No, probably too.
It is a big tick.
Yeah,
it is. As big as the Nikkei.
And it's so thick that if you want to get in now, you're giving up that tick. You're giving up three and a quarter. to
Right.
buy the offer or sell the bid.
Bid.
So you're already starting off
in the hole.
in the hole. I've got the dome up.
Yep. I do. 4,000 up in the
That's
10-year.
yes.
That's size.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
So it's
That
a
size.
lot different.
Yep.
The end. Yeah. 4,000 up. So if you're trying to wait for it to get lifted on an offer or hit on a bid, you may be waiting for a while.
You might. Yep.
I've watched the
Look at the
bonds
Nikkei.
for years, but in correlation with the S&Ps, there was a period of time, man, you had to watch the bonds if you were going to be scalping the S&Ps. You had to see what the bonds were doing for sure.
So look at the Nikkei dome versus that. Nikkei's $50 a tick, right? And it's like there's gaps. You're talking another market you want to get in, you're going to get in, and you're probably going to be $250 in the hole right out of the box. So everybody who loves Nikkei, be careful. It is extremely thin and extremely expensive. And yeah, you could be right, but man, could you be wrong real quick there. So that's why somebody, I think, wanted a mini Nikkei.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, right.
And it's been on a tear.
Like a micro.
Yeah, it's been on a
But I
tear.
mean, there's not a lot of volume here in.
No. Nope.
Let me check.
Look at that chart on the 30-minute. We've went from 70,000 to 72,000 in a blink. Yeah. No thanks. And I like volatility, but no thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even surprised it's on the list to trade here because I mean, there's only been
Me too.
in the September contract. There's only been 5,100 contracts that have traded all day.
Yeah.
Which ain't a lot.
No.
Making new highs as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
But that's pretty low volume. We like to trade
Must have
mature
cared about
products
that
here. You think about it, the S&Ps have traded in the September contract over 1 million contracts so far today, 5,000 in the Nikkei. Big difference. Big difference. Justin's asking, will XRP crypto futures be added to the platform? Well, it's not a CME product right now. Or is it? I don't think so, right?
I don't believe it is.
No.
I know perpetual
If it is,
futures is more and more.
Yeah. But if it is added and it becomes a mature contract, at least as mature as the Nikkei, then, I would see no reason why we wouldn't. But currently it's not an available product and it's at the CME group. We don't trade it here. All right. I think we are just about out of time. I want to thank everybody for all the questions. Hopefully there is something in there that is going to help you. I did see a question in the chat that who sent me. Kay, we will talk about that. We will talk about that. Kay, if you're here tomorrow, make sure you ask this question in the group coaching questions. Actually, it won't be tomorrow. Tomorrow we're off. So Monday, and I can tell you what I know. And I don't know everything. 100%. Nobody does. Okay. So Kay, appreciate the question. Ray, appreciate you. Hoop, appreciate you. Great answers. Great traders, great coaches. Great day. All right. That is it for us for group coaching. We got Trade with Topstep coming up. We got JD, Adam, and Vince coming back again. It's chapter 2 with Coach Vince today here. So Trade with Topstep coming up. Guys, again, thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. This is Top Step TV. Get ready to party. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. We've got a very special guest joining us today, live from the cosmopolitan city of Calgary in the province of Alberta, Canada. We've got Adam, live funded trader, joining us. Adam, first time on Topstep TV. Welcome, my friend.
Yep.
How are you doing this
thank you.
afternoon? What's going on?
I'm doing wonderful. It was a pretty good morning, so it's been pretty good so far.
Awesome. When you say it was a good morning, you're trading a live account. Does that mean you made some money? You made some moves?
We made some money today. We made some money. Yeah.
Excellent. We'll get into that in just a minute. I want to talk about your trade setups. I want to talk about your strategy. I want to talk about your chart setup. We got a whole lot to go through. Let's take a quick look at these markets real quick, though. Just a quick check-in. I want to see what the tilt's looking like. It's pretty flat across the board. We got about 56% short in the ES, 53% short in the NASDAQ, 53% long in crude, and 61% long in gold right now. So not a whole lot happening. This is a good hour to start digging into some chart strategy. But we got to know before we do that. Adam, you've been with Topstep for a couple months. You went from Combine to XFA to Live in a little less than a year. Where are you from? How'd you do this? What's your history? Tell us everything.
Yeah. So actually, it's funny. I had a buddy, reach out to me, and he's like, hey man, I'm doing some of this trading stuff, and I was kind of interested, and I was intrigued. I was like, this seems pretty fun. Like, this seems like something I could do. And within, a couple months, I got my first funded account. I think it was actually the first month that I started trading, I got put into a funded, and my friend was like, dude, like, that's pretty impressive, man. Like, not many people can do it that quick. And within that first month, I also got my first payout. So it was kind of an eye-opening moment for me, and realizing like, wow, this is something I can do long term. It's pretty insane.
You're a natural. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That immediate access it's a rare thing around here. Did you have any trading experience before you came to Topstep? What were you doing before?
No, actually, like zero. I was not even investing in stocks very, very much. I obviously have my investments, but nothing where I'm looking at the charts on the 5 minute or 1 minute, time frames. It was, I had no background or no experience whatsoever when I started, and it was about October.
Sometimes that's the best way to go. 0 day trading experience. Did you even know day trading existed?
I knew it was a thing, but I didn't really know what it was. I see, people just, trading stocks. That's kind of what I thought it was at first. And then I realized, like, oh wow, you can trade a 30-second time frame. Like, that's pretty crazy. And the more I learned, it was like the more I wanted to do it, and the more I kind of got hooked into it. I've got this eager to learn, and I feel like that's kind of, there's just so much to it that you can learn about trading. It's endless, pretty much. So.
People get hooked on the derivatives markets. It's a totally different asset class. Ooh, who's there? Yes, Coach Vince was supposed to join us, and I believe he's here. Let's bring him in. There he is. He made it. We already heard the doorbell. You don't got to knock after you ring the doorbell. That's a little redundant, right? But welcome, Vince. Great to have you here on Trade with Topstep. We were just talking with Adam about his history, how we got started in trading. Vince, you've been doing this for a while. Have you ever met a novice trader that hit the ground running the way Adam has? Did you hear what we were talking about in the background?
Yeah, definitely was listening. Amazing story there.
Vince has coached hundreds, if not thousands, of traders from, trading combine to payout. Adam found success very quickly in these futures markets. He's a live funded trader here at Topstep now. He's taking payouts. He's taking significant payouts.
Congratulations, Adam. That's amazing. Right? Just remember, at the back of the mind, always remember risk management, right? Sometimes a lot of people get in there and then we start to get a little bit loosey goosey, right? When we start to make some profit. So just protect the account. That's all you really need to do, but you're doing great. So, I'm glad to hear the success. I mean, a lot of traders don't find success right off the bat. So that's awesome news.
Yeah, no, I really think that it was a fast transition from, kind of just starting with nothing to, getting a payout. And I have buddies who've been trading for years and, they have yet to get a payout. And, at the time I was like, I feel like this should be pretty normal getting payouts. And I look at the statistics of it. I'm like, it's not that normal. And it kind of made me wrap my head around it. I'm like, okay, maybe this is my thing. Maybe this is what I can do.
Yeah, what I found fascinating what you were saying is you never came from like a trading background, right? You had some investment accounts, but never looked at charts, right? You just bought long-term holds.
Yeah.
And then you came into futures. Were you nervous at first or what?
Honestly,
because this can be intimidating, right?
Yeah, it definitely can. It definitely can be. I don't think I was intimidated. More so due to my risk tolerance. Being a business owner and doing social media and running your own business, you have to have a high risk tolerance. You have to take risks in your business and things and in life. And I feel like that can play a benefit, but it can also be, it's like the double-edged sword where, if you're able to handle the risk and manage it properly, I think that it can play out in your favor quite well if it's managed correctly.
I have noticed though, over trading, coaching traders and everything, a lot of them have been coming from like business backgrounds, right? Ran businesses or managed businesses and that kind of stuff, which is pretty fascinating. But yeah, man, just keep doing what you're doing. What markets do you trade?
Primarily NASDAQ.
NASDAQ.
Yep.
Oh man, everybody's drawn to that NASDAQ, huh?
I've been
trading
for
23 years, Adam, and that NASDAQ still scares me sometimes. I mean, I traded here and there, but
it's a scary market. And when I actually started trading ES, and I look back at some of my logs from my ES trades, and I've actually been recently considered, maybe going back to trading ES. I think that it's a much more smoother kind of market. You're more likely to find, better areas where, Trump tweets, it's just gonna, NQ is gonna tick you out. Right. So
a lot of people say that. Yeah. A lot of people find the S&P very exponentially more structured than the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ gets so whippy and wide.
Absolutely.
Whereas the S&P will hold that structure until it's actually time to break out. Two different animals.
For sure.
I guess of the same breed. I don't know, what would you call it, but let's dive in here a little bit. Let's get to the heart of this thing, right?
Yeah.
You got your chart up, Adam. Let's dig through it. What are we looking at on your charts? What are you showing us there?
Yeah, so my morning projection actually played out pretty well. I was really happy with how this morning actually played out. If I come back to here, so my strategy is a little bit different, and I wouldn't say it's very normal, but the way that I kind of trade is with ICT and supply and demand. So I use a little bit of both. The way that I mark out my demand zones, and this is just the way that I've been taught, is with the wicks of the candles. So essentially what I'm looking for is that if I see that this support gets created here and, we can see that we're starting to rise up here, my next guess is that the market is going to head towards the next supply area. And that's just kind of the way that I look at the market. Now, this is the 4-hour time frame. You can come down to the smaller time frames and find entries off, which I call like the M15s, M30s. This is the way that, somebody kind of taught me just a little bit. And then I kind of use my own confluences together to kind of help me find my entries and figure out, how I'm going to take my entries, where I'm going to take my entries from. And I always start out the morning though by marking my previous day highs, my previous day lows, London high, London low. I'll actually mark out the previous day orb too. So I have a couple indicators that will do that for me so I can just kind of see. I really like using the previous day orb as kind of a confluence of how the market's kind of reacting to that previous day. I really do like using that. Once I kind of have my supply and demand drawn out, I will actually come to the fixed range volume profile and I will just mark out the last session. So I'll come to, today is Thursday. I'll come to Wednesday from, let's go Tuesday. It'll technically be Tuesday from 4 p.m. to just up until the morning time. So I'll kind of do this. I'll come right before 7 o'clock and I'll kind of look at this. I'll use, kind of my POC. I'll use my value area low, kind of trying to find my entries with around there. And that's how I actually caught this trade today. It was actually right off an M15, M30. And I saw that it was delivering. You could see the POC was actually trading it very nicely. And I took that. And I actually, what's interesting is I don't go break even with my trades. Very rarely will I ever go break even. Because if I'm wrong, I want to know I'm wrong. I don't want to get lucky on a trade. I don't want to say I took this trade and I just happened to click the button at the right time. I want to know, okay, is this actually going to play out or is this an invalid area? And I want to look at that and say, okay, why was this invalid? What did I miss here? And that's just kind of the way that I'll approach it.
Awesome. You mentioned the opening range, the ORB. What time frame do you use for the ORB?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question.
30 minute?
Yeah, so I use the 15 minute.
Okay.
For the ORB, yeah.
Regular trading hours
Yes. Yeah.
And a little volume profile on there. So mixing it up. Couple different areas of confluence to put together a trade. That's
So I kind of just I would say that it's like kind of my trader's edge from what I consider my confluences to add up and stack up together. My projection is, in the morning time, I shared this on my Discord. I said, I bet you we're going to come down to this M15 or this M30 here. We're going to tap it and we're going to deliver right off of it. And picture perfect, it played out so smooth. My projection for the end of the day was actually around up here, the 30,800 level. But it seems like this, I don't know if you guys use IFEGs or FEGs, but I was kind of looking for a sell here. But I was like, you know what, I'll take that win for the day and then call it.
very nice. So that's it. Locked out. Done for the
Yeah.
no
Excellent.
more for the day. All right. We did talk in the green room about this. Adam has a trading combine all set up. So if we do see a trade that we like, we will put it on. Speaking of which,
Absolutely.
Vince, I heard a Phil a few minutes ago. Are you in the market right now?
Yeah, it was. I ended up getting a small stop on ES there. Yeah, it was kind of
okay.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think I have like a bracket order set up, and I have one for like YM, ES, and I think the one that I chose, it was too tight, and it kind of filled and stopped out like immediately. So we're gonna look for another opportunity though.
Gotcha. There's always money in the banana stand, right? All right,
yeah.
Adam, let's talk about hold times for a minute. How many trades do you think you're putting on a day? And what's your average hold time, would you say?
So it just depends, really. I obviously have a set of rules that I try to stick to the best I can. I think that everybody, once you set your rules in place and you actually stick with them, you will become profitable. And it depends on what your rules are. For a long time, not trading Asia session was my biggest rule. And I said to myself, it was a couple months back, I said, I'm going to try 1 week, no trading Asia session. The same week I got a payout. And I was like, okay, I think I figured it out. It's just following the rules, right? It's following the strategy and thinking about what session are you actually best in, right? And again, Asia is going to chop left and right. It's not going to be a lot of, times that we have, we just run. And I think that a lot of people will see Asia session as a big downfall. And, just trading that, I just don't think in the long term is you're ever going to come out on top. But yeah.
It's one of the huge benefits of tracking your trading data, knowing what your strengths and weaknesses are. We've heard Hogue say it many times before. How does this line go? If I'd only traded 3 days a week, I'd have multi millions of dollars, right? So we asked him, why don't you only trade 3 days a week? I never took the
Yeah.
time to know which 3 days those 3 days were, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's good
Yeah,
to
and
track your
so-
data, study
yeah.
it, know when your best times are. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, so my average hold time for trades, they can be longer, but sometimes they can be shorter. For example, the one today, I think it was about maybe 15 minutes, something like that. So maybe that, even if that 5 minutes entered in, maybe like 4 minutes. Go from here. Yeah, 5 minutes for this one here. And sometimes I will let my trades run. It just depends on what I'm kind of looking at and how I'm seeing the market moving. I will trail my stop if I can see that this is delivering out a lot more effectively. If I don't see it really delivering, then I will just cut it. And my average trade is usually a 1 to 3 or 1 to 4. So I will try and always go for that 1 to 3, risk 25 points. I'm always risking 25 points. No matter what it is, it's going to be 25 points, whether it be MNQ, NQ. If it's one contract, two contracts, it's just 25 points. And then I'm usually aiming for 75 to 100. And if I can see that, like, let's say we tap this M30 and we just absolutely rip, I'm not going to, cut it right here. I actually don't set my take profit right away until I can see what the market's doing. So I will kind of just enter the trade. I'll have my stop loss. And if I can see that it's just not as fast as I want it to go, then I will set that for 75 or 100 points. And then usually I'm in the trade for, it could be anywhere from 5 minutes to even an hour.
Sure.
Yeah.
Are you trading the mini contracts or the micros? Is it the
I
NQ
trade
or
minis.
MNQ?
This
Minis,
is
okay.
NQ. Yes.
And just single contracts?
Sorry. Yeah,
Just single
so
contracts, or you
I-
trading multiple? Yeah.
Yeah, so I will size up. It depends on if I think this is if I see this as an A+ setup, I'll definitely size up. But majority of the time, it's usually between 1 to 3. I usually won't go more than 4. Again, you're risking a lot, and in my opinion, I think that I'm a pretty new trader. I think taking it slower and just learning how to manage that risk is probably the most important part. So.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Vince, I
Nice
heard
man.
I heard another fill
Was
from
that-
you, Vince. Did you get in the market again?
Yeah, I'm long Nasdaq. Yeah, 3,700.
3,700.
30,700.
Got it.
Yeah.
Vince is getting long here. Let me write down that trade. 30,700. A couple of micros, Vince. Long two.
Just one right now because I fat fingered a trade, so I'm gonna go back at it slowly. But I'm still up on the day a little bit. So I made back from the last session I was down. I held that one NASDAQ trade, and I actually got long the Dow and made back all the losses. And so I'm up a little bit, but I lost like 30-something bucks on that finger trade.
Very good, very good.
We're going to see.
No reason to
let's see
get
what we got here.
No reason to get all biffed up on a synthetic Friday. Don't forget, we got options
Exactly.
expiration this afternoon, everybody.
Yes, sir.
Everything's expiring. Stock options, stock index options, stock index futures, all expiring at about 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time today. If you're still trading in the June contract and equities, well, the Topstep X platform rolls that over for you. But that market is going off the board. It will be untradeable after 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time today. So if you're trading your own personal account, not on Topstep X, make sure to roll your contracts over to the September contract. You should be in the September contract right now. All right. Let's answer some questions from Adam. Adam, what's the most confusing thing about the futures markets that you found so far? Did you get in when you got into it? Did you learn everything about it immediately?
No, definitely not. The most confusing thing I think was, and I do think that this is my biggest weakness in the markets. It's knowing when to close my trade. It's knowing when to exit. So, and that's why recently I've started only taking 1 to 3s, 1 to 4s, because, before I would try and shoot for 1 to 10s, 1 to 15s. And realistically, that's not going to play out every single day. And, I think that especially because I don't go break even, or I let it hit my stop loss. It's that it could run. I've seen my trades run to a 1 to 8, and then me get stopped out. Right. So that was probably the hardest thing to understand is where is the market actually going to, and where is it gonna maybe possibly retrace back down. So yeah.
Good point. Good point. It's always good to set a target. But picking tops and bottoms can get a little tricky. It's better being on the right side of momentum, the right side of a trend.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's check back in on these markets. The tilt has not changed at all. Vince, how comfortable are you in this long in the NASDAQ right now?
Not that comfortable. I mean, yeah, I'm not too comfortable up here, but we got rollover happening. We have so much going on in this last hour that's coming up soon. I probably want to be flat before that. So we're gonna let this work a little bit. If I don't start getting paid on it soon, I'm probably gonna bail on it, because this 30,700 has kind of been, there's sellers here. They've been smacking it down. So if we can't overpower them soon, I'll exit. Maybe look for something else. But let's see what we do here. We're gonna hold it for a little while.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
This is traditionally pretty quiet hour of the trading session also.
Yeah. Very choppy right now.
You ever find yourself trading this late in the day, Adam? Do you get your trades in pretty early?
Yeah, I try and get my trades done before 11 o'clock MST time. That's usually if I can be in and out of the market in 5 minutes, I'll take it. 5 minutes,
Perfect,
I'm done.
yeah.
Okay, deal. Perfect. Exactly. Right. So, if there's something that I see, I try to avoid looking at the charts once I'm off, because once I come back, look at the charts, your brain's going to tell you, oh, that looks like a good setup. And then, sometimes it doesn't really play out. So I try to avoid looking at the charts as much as possible. But sometimes I will take one if I see a key level I've drawn out from lower, from higher. If I see it coming there, amazing, I'll take it. But the majority of the time, I'm off by 11 o'clock.
That's awesome. Yeah. Go touch grass.
Yeah, nice.
Do whatever else you got to do for the rest of the day. Sounds like you're still working full time at a couple other gigs. So making money and saving room for everything else. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff.
All right.
So have you dabbled with other markets, or just NQ? Like, that's it?
No,
have you ever traded gold or oil or?
I tried gold for probably a week. It was a little the spread was really tight, and it was really tricky to be honest. And for me personally, I just didn't like it. It was a little bit too much. But I would consider going back, maybe having a little more experience. I know the trading times for gold can be a little bit different. So, but yeah, I did, dabble it for a week, but it's primarily just been NQ and ES, primarily NQ for the last probably, 6 months now.
Nice. Oh, that's good. You specialize in one market. It's not a bad idea. You know how it trades, right? You know its rhythm. So that's good stuff.
I forgot to mention, I am a massive fan of the Fibonacci as well. So that is that is something I love using. That is something I used actually. I'm pretty sure I used it this morning. I think I had it drawn out for this one here, from the bottom of this 15 here, and I think that's kind of what gave me confirmation for it. I believe it was a sweep of the 618. And as soon as I see that sweep, that's kind of what I usually look for, is either look for a tap or a sweep of that. If I have a level drawn out, it's just going to give me even more confluence to take that trade. But yeah, I love using the fibs. Do you guys use those at all, or?
Mm-hmm. A lot of people are looking at fib levels. Vince, yeah.
Yeah, I look at it here and there. I don't base my trades specifically off fib levels, but I do look at them, especially sometimes for targets or areas where I think we might run into a problem.
Targets, absolutely. Yeah. I hate using the words support and resistance. I like using target levels or areas where previous business had been done, because they act like magnets. I don't like I don't like waiting for a level to buy. I like to wait and see how price reacts around a level. Will you get continuation, or will you get a reversal or sort of a ranging day? So I always like to wait for confirmation instead of calling a level support resistance. I just call it a target. That's just me, though.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
So,
Do
Adam,
you guys
let's talk about
Sorry,
habits
go
for a
ahead.
second. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
What's your question?
No. I was gonna say, do you guys know what standard deviation is? I will use that on
Absolutely.
occasion too. Yeah.
Mhm.
I like using it if I can see that we're getting a solid retracement to the -2, and it's again within one of my I guess you could say, like you say, targets. If it's within one of my targets, I'll take that for sure. But yeah, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I just had a question. Talking about habits, since it's barely been a year for you, have you found any bad habits to break yet? Have any bad habits crossed your path?
Yeah. I feel like it's every trader has a bad habit, and that would probably be trading Asia. If I can just avoid it at all costs, I would probably be significantly more profitable. And that's probably one of the worst habits. I won't trade it every single day, but if I do, then I'm probably taking a loss that day, and that's why I lock my accounts out when I'm done for the day. I just I call it quits. But yeah, probably that, and letting my trade run for too long potentially. That habit is definitely starting to get kicked now, because I'm starting to realize how much I'm actually just giving back to the markets. But I would say those two are probably the biggest ones.
Very good, very good. Sounds like you came into this thing absolutely, totally mentally prepared.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Or what these markets throw at traders, right? I know we talked about this yesterday, and we've talked about it a lot. This is the only real industry on the planet where day one you're going toe to toe with the biggest, smartest people on the planet, whose sole purpose is to separate guys like us from our money. And to be able to jump in there and find success so quickly is just it's just amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. It is.
Thank you.
Do you have a certain day of the week where you find you struggle a little more than others? Like for me, for I don't know, this was probably a few years back, I noticed like Fridays were just not my best day. Like I would do good. I wouldn't throw it all back on a Friday, but Fridays tend to be kind of, not as good of a trading day. Have you noticed any patterns like that in your trading yet?
Absolutely. Fridays, I would say, are also my worst days. Friday and Mondays, I tend to see price not really delivering. I think Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday have always been my best days. But yeah, Monday, Friday, I would say more so Friday than Monday, but yeah, Friday for sure.
Right.
Yeah, knowing when not to trade is just as important as knowing when to trade.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you've never experienced any kind of FOMO or revenge trading or any of those other bad habits that a lot of new traders takes them a lot of time to overcome, You weren't hitting that reset button, using it as a crutch every time you had a bad trade. You weren't cannonballing. You weren't blowing out of accounts left and right. You came into this very level-headed, which is very, very rare.
It's a good mindset.
I would say, I definitely, when I started, I was definitely going through accounts for sure. Like, as I think any trader needs to understand that it's, you're going to be better off, trading prop firms, trading with Topstep, than going into a live account with $100,000, like in your life savings, and thinking you're going to come out the market a winner. Right. I have students that tell me, should I open up a live account? I say, no, you should learn how to manage your trades, learn your psychology, and master it first. Because I'll tell you right now, it's a lot easier to lose $1,000 in a live account than it is with prop firms. You can lose $1,000 in a day with a live account, whereas you're with your prop firms, it's a lot harder, right? So just learning to understand the risk management, I think, is probably really important. But I've definitely had my ups and downs for sure.
So in your Discord, you're actually holding You're holding court in your Discord. You're doing teaching. You're instructing a group of traders. Is that right?
Yeah. So
awesome.
yeah. So I will. Yeah. I'll trade in the morning time. I'll stream and kind of give people what my kind of like recap of the day is going to look like. Kind of like what I'm expecting. Where I see price going to, where I think it's possibly going to hold, or just kind of that. And I'll give my trade ideas out pre-market, or just kind of rough idea. But yeah.
Sure. Very cool. Just in the Discord, are you streaming anywhere else? Where can people find you?
They can find me on Instagram. Yeah,
Okay.
they can find me on Instagram. They can find me on Instagram. It's just Adam Nagata. It's Nagata. I don't know if you want to type that in chat, but
yeah,
I
think I got it. Yeah. Yep, we got it. Someone's about to publish it or post it in the chat right now. Awesome. Yeah, quite a few comments have come through asking where to find Adam. The people want to know. Your morning routine, what does that look like? Do you roll out of bed, turn the computer on? Or is your day halfway over before you start trading?
Check your phone.
So my morning routine is pretty religious. It's a way I kind of approach the markets, and I think that everyone should have a solid routine in the morning time so they can, I would say, mentally prepare for what's to be thrown at them, right? And I've heard this before. Every morning's like a game of chess, right? Where you're playing chess with the markets. And would you play chess? 5 minutes after you're waking up, hop out of bed, let's play a game. No, you would need wake up, maybe brush your teeth, do some things, and that's why it's the same thing. You should be taking your time. You should be waking up, I think, 2 hours before the market even opens, in my opinion. So I'm up at like probably 5:30, 6 o'clock, just getting ready, kind of understanding what's going on, looking at price, figuring out how's price moving, and just kind of doing my analysis, having my coffee, and just chillaxing before. So.
Yeah, we preach the same thing here. Hogue talks about his morning checklist every single morning on the opening call. We go live at 7:15 a.m. Central Time and do a chart analysis for everybody. An hour and a half before, an hour and 20 minutes before the equity markets even open. So if you need something to help you out with your routine, helps instill a little bit of discipline, get in there and do some chart analysis with us. We also take some opening range trades during the opening call. We do quite a bit. But yeah.
The morning coffee is a must, though, right?
The morning coffee is a must. You can't click the button unless you've had the morning coffee. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Do you get fuzzy if you drink coffee too soon? I find I do. It's just me, though.
No, surprisingly not.
I gotta wait like 2 hours and do 10 different things before I can have a cup of coffee. Then I'm good.
Yeah. Do your morning checklist.
Yeah.
Vince, we got to check back in on these markets. How are you feeling about this NQ long? Are you still in this trade?
Yeah, not looking good though, JD. It's slowly ticking me away to death here, but we're still hanging in. Why not for too much longer?
All right.
I want.
Where's that CYA at?
Right now it's at
into value
52.50,
area.
but I don't think it's gonna. I'm gonna allow it to get there.
Yeah.
Unless we get tape bombed here or something, then I don't have a choice. There hasn't been one today, huh?
Hasn't been a. I'm sorry. Hasn't been a what?
Tape bomb. Have you noticed any tape bombs today? I don't think we've gotten any, right?
No. Not really.
Trump signed the memoranda, which is they're still gonna fight for 60 days, right? Like over this nuclear stuff. So it's not going.
There was some news out for crude oil earlier this morning. Talk about a V-shaped recovery in crude. Look at that 15-minute chart. Crude's back on the high, 75.79. We'll go around the horn here. Gold trading 42.4110. We got micro Bitcoin 62.635. The Dow's at 52.050. NASDAQ 30,680, and the S&P resting peacefully at 75.61. Hook 75.62. Let's call it that. All right. Adam, you seem so disciplined, down to earth, but the people want to know, What's the dumbest thing you've ever done trading? What's the worst trade you've ever made?
Man. Well, are we gonna say the worst trade I've ever made, or like the worst session where we just got a little emotional?
You can talk about that if you.
Yeah,
let's just,
yeah. No,
let's just-
I'll absolutely talk about it because I think it's things people need to hear about. And I remember this one night specifically, and I think that was probably a life altering moment for me. Is that I had 3 funded accounts. I was 2 days away from a payout, and I had about $15,000 in each of them. Right. So I'm at $15,000. I don't need to make any more money. What's the point? I've already hit my target for the maximum withdrawal. Right. But what do I decide to do? I decide to trade Asia. And then I decide to also, and then Asia turns into London, and then London turns into all the accounts blown. Right. Within 2 days of the payout. And that was probably the best thing that could have ever happened to me, because I'll tell you right now, that's never going to happen again. Right. And it's better I learned with the prop firms than with the live account, for example. Right.
Absolutely.
So, and I think that is, it's gut wrenching. And I think everybody needs that wake up call to make them realize what can actually happen when you don't stick to your rules. And that's the reality, right? Sometimes the market won't give you what you want. And it's really funny because that same session, I was also able to bottom and top tick Asia from top to bottom, and it decided to get a little more greedy even after then. And it's like, that's kind of why you got to be smart with the risk management. And that's kind of that one night I'll probably remember for the rest of my life, because it's like, I was like, I could see the finish line. It was right there, and decided to just, get a little bit greedier. And that's one decision can just boom, lock the charts when you're there, right? Take it easier, right? And that was probably one of the worst sessions that I've ever had, but won't happen again. Let me tell you.
There you go. Learn from mistakes.
At least you're able to learn from it, right? Some people don't learn.
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly.
As Andre would say, we're futures traders. We got to touch the stove 1,000 times before we learn our lesson, right?
Yeah.
Well, some of us at least. We got a trader in the chat saying that exact same thing happened to me yesterday trading FOMC. Well, I mean, brutal.
Trade FOMC.
If you were here watching Topstep TV, we warned you to trade around FOMC. Come on, man.
Yeah. FOMC, CPI, non-farm payroll. Nope.
And to keep track of the economic calendar. Are you a purely technical trader, or are you aware of these economic events that happen? You are aware?
Yeah, so I'll stay, I'll stay aware. And I really like how the platform actually shows you the news at the bottom there. So when you have any any news that's coming up, I will usually wait after the news is over to trade. So let's say there's news at 7:30. I will usually wait until 7:45 to even take a trade. Let's say there's news at 8:30. I won't trade within 15 minutes of the news or after 15 minutes. So there's usually that 30-minute gap. I try and just let a little bit out. If it's, not as big, then I'm okay to trade a little bit, maybe closer, maybe 20 minutes before. But I do stay aware to that because, boom, and it can just run or it can just dump. So you got to stay wary on that for sure.
Yeah, there's always a knee-jerk reaction on big events like that. It'll take out both sides of the market. It doesn't matter what side you're on. You're going to be wrong. They're going to come and get you. The swings are too wide, and the liquidity is low. You're going to be a victim of slippage. They used to be a strategy. You put a stop on either side of the market in front of a number. And whichever way the market went, if it ripped, you got in on the long side. If it dipped, you got in on the short side. But nobody ever took into account slippage in an illiquid market. So you had no idea where you're getting filled on that stop to enter the market.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember one trade
I bought the high. Yeah.
I was in trade one time. It was gold, and I got in a gold open range trade, and I was in 2 contracts, full size. and I had a $250 stop on each contract. Right, it was 25 ticks, and I totally forgot it was CPI day. I usually just took the open range at 8:20, 7:20 Central, and I walk away. I have targets in and everything. I come back and I'm filled with a 44 ticks of slippage on each contract. So I end up losing the 500 plus 880 in slippage.
Wow.
So yeah, I don't. I always make sure that CPI day, I'm not in a gold open range trade, or if I am, I got to get out before 8:30. 7:30. Yeah.
But yeah, Adam,
That was
you're
a lesson
definitely right.
learned.
It's always better to let the market digest the news, settle down, bring traders back into the market, and once you see the ladder start fattening up a little bit, then you can start trading again. You ever watch the ladder when you're trading? You keep an eye on it?
Sorry?
Or you're just looking at the you ever watch the ladder when you're trading? The dome?
No, I actually don't.
Yeah. I mean, right now the
when you
ES
place
is
an
very
order,
thin.
when you place a trade, do you
Sorry,
trade
so-
off the chart
Yes.
or the dome?
Yeah, I off the chart.
Strictly off the chart.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very interesting. I love reading price action on the tape. I like to see.
I'm so used to placing trades on the dome. I've been doing it for 20-something years. I was,
Same.
It's hard. It's hard to place them off the charts, I think. My opinion. I'm
Mhm.
just used to old habits,
They die hard, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, reading the tape, that's how I started. I know I've talked about this many, many times.
Mhm.
The inception of electronic trading, chart packages were not available for front-end trading platforms. So all you had to look at was the ladder. So I had to have a screen with, 6 or 7 ladders on it, and that's all you had to look at.
Wow.
It's a
That's
different
crazy.
Different animal. We've come a long way in the last 25 years. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We're actually starting to get some volume here in the ladder on the ES. I mean, it was down to like 25, 30 contracts. We're up to about an average of like 45. So maybe there's some blood coming into the market in this final hour here. It was thin, very thin. I mean, usually it's 100 on the bid
Potential.
offer. So
Mhm.
yeah, summer trade is in effect.
Your trade's coming back a little too, Vince. You're almost at break even here.
Yeah,
Still
we're
hanging
chilling.
on?
Yeah, just hanging on. Holding on.
All right. We got a little rip happening here. Just a little rip.
Yep.
Just a baby.
Funny, I was actually thinking about taking it right off this 4-hour IFVG here. I was like, should I? I was like, I'll let price settle in a little bit, but
I had a feeling you were up to something. You got a little quiet there for a minute.
yeah,
He's on the hunt. He's on the hunt.
I think this actually looks kind of good, to be honest. Maybe it could hit my projection by the end of the day.
Adam, you're gonna love this. You probably can't see it, but your camera froze, and the shot that it froze on is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, the thinker, right? You know the sculpture of the thinker.
It is. Yeah.
we can still hear you.
Let me like do this again. I don't know why that.
Oh, we've only got a couple minutes left. I wouldn't worry about it right now.
Did it reconnect or is it
Still getting the same shot. It's all right though. Don't worry about it now. We got 4 minutes left.
It's a good shot.
We can power through this. Yeah, it's a good shot to be stuck on.
This is just it's gonna be the new profile picture now.
There you go.
I'll see if I can find something here. Actually, I believe my screen is being shown. Is it or is it not? Yeah, I know it's being shown.
We're still sharing your screen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we still see it.
So getting in on
Any
this.
reasoning for the monochromatic charting colors?
Yeah, I don't like the red and green. I think red's down, green's up. I like looking at the price action and figuring out how the markets are moving regardless of how, the meaning of the candle, right? Whether it be red or green, I like using the white and black because it just kind of doesn't give me that mental bias. You see, subconsciously you see a bunch of red candles. You might not think it, but you subconsciously your mind's thinking, oh, this is going down, right? Whereas I have
Mhm.
this black and white, I'm just kind of looking at price here.
Yeah, my
Mhm.
personal trading account, I don't even use candles. I use bars, and they're all black on a white screen. Nothing else.
They're all black.
No red,
Interesting.
no
Yeah,
green,
I've
no
heard about
blue,
that.
nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. I like it plain Jane. Because like you said, the red and green can get you going sometimes.
I've actually never looked at a chart like that. All one color candle.
Check it out. Check it out. Sometimes
Mhm.
it can help you a little bit because sometimes we see that, that big red candle that comes out. I'm like, uh-oh. And then it's just a red candle.
Mm-hmm. I do like watching volume. I like knowing the strength of a move while it's happening. I like to see changes in market state at volume peaks and troughs. A couple of things that
we
I look for.
we actually ripped way faster than even I was
Nice little
expecting.
pop here.
Yeah.
Did you get in this?
Bringing the volatility.
No,
Andre's coming
I
in with the
didn't. I
volatility.
didn't. I wanted to see it come back into this range here before I take it, and I wanted to see it come within this range here. And if it can come into my range, then I'll take that, and then we'll just put the stop to that higher low there.
Yep.
If it can come down
I'm
here,
looking
though,
for a
that'd be-
headline.
Push here.
Yeah, it might just rip out of this. We got the hour closing here in 7 minutes, so.
Yep. I don't think this is news related at all. I'm looking at my news feed. I don't see anything coming across. Nothing compelling enough to move markets like this. Not saying this is the rip of the century, but we got some movement.
I like
Going
it.
into the final hour.
I needed
Yep,
it.
I like it too.
I needed it.
Vince
We
is
get a little
still
more.
in.
Yep.
What was
Long
the
and
entry price
strong.
again? 700? Yep. Vince is
700. Yep. 30,700
15 points in the money. In the money. In the money. Nice hold. Took a little heat on that one.
Yeah, I did.
All right, Adam, we got about 1 minute left. First of all, there's a guy, Pepper, in the chat asking the question, is Adam a bodybuilder? He asked about
Yes.
6 times, so I'm going to ask you. Okay.
Yes, I am a bodybuilder. If you go to my Instagram, you will see I post it's a lot of fitness stuff. I'm starting to post a lot more training stuff, realizing that people are wanting to learn a little bit more from me. So I'm definitely starting to post a lot more training stuff. But yes, I am a bodybuilder.
Now we know where your discipline comes from, right?
Yeah,
there you go.
It's
Yeah.
translated into excellent success in the trading world. Good for you. All right. Finally, we got 10 seconds left. Who's watching you today? Who do you want to say hi to? Give anybody a shout out.
I'm gonna say hi to my mom. I know she's watching this for sure, and I think my dad is also watching this. Just my family. I'm sure they're all watching this. Say hi to my buddy Alan. Say hi to my buddy Cleo as well. But yeah, I think that I want to give some advice out to just some traders, and this is just some advice that was given to me. I think that most people want to win that day that they lose, but tomorrow is always a new day. It's always a new day the next day. So just sometimes take a step back, and that step back will be the best thing that you can ever do.
Always keep a little powder dry and make sure you are trading for tomorrow. That's one of our mottos
Exactly.
here at Topstep. Always
I love
trade
that.
for
Yep.
tomorrow.
Trade for tomorrow.
All right, Adam, don't forget to take a quick screenshot of your picture right there. That is your new profile. That is awesome. Frozen in time with the most excellent frozen shot ever. All right, guys. Thank you, Vince, for joining us. Adam, it was wonderful to have you. First time on the show. You did a wonderful job. We can't wait to have you back. That was great.
Thank you
All
for
right,
having me, guys.
Our pleasure.
luck,
Our
Adam.
pleasure.
Keep up
All right,
the good
guys,
work.
we are going to step aside. Power Hour coming up next. Andre, Braden, and Jack are here to take us into the close. Don't forget, it's option expiration day. Triple witching. Be aware. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. Power Hour coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
right, we are back for the final hour of the New York session. Who we got? The man in the middle, Jack, doing the heavy lifting today. And to the right, Mr. Braden in the house. Braden, good to see you. Welcome to Power Hour. Thoughts coming into this thing?
Yeah, we're seeing consolidation, a lot of range. I guess it's got a lot to do with the options expiration, right? We'll have to go to Jack's expertise on that, but I imagine we're just gonna keep chopping. Nothing super interesting is gonna happen. And maybe I'll just look for a bit of a range trade or a trade within the consolidation. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay. All right, Jack, your expertise. We have options expiration.
Yeah,
Please.
Well, yeah, we got a buttload of options that are expiring at 3 p.m. today, to put it kindly. What Braden said, I think, kind of holds just by the nature of all these options that are going to either be in the money or worthless come 3 o'clock. You will see a bunch of sort of movement back and forth unless it tries to seek out a level. Now, what's the most obvious level for it to seek out? We're selling away from it, but for the AM expiration, we went to SPX 7500. It's a big fat round number, which is right at about 75.68 or so in the futures. We're selling off right now. We are about 10 points away from it. As we get closer to the bell, we'll reassess that. But we're selling off a little bit right now.
Yes, we are. ES down about 6-7 points since, well, Power Hour just began, trading 75.57. NQ, gotta get beneath these 30,000, I call it 670s. It's been lower end of this range. Currently trading 30,660. Dow selling off here as well. Almost new session lows, 52,008. Little uptick here in crude oil. Just put in some new session highs at $76.06. And gold, yes, making new session lows. Braden, the levels, prices of interest in the NQ as we close in on the bell here in about 56 minutes.
You know what? Not really. I don't have anything off the top of my head. I think I'll be paying reference to like the structure we're trading at right here, right now, just seeing how we react going into this last hour between, these mid 600s to mid 700s. That's really all I'm focusing on short term. I don't really think we'll see a crazy move outside of either of those two extremes. So, apart from that, I don't really have any levels on a higher time frame I'm looking at.
All right, very good. Well, then I'm going to follow up with this one that works so perfectly. For those that are new, we like to play a game around here called Above Below. I'm going to ask Braden what he thinks the price in NQ will be on the close, and we'll put it to a poll in the chat. Will it be above or below said price? Last trade in the NQ, Braden, 30,680. What will the price be on the close?
I don't know. I think like 680. Let's go with 680. I don't know, guys.
680s.
I feel like maybe Jack should do it because he's
all right,
probably paying more
Jack. For
attention
those
to
that
the
are new around
closes
here,
on
we like to
these.
play a game called Above Below. I'm going to ask Jack what
Oh,
he
I've
thinks
heard
the
of it.
price in the NQ will be on the close.
Well, I'm not going to do the NQ. I'm going to do the ES.
ES.
And right now, I'm going to say it's going to close at 75.68. I think it's going to, that's the most likely. I don't have an opinion on it going up right now, but I feel like that's the fattest target for the OPEX.
Right. 7568. 7568 in the ES. Let's try. Let's trade 7556. Okay. Poll is up. I will.
You got to give an option for at. Should be above, below, or at.
Does Jack win?
That's okay.
Okay. You got the countdown clock in the lower right hand corner. You see 54 minutes till the closing bell. And 44 minutes till MOC. See what happens from here.
Checking back in on our semiconductors. Where are we now, boys? Up 6.6%. We've sold off a little bit. That's even better than it was. What a day there. That explains pretty much all of that. outperformance in the NQ.
Gold continuing to sell off here. New low is 42.27. Down about 13
wow.
bucks is his power
Yeah,
hour
let's look at gold.
began.
This is interesting. Gold's
Uh-huh.
moving. New lows. Okay. Immediately looking at some structure on gold just beneath 4,200, but I don't think we're going to get within the next hour. I don't think we'll get quite that low. But there might be some little short-term reversal opportunities on gold. I knew Coach Hoop was talking about crude was on a bit of a move up going into the close as well. So NQ's probably offering the least amount of opportunity looking at crude and gold here. Crude up, gold down, and NQ sideways.
Yeah, gold, pretty much all the, what do you call them, the basement trade categories are getting nuked. While stocks recovered, you can see right where this party got started was at 1 o'clock yesterday with the hawkish release from the Fed. And so for the people, the real gold bugs, the gold $100,000 dollar an ounce people, there was kind of some maybe hope that Kevin Warsh would be a real rubber stamp, but came out much more hawkish than expected. So
yes, it did.
The expectations going forward have kind of changed there.
$50.50 on the tilt across the board. Got a delta update. Take it with a grain of salt since we are in rollover, but minus 4,700 in the NQ and minus 2,000 in the ES. We're selling here in gold. New lows in gold. Poll is up. Get those votes in.
Yeah, imagine the roll should be just about done, unless, I mean, they only have what, like 52 minutes to get out.
Again, we have options expiration. And things could get wild right around MOC, which is 50 minutes after the hour. 10 minutes till the closing bell. But currently gold continuing to sell off. It's just the range trades.
I'm going to try to look for long opportunities here on gold, to be honest. I'm looking low 20s.
Gold? Okay.
Yeah, long. I'm looking for a bounce play on gold. We've seen a couple continuation moves through session lows today. I do agree that we're kind of counter trend here, but it's just a short-term bounce play. But we've seen these continuation moves break of structure to the downside, and then it'll kind of set a range, give a bit of a retracement. So that's kind of the idea on this one. Only difference is I like it even more now, given how far we are off of the VWAP, how disconnected that is. Pretty extended to the downside, so I like the bounce play. Give it a shot. Around 20s, try to get into it.
Around 20s? Okay. 42.28 last trade. Are we looking at ES, Jack? I mean, pretty much in the middle of the range as we trade 75.56.
That is kind of what I am seeing here as well. Well, you can see where I mean, as you said, a range, but the support and resistance, like they're both things that are, pretty obvious looking there. Like we said, this is the weekend gap. This box is the weekend gap in SPX. So the high of it is a Globex open on Sunday. And we've been bouncing off of that now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 times. Although we're selling off towards it now. And then to the high end, it's been run out of gas at SPX 7,500 or a little bit above it. So we are trading the September contract in equities. That's ESU. ESU.
Sue. What happened, Ronaldo? What happened?
He's 41. Give him a break.
Media is on him right now. Let him hear it. All right, Dow. Dip beneath 52,000, low of 51,975. Is there more room to the downside here? ES just sold off a little bit more. We are down 14 points so far since Power hour began. Last trade 75.51. NQ gradually selling off 30,658. More selling down, more selling gold, more selling ES. What's going on?
Well,
75.50
once again,
now.
who knows? OpEx plus 3-day weekend.
How do we get in? I'm in on this. Just get short. See where they want to take this. More selling here, Dow. And Q also. Now, what, 30,000? Just saw 648s. Braden's still looking
All
at
right, I'm
gold,
close to
yeah?
get- Yeah. I've got order. I'm watching it. About to get my first order filled in the 22s.
Okay.
Then I'll fill some more in the 17s. Stop out at probably 42.10. And this is literally just me taking the initial reaction, expecting a bounce. I'm not looking for, with an hour left, I'm not looking to look for a full reversal of the trend on the session. I just want to see that initial reaction in and out, quick scalp.
Gold. Okay. No reversal challenge. Reversal challenge Fridays only.
Not synthetic Fridays, just Fridays.
Not synthetic. Nope. Where do they want to take this? NQ holding right at 30,650. Is this just profit taking? Squaring up, going into the weekend? Like you said, 3-day weekend, Jack. I mean,
I think all of the movement, at least in the equity indices for this last hour, like the profit taking stuff is going to be a small part of like the options expiration is going to kind of rule it. So it's hard to say. Like looking at the info I have, sometimes there's a big maybe target you can see, or maybe like a spot to turn around. That's not what I'm really seeing here. We're just like in a lot of negative gamma, which makes it kind of unpredictable in this area.
Not seeing much on the headlines. T-Man in the chat. Ted here. Bearish headline Iran. Not sure I saw that.
Well, they said a few things about, the Strait of Hormuz traffic will be increased gradually.
Okay.
The Persian Gulf Strait Authority has been charged with issuing permits as fast as possible. No fees will be charged transiting the Strait of Hormuz for 60 days.
Okay.
Which, if you listen carefully to that, that's not something you say if it's just no fees are going to be charged.
60 days.
Yeah.
All right, NQ trying to figure out what to do with 30,650. Poll results are back for above below. 71% are going with above. I'm sorry, below. ES close 75.68 below. $30,660. Braden, you did not get filled on the gold, correct? Lowest we traded 42.23.
Yep. Couple about a point off of getting filled, so no fill on that yet.
That's just short covering the NQ. I'm flat. But perhaps might be some more room to the downside. ES trying to figure out what to do here. Hammer this thing. Okay. It's not moving fast right now, Jack. It's not. Looks like we're going to take off there.
No, it's not. And sometimes, especially with these options expiration days, it kind of all happens in the last few minutes, or it finds a spot and kind of pins there is the technical term, and then it doesn't move away from it. I'm optimistic.
All right, we might see a little more of a downtick here in the ES. Gold might be looking to test those session lows, about $1 away. Gold trading 42.24. All right, NQ catches a bid now. Well,
the semiconductors once again are at the highs of the day, highs all time.
okay. Well, now we got crude pulling back just a bit, about 40 cents off the highs, trading $75.60. The chat saying feels heavy. Gold, yes. What do you got?
They're talking about the stocks. Like I can see that.
Well, we've got like a 15-point range here on the NQ for the past like 8 minutes, up and down, up and down.
Mm-hmm. Yep, bottomed out
the
650s or so, and back up to 30,000. Ooh, 30,670.
See if I can take this range trade.
And
I'm short 660s, 666, and TP is about 15 points to the downside. Stop 15 points to the upside.
30,666. Okay. New lows gold. New lows gold. 42.21. More selling gold. ES looking to downtick a little bit as well. NQ being stubborn to push lower. How many times, Braden?
5 micros.
So when the big volumes come in since the Fed meeting yesterday afternoon, like the last hour, the open today, maybe the last hour now, it's all been selling. Maybe there's something to that.
NQ stubborn. Yep, NQ stubborn to go lower now. Just caught a bit of a bid there. ES as well. Well, I got short with you there, Braden, and they are not making it easy. Short from 665, taking the heat. Go figure. Wow, what is this? And cut it.
I know, right?
What was that?
As soon as we
Wait
set
for
the
the
range,
headline. What do we got?
Black magic, effery, and options.
Incredible.
What I
Is that what's
think
happening right now?
Yeah. Why not? I'll say it because there's no way for y'all to check me on it.
Yeah, fair enough. You still in this, Braden?
no, I got stopped out because it
Okay.
was meant to be just the rotation between the 15 points there, but now it wants to play.
Yeah, and it's playing games indeed. Oh, 75.56 last trade in the ES. Just play the range. No headline, just price action. Indeed.
That's
Is there
a
any
narrow
case for a
range.
short,
Like,
Jack? Any case for a short? Or should I get that out of my head?
I don't like it at the moment. We
Longs
got
then?
these sort of like higher lows stepping up. I like the even here I like the long more, but we're really like are we forcing something there? This is pretty
Oh, hell yeah, I'm
mid-ish.
forcing something. Oh, hell yeah, I'm
Yeah,
forcing
okay.
something.
Well, as long as you know it.
I'm down. Yeah, I'm down. We got to get this back. 50-50
Are we
till
watching
8
like
minutes.
uncut
Okay.
gems play out in real time here? ES
There's
up,
no trade.
NQ down,
No trade tomorrow.
Bitcoin flat.
Nothing's
Maybe
moving.
a wheat
Yet I'm
straddle.
still getting in the shit.
I've got a long scalp lined up on gold if I can get filled around 23.
Yeah. We bottom out at 42.21.
Yeah, we'll see Bar step back in on this retest.
Okay. Question in the chat. Can we trade tomorrow? Limited trading hours, I believe. Look at the official rules here. Still buying this brain.
You can, maybe. Let me check.
Typically it's open to half day. Keep buying this. And I'm out. Dow pushing higher here. Dow I'll put 200 points. Just like that.
Where's check out the holiday hours up on screen right
Holiday
now. Close your
hours.
positions by 11:45 a.m. tomorrow, Friday, June 19th, and you can reopen on Friday or Sunday at 5 p.m. Central. Don't worry, Andre, I'm live. They all heard me.
Didn't know if that was the other one. Didn't know if that was in my ear or in the broadcast. Thank you for that,
Dre,
James.
I got a tea time at 11:50 tomorrow, and I will not be trading futures 5 minutes before. But if you are, just be careful. I don't love trading outright futures when the stocks are closed. It'd be great for
Interesting.
spread trading. Yeah, Tim, we have these things in our ear, and like James
we're-
can talk to us, and you guys can't hear him. So sometimes it confuses us. Do you hear it? Do you not? So thank you, James, for clarifying
He
that.
typically cusses me out in that thing, lets me know I need to do better. But
Yeah, you
yes,
idiot. Get rid of your
idiots.
dial-up modem. What's going on?
Computer working. Don't get me started, Jack. Thank you again for covering in fast markets. Braden, are you in this? Did you?
No, I'm still waiting for like 23s here.
Maybe we do just stay range bound. We got 25 minutes to almost see 35 minutes till the closing bell. Tempting us.
Oh. Bitcoin's taking a bit of a whomping.
What are rates doing? 2 years?
2 years getting higher again. It's about maybe like 4 bips off the highs of yesterday. It's trading 4.18. That just gave me indigestion right there.
Yep. In the chat, I miss so many opportunities to get short. Oh, looks like longs might be
Is
the
that-
play. Trust me, I didn't miss the opportunities to get short. They just didn't pay.
That you refer to just everybody?
Yeah, maybe everybody. Did you get short? And hopefully you got short? Unreal. Okay. What's that delta? Delta was minus 4,100 in the NQ, minus 2,000 in the ES. That is not congruent with direction right now. What is it now? Thank you, Hogue. I'm going higher.
What's weird too, if you guys are trading
It's growing, dude.
Futures tomorrow is that sometimes there's some pretty big directional moves after a big options expiration, but usually that's on a Friday. So I don't have a large enough sample size. I don't know what could happen with futures. The stocks aren't even open. Careful.
Keep buying this. What would you say my strategy is? Reprice action, find a correlation, and run that trade into the ground until it stops working. 2 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
Hopefully a little liquidity injection in there.
Brain flat, jack flat.
Yeah, it's doing everything we expected. It's ranging. Super ranging.
Okay, let's talk about that. From range. From what to what? What price to what price? And on what time frame?
Well, it's not the cleanest range. It's kind of it's kind of like a descending range a little bit because we're making new lows on it, but it's just there's no follow through to the downside. Like we'll break into a low and rotate back up. But at the moment, even some of these are like lower highs. Kind of more of a descending range, but mid 600s to mid 700s is about what we're trading. And it's expanding a little bit more to the downside than to the upside, so but that's what we've got. I'll take a short here at 707 if we pop here, and I'll look for that same idea, like a 10-point move.
A session
10 or 15-point
highs,
move.
30,737. It is an indecisive market. "90 seconds bottom of the hour." We'll see what that brings. And go from there. But maybe forcing trades is definitely what I'm doing here, Jack. That's what trading buddies for.
As long as you're aware, that's okay.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly aware. That's exactly what's going on. The market's not moving. It's not getting any follow through in the chat. Any short will get cooked. Okay.
Well, we've already missed all the shorts today.
I know there's get short from better prices. If I liked 670s, I'd definitely love 700s. 30,000. 700 about to trade. Delta's negative. ES and NQ. "20 seconds bottom of the hour."
I wonder how many of the contracts, I'm sure I could look this up. Maybe I will for Monday just to see. I wonder how many of the contracts actually settle, just expire and exchange the cash in like the ES and NQ.
Cash sub. Good question.
Yeah. Like you won't get in trouble.
No, June does expire today, correct? Officially
Right.
post. Gotcha. Okay, here's one. Did you get short, Braden? Never got up to 700.
No, I got long. I got long,
You
and
got
then
long?
if I can trade it back. Yeah.
Hello.
If I can trade it back,
Ah, my God.
All right.
Let's go. You long or short right now, my man? I love it. We are in this.
I'm
thing.
long, but I will trade it short again if we get back to
Hell yeah,
708.
Braden. You are rocking right now. Now selling
That's what
off.
we needed.
We got ES selling off just a bit. Let's do it. What price you long from?
678. I feel like every time
Oh,
I
we
get into
heard.
a trade and you ask me that, it's like damn near about to get
We
stopped
heard.
out because we decide not to hold the range. But
Yeah.
I mean 20-point stop, which should be okay here, given that we continue ranging, but we'll see.
Trading. Well,
Hogue says typically between 400 and 500K are cash settled. Oh, were you talking about just the ES or like the ES and NQ together? All right. Yes. Okay.
Stuck in the mud. Okay. 30,670. Seen that price a fair amount today. How's SpaceX doing today, Jack? Down?
Not good.
How not good?
Glad you asked. SpaceX is down 5%. Actually, it's rebounded quite a bit. It was trading as low as 172 quarter. It's trading 182 right now.
Really?
Yes, and it opened. Why am I showing? I should just show you guys the chart. Interactive show. Here we are. Here's all of SpaceX since it's gone public in all its glory. Looks like the opening print was 150. We closed the gap today to where it was trading on its first day. We've kind of exited it now. Kind of middle. Let's take a look. This is where I would volume. Do I have this? Oh, I don't have my side volume there, volume profile. But yeah, 182.40 in SpaceX at the moment, which gives it $2.4 trillion market cap.
Not bad. Well, top trade in the chat says, I say SpaceX is going to be a penny stock before New Year.
Well,
Penny
speaking
stock?
of that, Andre.
Penny stock? Come on.
Penny stock? That might lead
Heck,
into
I mean-
something we want to try here in just a few moments.
Penny stock?
We were thinking about,
That'd
yeah,
be bad.
penny stock.
That'd be
It
bad.
would be.
That'd wipe out a lot of wealth. What else are they claiming they're going to do? Shorts are
Well,
what else are they?
James, if we want to run with it, we wanted to try
Let's do it.
a little bit of a new segment here. Let's just do it.
Freaking
Called
yep.
like a hot take, if you will.
Okay, what do you got? Whoa,
Let's
whoa,
do it.
whoa. Okay,
All
what's
right.
this?
This is my hot take. You're on the other side, Andre. SpaceX will not have 1 gigawatt data center in space by 2030. For reference, Elon says they're going to do it by late 2027, but I'm being courteous and saying 2028 is when Elon says it'll be there. There we go. Here's some music.
Really
Andre, why do you think that they will do it before then?
Why bet? How can anyone bet against Elon? Everything he touches goes to gold. He's a trillionaire. I mean, ever heard of Starlink? They said that was impossible. Tesla, EVs, they said that was impossible. And now SpaceX, they said that was impossible. Now it's a $2.5 trillion company. Why would this be any different?
Hey, I don't disagree. I think Elon is a genius when it comes to these things, a genius in both the engineering and the marketing aspect. And I think the reason these stocks are so high is because there's so many people who love him who are not geniuses. So I want to share something. We can share my screen really quick. You mentioned the EVs.
Yeah.
Here's a whole Wikipedia page of the track records of statements Elon's made about EVs and when they would be available. I'd like to point you to this one from 2013. We should be able to do 90% of miles driven autonomously within 3 years. I'll say that again. That was September of 2013. Also, Jeff Bezos, you heard of him?
Yeah. What do you got?
He says it's going to be 10 to 20 years until we have a data center in space.
We're going to have that data center. We're going to.
Why do we want data centers in space, Andre?
Solar
costs
power, because energy is expensive here on planet Earth. And
is it a
solar
$3
power
trillion
is
company like SpaceX it's losing $5 billion a year right now, really going to spend twice as much? Like, we're talking like 60 billion versus, I don't know, 10 billion building it in Omaha. They're going to just burn that money so that they can say, hey, we put a 1 gigawatt data center in space. It's not happening by 2030.
It's happening by 2030. It might even happen by 2029. It's Elon. Betting
Braden,
against
you're
Elon
silent.
is
Get in
not a
That
profit.
is
I have no
space,
clue,
Braden.
guys.
Braden,
I
and
have
he takes-
literally zero knowledge on any of it. I
Yes,
don't
you
know.
do. How much
Gotta
is
take one
Elon
side,
worth?
Braden.
Braden, how
Jesus
much is
Christ.
Elon worth? You know this one. How much is he worth?
I honestly don't, man. Like $1 trillion, right?
Like
Or
$1
something?
trillion. So you honestly do.
Like
No, that can't be right.
On paper.
On paper,
Elon is
have no
valued at
clue.
10 times his revenue. All right.
I
Braden,
get it,
I
but-
think you had the right opinion. Nobody knows, but
Well, you
Nobody
came with,
I'll take
you
whoever
came
on
with
it.
like facts, Jack. What is that?
I gave you the prompt before. You were
Got
welcome to
bamboozled.
bring
I'm
them.
trying to smack this trade right here, and y'all are talking about.
All right, let's take it down.
Data
We'll go back
centers
to the
on
No, I
trade.
like it. Keep it up. Chad, what do you think? Yes or no? Y or N? Will not. Will it or will it not? It will. Elon's. Well, yeah, where's that tunnel? Remember we started selling flamethrowers? That was insane.
That was. That
What
was.
happened to that what happened to the tunnel thing?
Well, what they found out, they were going to build a tunnel between O'Hare and downtown Chicago with the Boring Company. Then they found out there already is a tunnel called the Blue Line. So I guess that's part of the reason they didn't do it.
He's gonna have it. He's gonna have that data center up in space. He's got everything else.
They
up in
may,
space.
just not by
Why not the
2030.
ocean? Why? I know they're trying. They do have some of the ocean, but these billionaires and trillionaires aren't as fascinated with the ocean as they are this space.
James Cameron is.
Yeah, I guess that one submarine was.
Yeah, I was going to say, they keep on, it's because they keep on getting exploded under the ocean.
We don't belong there. We don't belong there.
No. James points out salt water is corrosive. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no oxygen.
Space is famously hospitable. I've listened to every David Bowie song. I can tell you about space.
We were yeah.
Braden, are you in a position?
We were up in
I am.
Braden's-
I'm in about 8 micros here at 690,
Really?
contemplating whether I should pill off some of it or if we're going to make the full rotation of the range high. I'm going to pill off some. And I'm in 4 now, so
Okay.
then I'm going to try to fade it again. I'll try to reverse it at 713 and we'll see how that goes.
713. Okay. What about 705s? Asking for a
A
friend.
little higher.
Asking
A
for
little higher because I
friend.
want the
708.
TP to hit too.
Thank you. Good trading buddy
I'll
there.
be exiting long 713, entering short.
My guy. Who said there's no reversal
or-
challenge?
Let's go.
$3,709. Yes. About all the way back up to 75.65. What was your price, Jack? 75.68?
Yeah, rough 3 points away from 7,500.
That's where we go, Brandon.
It's easier to tell like where it's going to go. That this is why usually if I was going to take the trade I suggested, I almost always do it. Listen, futures are great; they're my favorite.
Still buying.
But it is really a trade to do in options because it's like you don't know how low it's going to go. But like I would have taken like a call spread with like the sell end being 7,500 SPX. It might still be wrong. We could blow through it right now.
Did you close it, Braden? Nice trade.
I'll get stopped out at 728. My 4 micro short. I did not get stopped out though. Let's see.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm in too. With short up here. What's going on? Oh, they're buying gold now. Gold up about 10, 11 bucks here in the last 5-6 minutes.
Really? Should have gotten in
And
that.
more buying. More buying gold.
Gold, gold,
Dang.
gold.
We'll see if this range holds. Mix is getting smoked. Okay. What a fake break there. Delta still minus 4,300. Minus 4,300 in the NQ. Doesn't seem to matter. ES minus 1,700 with 8 minutes till MOC. 18 minutes till the closing bell. Shorts are not working so far. What price, Braden?
I'm in short at 713. My stop's at the 728s. And my TP is the midpoint of the range.
Well, Financial Juice is talking about some US dollar, Japanese yen. Expected intervention. Bank of Japan, perhaps?
Yeah.
How's that bullish for equities?
Well, they're just showing they have a screenshot of like a big move that just happened in the dollar yen. They're saying suspected yen intervention because who else would have the ammo to do that? Or, you know.
And here we go. Closing in on session highs. I'm never getting short again. Get that tattoo back.
I'm telling you, I need to be an indicator for as soon as I decide to take a range trade, we want to break out. Because I do it without fail.
That's the tricky part. Eventually the trade will not work.
Andre, do you have any tattoos?
Negative, but I'm about to. Say I'm never getting short again. Do you, Jack?
I do not. Braden?
Oh, goodness. Tattoo? Is that the question? If I have a tattoo?
Yeah, do you have any tattoos? So just getting to know you.
I do regret this one because I just feel like it's a little. Actually, I don't regret it.
Let's hear
That's
it.
the wrong wording. It's
Hear it.
religious. It's a cross, but the style of it is a little more on the feminine side, and I didn't realize that until I got it. All right, you ready for the close up?
You got it.
Okay, let's see it.
Here we go. Look at this. Chat, help him.
It's all across his chest.
Yeah, I know. No regrets.
It's literally right.
Oh,
here.
there it is right there.
Oh. What?
It's a
No.
little. It could be a little more masculine, but it's about God at the end of the day.
I was expecting something. Oh, no. I was expecting like on the lower
Somebody's
back. I
tramp
was
stamp.
expecting on the lower back or something like that. No, that's fine.
No, it's the only one
Cross?
I got. I never said I would get a tattoo for the longest, but it was a group activity.
You're never getting short. Yeah, chat.
Yeah, off and on.
Bad. Oh.
I missed out because of a prior commitment in like my
Nice.
early 20s. All like a bunch of my friends did that. Like they were on some like bachelor party or something and all got tattoos. And I missed that. And I don't know what I would have done. I just don't know.
I'm telling you, it's hard to like put something meaningful for a tattoo. I feel like that was a struggle for me.
Same here. It's like I'm not
stuff that is
against.
silly.
Well, now I'll never probably get when I'm too old, but like
Yeah, we're hitting the highs for
I
the
never
day.
had the conviction in anything.
Real. We are rallying. We're absolutely cooking here. Where are they going to take this thing? New highs in the NQ. NQ's rallied about 120 points here in the last.
This is why I don't range trade.
There's your tattoo.
Why I don't range
Never range
trade.
trading again. Just gonna buy it. Keep buying this thing. 30,751.
Is it
Session highs
surprising to see NQ up, over 2%, given that options are expiring like this?
Well, let me show the chart.
2.5% up.
I mean, yeah, I did not see this coming.
Well,
The last 15 minutes. NQ's gonna pop
Hold your
out
horses,
120 points,
boys.
make new highs. Might as well get along with it then, right? Might as well get along with this thing.
Well, I mean, the semiconductors are up 7.3% now.
Oh yeah,
So
oh
let me
yeah.
show that
Squeeze.
real
The
quick.
squeeze
So
is
it's
on.
like-
The squeeze is on. The squeeze is on. Squeeze.
I think
is
that's like
on.
30%. It makes sense because I think now it's almost a third of the market cap. So it's like if that's up 7.3%, that's 2% or more in the index right there.
Right there. Another 10.
Somebody in the chat said you got to really like tattoos, and the main thing is you have to like the artist style. I would
you go.
agree, man. It's like a haircut, but more permanent. The guy who gave me my tattoo had this dinosaur with like machine guns. I was like breathing fire. I was like, oh
That,
goodness.
all right, we're continuing to rally here. New highs in the NQ 30,772 would be that price. We are looking at a 120-point rally as the short squeeze may be going down.
It's crazy, man. This is insane.
It is crazy. We done? Nope.
You're just holding these 75s sideways.
All right, more buying. New highs. NQ 30,773. MOC, what we got? 2.5 minutes. MOC, new highs.
One of y'all should get Topstep tattooed on your forearm
Where?
or something.
What
I
were
don't
you going
know.
to say?
And is Michael listening? I mean, like, for the right price, I'll do whatever.
100%. Find this thing. New highs.
Wow. This is running away.
It is. We are looking at a 130-point rally with MOC right around the corner. Buying this thing. All right.
Dashiki, wish I could show that comment, but
Come on.
crack me up, bud.
All right, trying to make it all back in one trade. What do we got here? We got what? Less than 2 minutes. MOC. Market on close.
Well, let's
Buy side? Gonna be buy side, right?
stop the count right now at my above below. No more. We don't need this last 10 minutes.
Nailed it.
Right now.
Might be done buying this thing. And Q again, just absolutely off to the races in the last 5 minutes or so. Might not be done either.
No, the last 10 minutes could be salty.
One more push higher. I loaded up on longs there too. Still got work to do. And they're selling off. Wow, Dow's selling off hard. What's going on? Dow's selling off. NQ making new highs. ES stuck. Gold continuing to get bought up.
I think they'll try their best
Isn't there
to pin it here in
Yeah, what's
the,
going
or in
on?
the
This is
S&P.
getting wonky. How about it?
Isn't there futures options as well? That's a thing, right?
There are indeed.
Ugh.
That's like a whole nother ball game, though, right?
We got 20 seconds. MOC. Market on close. Be the amount of shares, the dollar amount. Shares we bought or sold on the close. So ES, NQ, and then the YM. Shit,
Oh, wow.
side's got to be in, of course. What are we looking at? Still haven't seen it. You got to check because I am not seeing it, but we are selling off. Indeed. No MOC
Cool
today.
that
Okay.
you're out there.
Yeah, did not see. You're just going to hammer this thing? Wow. Okay, so NQ selling off. ES and Dow getting bought. This is tricky. Whoa, baby. 10 billion sell side ES. 10 billion. Am I seeing that? 9.8 billion sell side ES. Why are
Whoa.
they NQ 1.4 billion. Yeah, you heard that right. That's one of the biggest I've ever seen.
Well, it is the quarter end. Oh, sorry, not quarter end. Yeah. Ignore me on that.
Yeah, well, we are looking. Those numbers can will change. I have not. ES just off to the races to the upside here. Did say sell side.
You are correct.
Yes, those numbers will change. I'm not. So I'm seeing hoops. Is that we got? It's a squeeze on. Braden, take any trades?
No, this is about as big of a dice roll as I think you can get.
Sure is. Sure is.
The problem is if you lose that pin at 7,500, like suddenly they just gotta like buy a bunch real quick. Still like fading this back, but once again, it's like trying to force an options trade in the futures.
Oh, I'm forcing trades big time here. But ES looking at closing in on session highs here. 4 points to go. 75, 77. Got a 25-point rally here. NQ, use another pop. All right. Hey, Dr. Volatility, come on in. Let's see how they did for hashtag Power Hour and if they delivered the goods. Also, see if you can make the NQ rally for me.
All right, come on, market. Let's wake up because we're doing our hashtag fast markets and hashtag power hour submissions. Earlier, we told you to take to Twitter, Reddit, whatever you want to tag us on, but share us on your trader wins, your trader setups, and anything else. Here's what you did. First off, we got Sam. Sam, the duality of trading. Can't lie, the Topstep daily loss limit has saved me from same-day blown accounts, and I'm going to give it my all, saving the first one while passing the second one next week. You can kind of see from the screenshots, he got one account down and one account up. But the point here is that the daily loss limit is out here saving accounts. If you guys aren't trading with one, maybe you should start thinking about adding it to your account. Not only do you get a cool discount, but you get to save your accounts from same-day blowups. Like Sam. Great job, Sam. And thanks for tagging us. Moving on from Sahal at Topstep. Wow, it's been a while that I've forgotten how it feels for the hard work to get a payout. That's right. You put in the work, you're getting paid, and whether it's your first payout or your second one after a long time, it feels good to get paid. So you put in the work, you're paying yourself. Nicely done. Moving on from Crypto Crazy, just passed my first combine on Topstep. I never thought I'd even get this far. I'm thankful to Coach Dakota and Coach Jay and all of Topstep. Step 1 is done. Yes, I couldn't agree more. Dakota and Jay are really out here on Topstep TV every day, showing y'all how it's done. And if you're not watching Slow Markets or At the Buzzer, you really should be, because maybe you will one day be thanking them both on X as well. But Crypto Crazy, nice job. Moving on from Nev, cooked. That's all. One word says it all. We like to show the good and the bad here in Power Hour. And so, ain't that always the way it seems to go? Sometimes you are indeed cook. Nev, good luck trading. We'll see you again tomorrow. Come back strong. Keep jabbing away. Last, most certainly not least, I got a fan favorite here from Trader Lee. Holiday tomorrow, so I'm calling it here until Monday. Solid week in my Topstep account. Moving forward, I'm not taking any more payouts. My sole focus is getting ready for that live call up brick by brick. Ain't that the way we love to see it? Lee, you are doing it. You are a true trader out there, and I hope you get that call up to live soon. When you do, please shout it out from the rooftops on Twitter, and then, hey, maybe come on Topstep TV and talk about it, maybe? I don't know. You decide. Anyway, those are your hashtag Power Hour and hashtag Fast Market content. We'll see y'all next week, but for now, back to the rest of Power Hour.
All right. Thank you, James. All right, Jack.
You get moved to a live account without taking a payout? Is that going to be the situation?
Is that what he said?
Lee? What was the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
Lee had strung together some good trading on his XFA and was hoping to get a call up to a live account. I was like, I didn't know how that worked exactly. If you have to take a payout or if the risk team will just assess that.
I'm currently trying to get back. Oh, shit. I have on the sell side. I have not gotten updates on the MOC. And it does appear that NQ is following the ES and the Dow's lead. What do we got? We have 4 minutes. 4 minutes to the close.
All right. For the love of the game.
Yep, me too.
I'll put on like a little 10-point scalp here. I'm on a breakout of either side, either below 30, I'm getting short for 10 points, or above 760, I'll get long for 10 points.
Yeah.
Just one
Okay.
micro, just playing around. I don't think there's a lot of good that's going to come out of using any size
Is this-
here. 5 minutes to the close.
When's this volatility going to kick in, Jack? You're the
There's some
expert.
volatility around there.
Yeah, I know, but I need like more to the downside, like a lot more.
It won't be a lot more. I'm still thinking maybe 7 points down. The spread between them's widen out by 2.
Yeah,
So I know I said 68, but 75-70 would suffice.
Yeah, that was 10 billion sell side, and we rallied.
Yeah, I still don't understand what those numbers
Adios, Jim.
really mean. Like, there's no
Adios.
reason people would tell their trades they haven't made yet in advance, right? Why would you do that? So, like, have they already done the selling in these? I don't know. Or at least already hedged it in some way.
All right, come on. We got what? 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes till the close. And I could use the NQ to trade down right around 700s would be cool.
I think you'll get it.
I don't think I'm gonna get
I don't know about the NQ, but
I don't think so either. It's stuck. And they're buying it. That is a bad trade. Braden, what are you long? New highs, yes.
Yep.
Let's take a look at those live leaders. 40K, I'm told. Oh, yes. Derek's still up $40,000. Carlos up 23 large. Ubraj up 22. Pablo up 16. Suma up also 16,000. Job well done. Way to end the trading week. Enjoy your weekend.
got 100 seconds to get this down.
ES closing on the highs.
We'll see.
Incredible.
You can rock and roll in like the last 15 seconds.
15 seconds. Alrighty. I got minus 10 billion. I haven't seen any updates to that, but yeah, Braden, how about that?
Something you don't see every day.
Crazy.
You're telling me I'm in shorts, never had a chance the entire session. You don't say.
Yeah, here's some volatility. 50 seconds.
What
Down.
we got here?
Let's do
Hammer
it.
time?
Yeah, I'm getting
You know
chopped
you
up.
Hammer
want
time?
it.
Come on, hammer
This
time.
wouldn't even be the hammer of justice. This would be the hammer of market makers.
Hammer of
The hammer of Griffin.
Need it back. I need it back. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Can they hammer this thing? It said sell side. Did they not read the MOC memo? Apparently not. 20 seconds. Keep hammering this.
Come on, do it. Do it. Here we go.
15. Keep going. Keep going.
Keep on going.
Keep going. I can do something. Oh, shit. Get this back. This is such a bad.
Hey, guys.
Keep
Hey,
going.
guys.
Yo, go to my thing. Go to my thing. Go to my thing. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Oh, shit. I'm out. Woo-hoo! Wow. Bad. It worked. I'll be damned. With that being said, Jack, Braden, great job. Shout out to all the bellers. What a week. Be careful if you do decide to trade. Keep grinding, keep jabbing. We're going to see you again next week. But we got At the Buzzer coming up after this. So I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Oh.
Absolutely. Chat. Give it up in the chat for yourselves and give it up for Andre, Braden, and Jack for a crazy, wonderful power hour. We did it all together. We're done. The day is over. And we all got gold stars. Amazing work. But hey, you might be wondering, I'm not done talking about trading just yet. Well, dear viewer, we've got you covered because up next is At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. And they're going to make sure that they keep the trading conversation going by recapping the entire trading session, every headline, every market movement, every little wiggle that the price action showed. You can be sure they're going to cover it at the Buzzer. So keep on right here on Topstep TV and stick around because that's up next at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Then there is no slow markets tonight with Coach Dakota because Coach Dakota is kicking off the long weekend early. So after At the Buzzer, that's our show, guys. We're going to be dark tomorrow in celebration of Juneteenth here in the United States. There is no Topstep TV tomorrow. There is abbreviated trading hours. Remember, close all your trades by 11:45 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, and you can reopen them at 5 p.m. on Sunday. So kick back, relax, enjoy the long weekend. Be sure to get out there, stretch your legs, do something nice for somebody, and just genuinely have a good time. And rest up, sleep well, and we'll see you all bright and early on Monday morning when we're back with a brand new episode of Topstep TV at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. I failed to mention, Coach Dakota will be back with Slow Markets on Sunday. So tune back in Sunday at 7 p.m. for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota, and then we'll see you bright and early at 7:15 the following Monday morning. Whew, I've talked a lot. You guys have listened even more, but be sure to keep those ears open and listening because At the Buzzer's up next. I've been James Harden. You've been the chat, and this has been Topstep TV. Let's go. We'll see you next week.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition. Not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.